excellence, preparing the directors and building boards for tomorrow.
Directors are the most critical players, and therefore the Institute of Directors is a very major institution to take India forward.
The experience, intelligence and vision of the Institute of Directors guarantee its success.
I greatly appreciate the Institute's work in promoting responsible
preparing the
and sustainable
directors
business
and building
in India
boards for tomorrow.
and all over the world.
Over the past 3
Directors are the
decades,
most
IOD has grown from strength to strength, connecting executives from the private, public and government domains in India and across the globe. Today, IOD has a network of over 30,000 senior executives, equipping each one of them with a range of resources, professional expertise, and above all, exposure to unique global networking opportunities.
I think I have to compliment the IOD because they've started talking about governance and the role of directors from 1990 onwards, which was not as fashionable as it is today.
How companies are governed makes all the difference in the performance of a company, in the trust in business.
The change in what society accepts is normal is one of the big changes that is taking place in our expectation of companies and their behavior, and therefore the leadership of the boards.
No matter how you view our growth story, I think issues of corporate governance and what happens in the private sector economic entities and the boards is central to our understanding.
The Directors Membership-Based Association, IOD, has a number of regional offices pan-India and a few global centres to provide local membership support services and offer platforms for learning, networking and exchange of ideas. Annually, some of the distinguished leaders in India and abroad are felicitated through distinguished fellowships for their outstanding leadership and public service.
It gives me immense honor to accept this award on behalf of my own company, JK Tyre & Industries. And in fact, I feel that the 17,000 strong Team JK Tyre are the one who really made it happen.
I'm pleased that the relationship between the BBC and India, a relationship which goes back 80 years, should be recognised in this way.
The Honourable President of India, late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, was the first Distinguished Fellow of the IOD in June 1994.
I do hope you will continue to encourage and support people in different walks of life towards contributing to the national good, to national development in right earnest.
Everyone's board in this country is now being led by corporates, and people who are achievers in their own private lives are now also using their might and also their money in uplifting everyone's boards, even in public life. So thank you very much.
What kind of directors I'm looking for? It's the difference between people of my generation and the people of the next generation is we had the questions we were afraid to ask. Youngsters are not afraid to ask the questions, and you need questions asked in boardroom.
Ecosystem is today in a certain amount of confusion that what is happening. People are also worried about rules being changed too often, too frequently.
Today's globally competitive market and business environment demands world-class professionals as board directors. The IOD pioneered directors' education has been a huge leap forward to meet this demand. Over the years, IOD has trained more than 6,000 directors as certified corporate directors through over 40 training courses annually, developing independent and women directors for effective and diverse boards.
Inclusion is what is going to help you deliver more profitability and more sustainability. So please put that into action in your business.
Increasing numbers of ambitious companies will have the opportunity to build multinational brands should they wish. With this enhanced opportunity comes increased responsibility.
The condensed Masterclass training course for directors, a 3-day certified program started in the year 2003, helps in bringing best practices and up-to-date knowledge on a range of boardroom, commercial and legal issues covering corporate governance, sustainability, risk management, culture, ethics and stakeholder engagement.
Corporate governance, sustainability, transparency, efficacy are all part of the business models that we wish to see, not just for our businesses, but for all businesses.
Another feather in the IOD cap is the Board Research and Advisory Services. Through BR&A, IOD helps to identify and surmount the barriers impeding the board's effectiveness and compliance through specialised advisory, consultancy and training services. Its advisory services on annual compliance and board evaluation practices have been a great support for medium and small industries.
The Institute of Directors is a great organization, and the expectation is that it would be something that would open new thoughts, new avenues.
It has a special division called Organisation for Non-Executive Independent Directors, a platform to look after the interests of these directors. Recently, it also launched an MSME division in association with the MSME Ministry to enable India's growth engines to learn business management, finance, digitization and effective compliance and governance.
The biggest possible help for MSME is the market access. And this is where the big corporates, they can come forward and then ensure that market access to these units. And that is the biggest possible source of CSR, I would say.
Building an effective business network is vital. Every year, IOD conducts a large number of workshops, seminars, national and international conventions on current boardroom challenges, covering themes ranging from corporate governance, sustainability, leadership, business excellence, corporate social responsibility, environment and climate change.
This type of conferences bring together the intelligentsia, and we are able to deliberate, and certainly some policy changes can happen because of this conference.
IOD has really been very instrumental in enhancing the trade and investment between India and UK.
Not only is it a very good networking place, but it is also a place where there is a lot of credibility to the people who come here, because the people who are invited here will be people of eminence in their own fields.
It's important for us to be working alongside other organizations, institute, implement the best practices, share our own best practices and build on that.
To make India a preferred investment destination, annual outreach programs, global business meets and workshops are also conducted, not only in different parts of the country, but also global business hubs like London, Dubai and Singapore since 2003 to promote global exchange of ideas and networking.
It's one of the best global conference, London Global Conference of IOD, because the theme is corporate governance.
I just want to not only thank the organisers for the award and everyone that has made this evening's event possible, but just to reflect upon the UK-India relationship.
Well, it's absolutely fascinating to be talking about the long-standing relationship between UK and India, to hear questions from businesses.
Many businesses, and I'm glad to see that Singapore is one of the most highest investment destinations into India. This is a great forum to make new friends. Come and live here, do business here. It's a great hub and a gateway to Asia.
What we want to take out from this conference is a strategy for these changing times.
One of the early prime initiatives of IOD has been the institution of the Golden Peacock Awards that have become a benchmark of corporate excellence globally, attracting more than 1,000 applications for 15 different corporate functional verticals annually. Former Chief Justice of India, Chairman, National Human Rights Commission of India and National Commission for Constitution of India Reforms, Justice M.N. Venkatacharya, is the National Chairman of IOD and also the Chairman of these coveted awards jury.
The boards must consist of people who are ethical, honest, accountable, transparent, and last but not the least, innovative.
These awards have a meticulously defined and transparent 3-level evaluation criteria managed by independent professional assessors. Today, no other business award is accorded such recognition and patronage, known as a badge of excellence globally.
These awards, Your Highness, encourage us to continue investing in ideas, solutions for our customers and stakeholders.
There have to be groups which take people along and participative management of various environmental issues. I think that's the purpose why Golden Peacock Awards are given.
I've been associated with this award since last 10-12 years, and they are very, very selective. They have a very good jury meet, and it's very encouraging.
In order to connect directors with research, policy initiatives and thought leadership, IOD has an extensive range of professional publications, handbooks for directors and a monthly journal, Director Today. These help keep members updated on current and emerging corporate boardroom policies and business and corporate processes for smooth business functioning. Another milestone has been the setting up of the IOD Foundation to promote inclusive growth. The Institute of Directors has not only made a positive impact by training and mentoring thousands of senior corporate executives and directors, but has metamorphosed the way businesses function, acting as an unparalleled catalyst in the process of innovation, leadership, and global competitiveness.
For the growth, success and safety, you are our partners here. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Arun sir. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Right. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Fine, sir. Sir, slightly pull down the camera, so you will be in the frame nicely.
Better now?
President sir is also in the frame. Thank you so much, sir. Very good morning, sir.
Yeah. Good morning. Hello, Alisa. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Very nice to see you.
Yes, after such a long time.
Yeah.
As you can see, I'm wearing a jacket because Bangalore is very cold now.
Hello. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep. Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, sirs.
Good morning, Rajiv.
You're on.
Rajiv, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Distinguished speakers, moderators, and guests, namaskara and good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. As we emerge from the last 2 years of uncertainty and now venturing into a new workplace, it's critical that all executives in the industry and other organizations demonstrate flexibility, creativity, patience, and compassion, which can be driven by partnership, trust, confidence, and certainty in the industry. Since 2020, the pandemic has disrupted the planning of this conclave, and we kept on postponing it, keeping with various themes in mind and upgrading it based on the situation. However, it did not deter us, and we continue to work more vigorously, and finally, the jinx has been broken. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Brigadier Rajiv Kapoor, the Regional Director for Karnataka, Kerala, and Goa, Institute of Director, and based in Bangalore, and your host for the event. It is an honor for me to welcome and thank all our esteemed speakers, distinguished guests from industry, MSME, and IOD members and associates, and all those who have joined us virtually from the distant places. Your participation shows your continued and strong commitment to the IOD process. It is gratifying that IOD has been organizing and coordinating conferences at international, national, and regional level for more than now 30 years. Until date, it has been appreciated by the community for the service rendered by IOD in various activities wherein leaders, thinkers, and policymakers are brought under one roof to discuss and deliberate the challenges and opportunities on some of the critical, sensitive, current, and futuristic issues impacting the spectrum of governance, business, and civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, in the current financial year, IOD Bangalore, in association with MSME Development Institute, Government of India, Bangalore, is organizing a day-long its first hybrid regional conclave titled Scaling Through Collaboration, where an empowered panel of speakers would be discussing the theme of sustainability and development for MSME towards building new India, highlighting the role of MSMEs in India's futurist economic growth. Before introducing the program, let me sketch some of the force multipliers who have come forward in making the event happen in the form of our valuable partners. Our first partner is e-Samudaya as our principal partner, and in the backdrop of COVID-19 lockdowns and the great migration to digital commerce, eSamudaya.com was created by 5 founders with an aim to democratize digital. As the wealth creation process in moving rapidly from physical world to the digital world, every aspect of human life is rapidly being mediated by the digital interfaces with unseen artificial intelligence guiding these decisions. In such a world, it is imperative that everyone making an effort to make digital work for himself rather than become a number in someone's digital platform without knowing how the algorithms in these platforms are making us fully dependent. Towards this, eSamudaya.com has developed an infrastructure called Web3 Level 0, which can be described as a network of circles. And this aspect shall be deliberated and explained in detail by the founder of eSamudaya.com, Mr. Anup Pai. We thank eSamudaya for getting associated with us as the proud partner for this event, the MSMEs for New India, and particularly Mr. Anup Pai for all the support he extended for making this happen. Thank you very much, Anup. Our next partner is State Bank of India, Bangalore, who is our gold partner for this event. As we all are aware that State Bank of India, a well-known bank with undisputed reputation, is an Indian multinational public sector bank and financial services statutory body headquarters in Mumbai, Maharashtra. It is the 43rd largest bank in the world and largest bank in India with a 23% market share by assets and a 25% share of the total loan and deposit market, and is the 5th largest employer in India with nearly 250,000 employees, with 26% representation of women employees. And on 7th October 2013, Ms. Arundhati Bhattacharya was nominated and became the first woman to be appointed as the chairperson of the bank. Ladies and gentlemen, SBI provides a range of banking products to its network of branches in India with 191 overseas offices spread over 36 countries. Under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, SBI held 11,300 camps and opened over 3 million accounts, which included 2.1 million accounts in rural areas and 1.57 million accounts in urban areas. The SBI Group has more than 70,000 ATMs and also offers an integrated digital banking platform named as YONO. In March 2020, as part of the RBI direction, State Bank of India acquired 48.2% of the shares of Yes Bank as a rescue deal. We thank the management of SBI, especially Shri MVR Murthy, DGM Bangalore North, for all the support he extended to us. Our next partner is Accordion's Business Services LLP, who have supported this event as the bronze partner. Accordion's Business Services has been conceptualized and set up to make sure that the hard-earned money works hard to maximize its value for those who work to earn. Accordion's is classified as a non-government company registered at the Registrar of Companies, Chennai, with a vision to help clients across the globe to make profits in the stock market through systematic and disciplined trading principles, and has a successful track record of more than a decade. It is involved in trading in the Indian stock market through strong scientific research and analysis, which involves fundamental and technical analysis and helps their limited liability partners create cash flows through the stock market. Accordion's also delivers customized financial programs to entrepreneurs, big and small businesses, and other service providers like doctors, auditors, lawyers, IT professionals, including small investors, etc. The founders of this company are Mr. Janardhan Sundaram and Mr. Mohan Babu Vijayan. Mr. Lakshmi Narayan Sundaram, their head of the analysis wing, have featured multiple times in the magazines like Forbes India, Business Today, India Today, etc. The Bangalore operations are headed by a young and dynamic Mr. Aruna Chaleshwaran and their company nominated business strategy consultant, Mr. Chaitanya Veli, who are well with us. We thank the management of Accordions for all the support extended by them in making this event happen. And I would also like to thank them for joining the IOD family as the institutional life member. Thank you very much. Now, taking it forward, ladies and gentlemen, IOD and MSME are those platforms wherein these two institutes have come together to bridge this gap by organizing this seminar. It is an ongoing effort to promote dialogue, cooperation amongst all stakeholders, which will raise awareness amongst all as to how they could be addressed and facilitate the role of entrepreneurship and support MSME in the green and sustainable environment where all stakeholders shall play an important role, leaving no one behind. It is my hope that the seminar and subject shall produce thought-provoking ideas and useful empirical information for all the participants and accredited observers who contribute instrumentally to take the movement forward. After the inaugural session, renowned and distinguished speakers from industry and government shall share their views and experience on various topics by giving due diligence, mechanism and challenges, and how they work to decode their roadmap and empower the MSME towards building resilience in the path of self-reliance, which can be fruitfully used for better in verticals like food processing and export, and the use of resources for innovation today, which is the key to human welfare and sustainable development. The green mobility, electric vehicles, and associated infrastructure, again a burning topic, and it will take us into driving into a cleaner future. The third topic is going to be on the supply chain management and logistics, the digital ecosystem with agility to build the sustainable logistics and create a better business outcome for the MSME sector, which shall be followed by the last session, which is a panel discussion on finance, highlighting and enabling digital transformation of the MSME sector by providing market access through open network for digital commerce, that is ONDC, and other government initiatives in reducing the cost and speed of the capital by open credit enablement network, that is OCEN, thereby creating a favorable ecosystem for the MSME, which is the nerve center for all the above verticals. Also, there shall be two presentations, one by Mr. Shri MVR Murali Krishna, Deputy General Manager, State Bank of India, Bangalore North, and followed by Mr. Anup Pai, co-founder eSamuday.com, who will enrich the convention with inclusive and comprehensive solutions to the issue, highlighting the activities, policies, and user-friendly approach adopted by them for the MSME sector. Lastly, I'm a firm believer that the seminars have no definite conclusions or formal outcomes, but I'm confident that the knowledge shared through the lively discussion will offer plenty of material for reflection and use in every field, including the MSME sector. With this as background, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Shri Arun Balakrishnan, who due to pressing commitment shall join us virtually and start the proceeding with his welcome address. Mr. Arun Balakrishnan is the former chairman and managing director of Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, a Fortune 500 company, and also the founder chairman of HPCL Mittal Energy Limited, that is HMEL, a petroleum refining company conceived as a public-private partnership. Currently, Mr. Balakrishnan is on the boards of a number of companies as independent director, besides being a member of the board of governors, University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Bangalore. He is also the honorary chairman of the Institute of Directors, Bangalore. Without wasting much time, I would now request Mr. Balakrishnan to kindly come forward and take over the proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Brigadier Rajiv Kapoor, for the generous introduction. Let me at the outset congratulate the Institute of Directors, Bangalore, and the MSME Development Institute, Bangalore, for getting together for conducting this much needed seminar on MSMEs. The theme is Scaling Through Collaboration, Sustainability and Development for MSME Towards Building a New India. A hearty welcome to all of you who have logged in today and who are physically present at the seminar's site. It is a sign of the times we live in that this program is done on a hybrid mode. So the speakers and some of you in the audience too do not have to travel distances to share views and thoughts. And besides restraining from adding to the carbon emissions and contributing to the zero carbon targets of the government. It would have been my pleasure to join you all in person, which was the original plan. However, due to an unforeseen emergency meeting of a company on whose board I sit, I will have to wait for another opportunity for interacting with you in person. Mr. Shailesh Kumar Singh, Additional Secretary and Development Commissioner, Ministry of MSME, Government of India, was to be our chief guest. I understand he is unable to do so due to a more important commitment. I am delighted that the Honorable President of IOD, General J.S. Ahluwalia, will be delivering a special address immediately hereafter. I am sure this learned speaker will set the tone for this seminar. The inaugural speech will be delivered by Mr. G.R. Akadas, Director, MSME Development Institute, Government of India, Bangalore. I must also thank my friend, Mr. Deepak Hota, former CNMD of BEML, who has years of experience in doing business with MSMEs, for taking time out to deliver the keynote address. There are other distinguished speakers whom I haven't had the privilege of interacting with. I am sure they will share their wisdom and experience with all of us. The role of SMEs in the economic development of the country is well known, be it in terms of employment generation, of exports earning valuable foreign exchange, introducing innovative technologies as ancillary industries to large manufacturing units, and a full range of other contributions. Like some of you, I too have dealt with a wide range of MSMEs in the company that I had worked earlier. I continue to be associated with MSMEs as I am currently on the board of one very innovative company and also as an advisor and shareholder in 3 other MSMEs. The most principal issue with MSME policy is that the size, technology, markets, etc. are so different from each other that it is impossible to put them all in one basket. At the same time, almost every policy change by the central or state governments, the Reserve Bank of India, and the public sector banks, and similar such institutions can have tremendous impact on the profitability and survival of the sector. I recall the changes in 1990s when the Indian economy was unshackled and opened up for foreign competition. The change was so sudden that many MSMEs whom I had dealt with personally and whom I know very well just vanished. A relative of mine who supplied plastic extruded parts to a well-known luggage manufacturer lost his customers overnight. As he said, the Chinese imports were priced lower than his raw material costs. The same happened to some extent with demonetization, introduction of GST, and COVID in the recent past, due to the entire country being shut down. Well, all these policy initiatives by the government would result in long-term benefits for the country. In the short term, it has hurt the smaller companies very grievously. Customers of MSME companies also have their issues, and I am one of them as well. These include products not conforming to specifications, diversion of scarce raw materials, etc. I recall a friend who had a small unit in the 1980s telling me that he made more money by selling the controlled products of the time, such as steel and cement, than producing what these raw materials are meant to be used. Of course, these are all old stories, and I'm sure the members sitting here and in part of this seminar have traveled much beyond that, and they are very well integrated to ensure uninterrupted supplies to their customers and with the right quality as well. So what is the situation today? China and more recently Russia has caused immense hardships for all countries and companies. The breakdown of supply chain for key components and raw materials due to shutdown of prominent cities in China, disruptions in transportation, and increase in cost of coal, oil, and gas, fossil fuels as we call them, because of the Russian-Ukraine war, higher inflation leading to erosion of purchasing power of consumers, and the inability of manufacturers to pass on increasing costs to the consumers have all disrupted manufacturing in India and the world. And to tame inflation, the RBI has recently increased the repo rate for banks. There is a series of incidents which are having tremendous impact, not only on MSMEs, but also on industry in general. The question to ask, are these the only issues for us? I regret to say no, we have many more issues. Climate change has been affecting every country and every state in India. Climate change is a result of increase in ambient temperature on a planet. The major countries of the world have agreed to restrict the increase in temperature to a maximum of 2 degrees centigrade to what it was before the start of the Industrial Revolution. We have already seen an increase of 1 degree, and all efforts are being made across the world to keep the increase to a maximum of 1.5 by the year 2030. Since increase in ambient temperature is due to greenhouse gases accumulating in the stratosphere, and carbon is the main culprit for increase in the GHGs, there is a focus for reducing carbon emissions drastically. And carbon comes predominantly from fossil fuels, coal and oil. All of you know that. While electric and hydrogen-powered vehicles are in focus, there will be pressure on all manufacturing units to switch to zero carbon technologies. MSMEs and their guardian ministries in the country need to start acting on these issues without any delay, lest there be serious climate-related consequences. Okay? The question is, can individual units take on these challenges? Maybe they can, but a more optimal way of doing it would be in collaboration with similar units located in nearby or adjacent locations, so that the costs can be shared and economies of scale can be a solution for generating alternate sources of energy, such as solar, wind, or even tidal for that matter. There's a need for such collaboration even for effluent treatment as well, so that scarce groundwater resources is not contaminated. Chimney emissions can also be collectively cleaned using cost-effective technologies. The challenges are many, but the government is seen to offer a helping hand wherever required by streamlining many of the processes. And one example I know is Udayam registration. Similarly, the GEM, or the Government e-market portal of the government, has seen a growing customer base over the years. This will at least partly take care of the marketing issues faced by the MSME sector. IOD on its part will be playing a key role in disseminating best practices. IOD will have a series of seminars in the future that can address some, if not all, these issues. And we look forward to your participation and collaboration when these happen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Rajiv, back to you.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the context for this seminar. Thank you very much. Right off your busy schedule, you make it happen.
Yeah.
As always. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Lieutenant General J.S. Ahluwalia, PVSM retired, who is the President of Institute of Directors, India, and World Environment Foundation, that is WEF. We are grateful to you, sir, for accepting our invite and agreed to give a special address. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a word about him. The General Officer retired from the Army in December 1994 as the Chief Executive and Director General of Corps of Electronics and Mechanical Engineers, Indian Army. During his tenure as head of the Technical Corps of the Indian Army, he brought in many revolutionary changes in the field of engineering support plan and repair philosophy in the battle areas, for which he was awarded Param Vishesh Seva Medal by the President of India. A postgraduate in electronics, engineering and MBA, and has undergone extensive training in France, UK, USSR, and Japan, with specialization in engineering support to guided weapon systems. A postgraduate in electronics, in engineering and MBA, and has undergone extensive training in France, UK, USSR, Japan, with specialization in engineering support to guided weapon systems. He is also an alumnus of prestigious National Defense College, New Delhi, and College of Defense Management, Secunderabad. He is the chartered engineer and fellow member of a large number of foreign Indian professional engineering and management institutions like Chairman of Institution of Engineers, India, Delhi, President of Delhi Management Association, He has also been on the board of governors of Engineers Staff College of India, Delhi Institute of Technology, and president of Association of Quality and Environment Systems Assessors, that is AEQSA, and many other quality and certified bodies. Presently, he is the chairman of Safety and Quality Forum of the Institution of Engineers India and a member of number of corporate and organizational boards. Apart from leading 400 integrated audits of major organizations, he has conducted over 100 lead auditor training courses in these areas, both in UK and India. In 2008, he was selected by the World Bank for Train the Trainer program in corporate governance. He is a specialist trainer in the boardroom practices, corporate governance, sustainability, CSR, integrated management system, and corporate strategy, including balanced scorecard. He has organized and addressed over 200 important national and international seminars and several workshops and training programs in India and abroad. An avid writer, has authored book on TQM, Total Quality Management, Concepts and Practices in 1993, and till date has edited and published over 80 corporate management books published by Tata McGraw, Hills and others. Since inception, he has been the professional advisor and member of the jury of the prestigious Golden Peacock Awards for Corporate Excellence in 14 corporate functional areas. May I now call upon Lieutenant General J.S. Aluwalia, PVSM retired, President of IOD, to address the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall also be joining virtually from Delhi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rajiv. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome on behalf of the Institute of Directors to Dr. Deepak Hora, ex-former CMD BML, as our honored chief guest today. Mr. G.K. Akadas, Director MSME, Shri Arun Balakrishnan, former CMD HPCL, Shri R.D. Rajan, former CMD RCF, and honored guests and MSME colleagues and IOD members. As is mentioned, IOD is a not-for-profit, an association of corporate directors of India, headquartered in Delhi and regional offices in all metro towns, including Bangalore. The objective is training and updating of corporate directors. Special focus on independent and women directors. Preparing effective boards for tomorrow. Practices, governance, and annual performance evaluations of the board and directors. Through training courses, training is special information. The top of it is Masterclass for corporate directors. Then networking of directors through annual, regional, national, international conventions, 3 of them abroad in London, Dubai, and Singapore. Raise organizational quality in 14 different corporate verticals, functional areas called Golden Peacock Awards. They have become a badge of excellence around the world. Prepare a number of guide publications for corporate directors and represent directors' views with the ministry, MCA, SEBI, and the media. IOD has, of course, been assisting MSMEs since 2017. That's nearly 5 years back, training their leaders in management and governance, conducted nearly 10 programs with the Sadhan Group, preparing standard governance and compliance manual for MSME for Sadham, which was sponsored by the USAID, and signed a MOU with the Additional Development Commissioner, MSME, on 11th of November 2018 for assisting MSMEs in the development of management and governance and networking with the corporates by having these MSMEs join at our major national and international conferences to make contacts and to help their marketing. The MSME today, of course, is a very dynamic and highly vibrant sector of Indian economy. It's a bedrock of India's multi-pronged socio-economic growth. Informal, unorganized, vulnerable, economically risk-prone sector, tackling the twin problems of unemployment and poverty. It is more than 8 lakh units, employ nearly 12 crore labor, contribute 29% of India's GDP and 46% of India's exports. The year-to-year growth of MSME has been 18 to 20% per year. They have been adversely affected by the COVID pandemic during the last 2 years, which is yet to be over. The previous authors have already dealt with it, and the impact that it has had on the industry, very adverse impacts. There is time to focus on a comprehensive recovery. A roadmap is required. The government, of course, is helping with regulatory support, with reforms, and even financial stimulus packages. A large percentage of MSME still remains unbanked sector of economy, truly marginalized and economically vulnerable, because they have no credit history and no collaterals for financial credit available. They face severe credit squeeze and working capital problems also. MSME ministry support, for example, has been the Prime Minister's Modi's own 12-point plan, which he launched on 2 November 18. That has greatly helped. They brought in a number of reforms, created payment platforms, promoted startups. You know how from one startup nearly 10 years back, today we have more than 100 unicorns, how they have really grown up around the world. RBI, Reserve Bank, with MFINs and elaborate guidelines of 2015 has been regulating and ensuring transparency and ethical reporting. The MSME really need to scale up the organization resilience, their skills, digitization, project management. They need new technology to step up the value chain, which is very important. The good governance and promoting a cluster development approach is of a great help and great success wherever these have been done. The IOD has been ready to provide all help to MSMEs in leveraging available opportunities with them for their future growth. And I'm very glad for this Bangalore chapter to organize this very useful one-day seminar. And I wish you all a very useful convention. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for setting the tone for the seminar and giving such valuable inputs to the entire audience. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker in line is Mr. G.R. Akadas, Director, MSME Development Institute, Government of India, Bangalore. Ladies and gentlemen, he has been the force multiplier in helping us in curating this program, and his team led by Mr. Gopinath Rao, Deputy Director, MSME, extended all assistance to us, which helped us administratively and technically in restructuring the program, for which I'm extremely thankful. Before I invite Mr. Akadas to the dais, a word about him. Mr. Akadas is a well-acclaimed professional with over 3 decades of experience, holding 2 technical degrees, that is BTech in Mechanical Engineering and Industrial Metallurgy from SDM College of Engineering, Dharwad, and PSG College of Technology, Coimbatore, respectively. Over the years, he has worked through myriad of engagements and has represented MSME and other organizations in leadership positions. To name a few, Mysore Kirloskar Limited, industries, services, institutes in places like Itanagar, which is in Arunachal Pradesh, Goa, and New Delhi. Also, he has professionally led and delivered engagement as Director MSME at Hubli, Hyderabad, Goa, and now is leading the Bangalore chapter. May I now call upon Mr. Akadas to come to the dais to give the inaugural speech as Director MSME, DI Bangalore. Over to you, Mr. Akadas.
Morning, everyone. So, I represent a Ministry of MSME, Government of India. The field office located in Bangalore. So, we cater to the needs of MSMEs in southern Karnataka, 17 districts. So, I'm glad that the IOD has focused now on from corporate world to MSMEs, as we are well aware the power of MSMEs in India. The biggest employer after agriculture, and it's a backbone of our economy, as already expressed by our previous speakers. So I would like to just brief you what the ministry and the government is doing to create an infrastructure which will benefit MSMEs. So I'll just brief the present infrastructure what we have throughout the country. So this office in Bangalore was started in 1956, and we have such 32 offices all over India with 28 branches spread in the remote areas where the MSMEs are existing. Apart from this, we had 18 technology centers dealing with different sectors for product development and process development. Recently, 15 more technology centers are opened with the World Bank aid. Then we have 4 regional testing centers in 4 metro cities and 8 testing stations, including one in Bangalore. So you all know during the pandemic how the MSMEs suffered, and we had set up a grievance redressal system online. It is called Champions Desk. Till now, even that is open, and we monitor it from morning 8 to night 8 o'clock. And within 24 hours, we try to solve the problems with the concerned authorities. So far, more than 1,000 queries we have addressed. The major issue with the MSMEs, even from the beginning, even now, is the credit issue. The timely credit which is not made available to the MSME sector. And with every bankers meet, we face these problems. The MSMEs always complain about the bankers. But we can't just blame only the bankers, because some of the issues are even existing with the MSMEs also. And with the present banking system, what I have observed, which is too traditional, and it needs to be a little modernized, because the eligibility of credit for a MSME, it is decided mainly by a software, a system. But the real capability of an entrepreneur is, I think, it is not really assessed well. And the present new concepts which are coming in the market, the new startups, new innovations, and there are some cases where no assets are created. So in such cases, bankers are left blank. They don't know how to finance it. But really, some genuine entrepreneurs are left deprived of the credit due to such issues. I think in the coming days, the bankers should look upon this, because only some venture capitalists and the angel investors are looking into these issues. Because with the existing infrastructure of incubation centers, like Atal Incubation Center set up by Niti Aayog, or by DST, or even by our ministry, some wonderful innovations and startups are going on. And I have seen around Bangalore some incubation centers where some startups sitting in a small room, which they are paying maybe hardly a rent of 10 to 15,000, and they are making a turnover of 100 to 200 crores. This is the scope for innovations. So apart from this, we are focusing on cluster development. It's like almost like a China model where we try to create a common facility with the government grants for a cluster of industries which are doing the almost same business. So it's a very successful program going on throughout India, and even in Karnataka, some common facility centers are set up under PPP model, private public partnership. And the basic focus now, especially the government of Karnataka, is on the agriculture sector, agro processing and food processing sector. So there is a special committee set up by the government to develop these clusters. And recently we have just released a scheme called as MSME Innovate, which consists of 3 components. One is supporting IPRs, then incubation centers, and design aspects. You may be aware there's a design center of excellence set up in Indian Institute of Science, where they support innovators and SMEs who require some help in developing their concepts and designs. You can apply online and get assistance, technical assistance from Indian Institute of Science, and capital or seed capital assistance from the Ministry of MSME. So every year around 25 ideas are being commercialized. Similarly, throughout India, such centers are being planned with the help of NID. Recent maybe be coming up in Gujarat. So the focus of the government is to create enough infrastructure to help the manufacturing sector come back into action. So there are so many new schemes which are already announced during the pandemic and just prior to the pandemic, like Stand Up India, Mudra loans, then sanctioning of a loan within 59 minutes, public sector banks, wherein if you online, if you enter your details, you'll get a provisional sanction letter. Then just 2 days back, MSME RuPay card, credit card was launched by the Honorable Union Minister. So 4 banks are involved in it, like SBM India, Bank of Baroda, HDFC, and Kotak Mahindra. These 4 banks are giving MSME RuPay credit cards. These are just like Kisan credit cards for the emergency credit, but it will be on your Udyam registration. So these are the things in brief which I wanted to mention. Apart from, there are several other schemes which needs a lot of time to deliberate. So mainly, there is also, just remember, there's a credit guarantee scheme where you can get collateral-free loans up to 2 crores. Of course, everything depends on your project report. So once again, I thank IOD for the opportunities given to MSME Development Institute and bringing together the corporate world and MSMEs together. Myself and Brigadier Kapoor, we have been working for this since I think 3 to 4 months, and he has tremendously put a lot of efforts to bring all of us together. And let's hope the deliberations and the papers presented in this event will help a lot and bring new ideas and new entrepreneurs in the MSME world. So all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akadas, for such a valuable input which you have shared with all of us with respect to the MSME and the challenges being faced by the MSME sector. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is an important personality, and we, on behalf of Institute of Directors, Bangalore, and MSME Development Institute, Bangalore, extend a hearty welcome to Dr. Deepak Kumar Hota, former Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Earth Movers Limited. We are honored to have him amongst us and grateful for accepting our invite to be the chief guest and agreed to give a keynote address. Thank you very much, sir. A brief profile about him. Dr. Deepak Kumar Hota is an alumnus of St. Stephen's College and XLRI Jamshedpur. He is the former chairman and managing director of BEML with over 38 years of experience and as member of BEML board for over 7 years. He aggressively pursued the Make in India policy and built the BEML brand with a record order book comprising of Mumbai metro delivery trains, 200-ton electro-drive dump trucks, and main battle tank engine 1500 HP, which being a vehicle person, I can always vouch for it, what are the challenges he must have faced in bringing it to shape. During the process, he also ensured 80% captive green energy, thrust on IPR and exports. He engaged McKinsey to identify growth opportunities within and outside India to exploit Atmanirbharta, and as head of PICI, Public Procurement Chair Policy, he took up issues for Atmanirbharta with the Government of India. As Vice President, Southern Region, he actively pursued the UN Global Compact agenda on sustainability. He has been recipient of several awards and won accolades, of which few I would just like to highlight. The Machinist Hall of Fame, XLRI Distinguished Alumnus Award, Top Challengers Award at Construction World Global Awards, NHRD Awards for Most Seasoned HR Professional of the Year, and the list continues. He was also awarded honorary degree of PhD by Manav Rachna Educational Institutions, that is MREI, for his impactful work on Make in India, and was also elected as the Vice Chairman of SCORE. Currently, he's a board member in XUV University, Bhubaneswar, Steering Committee IFTDO 2022, member I2P2M, governing body, member IOD Bangalore, board member, IOD Bangalore, strategic advisor to various defense companies, advisor personality test board for civil services, main examination 2021. Currently, he is based in Bangalore, and now may I call upon Dr. Deepak Kumar Hota to share his thoughts on the importance and growth of MSME sector. Over to you, sir. Good morning. How much time do you have? What is the time? Till 11 o'clock. Okay. So what I'll do is, good morning, Rajan Saab and all my other colleagues. Good to see people from BEML. MSME, I think, doesn't need any encouragement from IOD. It's not about corporate. I think MSME is at the heart of Make in India. And if India has to move forward, MSMEs has to be there. And Honorable Prime Minister's Make in India and Atmanirbhar is getting reiterated by the recent war that we have seen, where people have realized self-reliance is most important. And therefore, you cannot depend on any other alliances to take care of your needs. You have to take care of it yourself. This morning, I was just reading, An Economist is a magazine which is extremely, muted in its praise for India. But there was this picture, and a picture is worth 1,000 words. You had Honorable Prime Minister, he is on a three-wheeler, and there's a whole lot of vehicles with, hearts, garlands on it, which are all the developed economies. And he's leaping over the air. I think that says it all. After the Ukraine war, we would have seen how the status of India, how countries are scampering to come and sign free trade agreements with us. At the heart of it all is the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and within that, driving that is the MSME. After the deregulation, we've had, mixed feelings. We always felt we could not do as good as the Eastern economies. Manufacturing missed us. Sometimes, we feel that we can become China. Sometimes we are bogged down by a demographic profile. But be as it may, in the recent past, and this is what Economist says yesterday, I think this morning it came out. He says an indigenous tech stack, a set of state-sponsored digital services that link ordinary Indians with an electronic identity, payments and tax systems, and bank accounts. The rapid adoption of these platforms is forcing a vast informal cash economy into the 21st century. Now, in India, we are so caught down in our political arenas and areas. Somebody will say UIDI was done, by the previous government. This was done there. But the point is, it is no mean task when you look at $200 billion payment have been effected in the last 36 months to about 950 million people. This, I think, and this is what the Economist says, will have a huge multiplier effect. And we have seen how it is making life so easy. So you mentioned about somebody taking a house on rent and doing 200 crores of business. I'm not too sure whether he needs a place to take on rent. Virtually, you can just do everything. And the government has been so innovative. And I'm basically, sir, you mentioned about the engine and all that. I'm not an engineer. I don't understand engineering, Rajan sir. I read your book. You are a hardcore engineer. But I think as a chairperson of BML and being on the board for about 7-8 years, I realized a whole lot of things which relate to human beings. And I have found the MSME sector, the government of India, the Honorable Finance Minister, every now and then coming out with schemes, training programs. Just the other day, I was actually trying to get Niti Aayog, Amitabh Kant's department, somebody to speak on ONDC. Somehow, there was a space where somebody said somebody's handling MSME, somebody said DPIIT is doing. So, there was very little time, so we gave up. The point there I'm trying to make is, Amitabh ji, just 2 days back, he inaugurated an experience center for drones. And the Honorable Aviation Minister was also there. The point I'm trying to make is, there are so many things happening. And the number of schemes, sir, that you mentioned about MSMEs, I've been in the corporate world. We have problems rolling out so many schemes. And yet, you all have your hands on it. And every day you see, it's not for nothing. ICICI Bank comes out with a separate banking system just for MSMEs. It may be charity because of a little nudge from the government, but I would say there's a lot of business sense for it. So this is what the MSME sector is all about at the heart of the Atmanirbhar story. India's vision of a 5 trillion economy, I think, is very important. And for that, we need to move forward. If you look at the GDP growth, despite it having been revised from 9.5 to 9 to 8.2 because of the recent Ukraine war and whatever, it may even go down further, not an issue. But still amongst the greatest economies, big economies, it is a very, very high rate of GDP, and it's no mean task at such a time. You have the PM Gati Shakti program, 81 high impact infrastructure projects have been outlined. And there, to ensure the coordination among the various ministries, this has been done. The door is, can somebody shut the door, please? Thank you. NHAI is breaking records. Someday we hear 20 kilometers, someday 30 kilometers, someday 40 kilometers. It's not a joke. They are doing it. The bullet train between Mumbai and Ahmedabad and other places, it's happening. The Mumbai Metro has got inaugurated. By the way, BEML, my previous company where I was chairman, we have supplied this, and this is a driverless train. But if you see whether it is RRTS, Rapid Rail Road Transport between Delhi to Meerut, which will be in 55 minutes, you find there are a lot of issues between the state and the center. Now, what do we do with that? These are the headwinds. But I think being a democratic setup, we do not have the luxury of certain countries we can bamboozle. So we are taking the people along and we are doing it. And MSME is a very, very core, what would I say, area in our development. Recently, we saw the COVID. We did not have PPE manufacturing. We did not have vaccines. The way we coped up, the beauty is in the resilience of the Indian economy and the MSMEs. And I think they have sustained and hardened themselves. by going through such, even if you say the GST or the demonetization or the COVID, the recent Ukraine impact, now you're having the fuel prices. But every time we weather it, we come out stronger. As you can see, even today, the stock market has, I think, slightly gone up. Now, impact of technology, I think there are a lot of speakers who are going to speak on this. There are a lot of panel discussions. I shall not get into that. But I would just focus on my industry where I work for, the defense industry. Atmanirbharta and the defense industry are very, very closely interlinked. We have seen, we talk about indigenization. Now, whether the indigenization is 40% or 70% is all the difference between actual Atmanirbharta or paperwork Atmanirbharta. If the foreign OEM on a TOT model keeps supplying you spares, keeps supplying you upgrades, doesn't give you the software codes, doesn't give you the IPR rights, it is no indigenization. So we have been struggling at this, and even issues like having the arbitration center, the seat of arbitration center in Singapore, where you have to deposit 3-4 crores. That also. So these are some of the things which are being taken up by the government, and I think it will really help. The other thing is, if you look at DRDO, they have sanctioned about 164 crores. These are figures I picked up from somewhere, to 2,611 companies for indigenization of 150 technologies. That's huge. They have put a nodal agency to look at the certification facilities. Certification facility, gentlemen and ladies, is extremely important. I remember when we did the Mumbai metro, an entire metro, can you imagine, so huge as it is, has to be shipped all the way to a foreign country so that the squeeze test, crash test, EMI, EMC test, all that can happen. Now, we don't have such centers in India. So today I'm glad to see that the government is taking this up. And we, of course, we took it up with railways, but you know, there are territorial issues. You are defense, we are railways, you know, all that. So that the government is doing, which I think is going to go a long way. They're also ensuring, and this is where I have always been, you know, very vociferously stating before the powers that be in the defense ministry, for a variety of reasons. You can't blame anybody. The order, the time it takes to place an order, there are so many, you know, ifs and buts and committees and, you know, questions, and you have the, you know, audit, vigilance, etc., etc. That takes a lot of time. So by the time the MSME or whoever applies for it, and then, you know, the commodity prices have gone up, how would you do it? And there is no provision in the contract that you can increase the cost. There is no variation clause. I remember we had a contract which we had done at 48 rupees dollar convertibility. Today it is 75, and I don't think we have seen the light of the day. And the government says we cannot pay you because that is what the contract says. So I think MSME industry and the ministry must be looking at this. Panda Saab must be, you know, he's just taken over, I know. So he must be looking at this. So I would say we have to be very mindful as MSMEs, and we should tell our ultimate suppliers and customers that indigenization, if you have to do for the sake of Atmanirbharta, please go whole hog and do it. If you have to even pay money for the IPR, go ahead and do it. But don't go halfway, because when your product becomes a success, then you are done. The second aspect that I want to focus on is MSMEs, women entrepreneurs. Now, there's no reason why 50% of the population almost is women, and you have less than 1% MSMEs of women. And, you know, there are studies, I don't have to get into all that, which shows that women entrepreneurs, when they are earning, they look after the education of the kids much better. The future of the country is taken care of. It is good for the society. I don't have to get there. It is extremely important for the overall well-being of the nation that women MSMEs have to be encouraged at all costs. And this is my request to all corporates who are here to do it. If you look at the numbers of MSMEs of women, it's about 20.37%. That's a figure I've got from somewhere. Micro is about 20.4, small is 5.26, medium is 2.67. Mostly they are rural areas and solopreneurs, single. Now, what are the problems they face? So some of the problems that you mentioned, they of course have societal barriers, invisible and visible. They have a lack of credit history. Now, when I myself don't have a credit history, where is the question of a lady who was looking after a house having a credit history? They lack acceptable collateral. The husband must be saying, "Arey, you want to do business? No, no, sorry, I will not let you." These are all issues. Acceptable collateral, securing timely and adequate capital, business operation experience, etc., etc. So as a result, what happens? They turn to their near and dear ones, and this is where the role of association comes in very handy. I would like to spend some time. Threads and all, I think, will be dealt later, so I will not get there. I think there's a time constraint, I know. So if you look at the role of associations, as per MOSPI, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, they have some numbers of MSMEs which are there. If you look at the number of MSMEs as per the Udyam portal, it is at variance. Now that says a lot of story, and that also shows the kind of work that we have to do. It means, as per the number mismatch, there are only 11% which are registered and have access to formal support. But if you look at the associations, they have, they get together, they form industry associations. I remember when we used to go to foreign exhibitions, some of these MSME would support them. We had a lot of them in Pune, Coimbatore, even in Bangalore. So together they would go, they would manage the hotel. So that was something which was very good. They would also have peer learning. They would have co-shared industry parks. They would have the ability collectively to raise money, etc., etc. So I would say that this is a very important thing. It needs to be encouraged. Sometimes the association may get out of hand also. So there's a fine balance that we need to look at. Now, as far as the payment delay is concerned, I would just say, I think we need to just appeal to the moral senses, the moral values of the people who are buying the stuff. You cannot just say MSMED 2006 or 2016, it came 45 days, this interest. Now, how many of them are going to the TREDS platform even for taking care of the payment? How many of them are going to the MSME Samadhan, Sambandh? Itne sare, sir, so many portals and so many. I went to the website, by the way, it's extremely impressive. But at the end of it, I was a little confused. Yaar, kahan jana hai? So that I thought was a feedback I could give you. So on the technology front, there is one very big force multiplier which is coming up. And I think Brigadier Saab was trying to get a speaker for that. I don't know whether you have it. ONDC, somebody's coming to speak. Now, ONDC is something which all of you must be aware, or if you're not aware, I will just take a minute to tell you something about the ONDC. This was incorporated as a Section 8 non-profit company, and it is pegged to be a 200 billion opportunity till 2027. This will be not a platform-centric model, and it has been rolled out in 5 cities: Delhi, Bangalore, Bhopal, Shillong, and Coimbatore. Please note the places where it is being launched. Very interesting. Not the traditional Mumbai, Calcutta, Delhi, Madras. No. And this will be expanded to 100 cities by October. This is going to give a level playing field. Now, all of us, we've ordered in Amazon and Flipkart and all that. So when we order there, we've seen, typically you order something, you'll find there's a supplier called Cloudtail. You would have heard Cloudtail. Now, this belongs to a very influential group in the country. All the business goes there only. Whereas this ONDC, let us see, there would be a lot of headwinds that they will face. How they can take it forward, we don't know. Before I conclude, just one last point on the budget 2023. This has been a major enabler. Of course, there's many a slip between the cup and the lip, and whatever has been announced, we need to see how judiciously it is going to be implemented. Because in this country, we have elections around the year and every year. So those issues also factor in somewhere. You have the Udyam, eShram, NCS, ASEEM portals, which are going to be interlinked, I'm told. That's what the Finance Minister, Honorable Minister, has said. Additional credit to 130 lakh MSMEs under the Emergency Credit Linked Guarantee Scheme, which again has been extended up to, I think, March 2023. This guarantee cover expanded by 50,000 crores to cover a total of 5 lakh crores. Maybe the numbers you would be in a better position to appreciate. There's a credit guarantee trust for micro and small enterprises, 2 lakh crore additional credit. And there is another program called RAMP, raising and accelerating MSME performance. 60,000 crores has been allotted for it. In conclusion, I would say, if India has to move, and it will, it shall, not only $5 trillion, but much more. And all of us here who are in this room would have the satisfaction of seeing that happen. And Atmanirbharta, and at the heart of Atmanirbharta is the MSME. So it is a moral duty. Not only we have to look at it, whether it makes sense for the company, Ranga, whether the MSMEs, this is another aspect I must cover. The aspect of provenness comes in. Now, if somebody is doing something for the first time, how can the thing be proven? I remember, I'm not an engineer, but in my company, my predecessor CMDs had come out with a product, a 200-ton dump truck. There were only 4 companies in the world which could make it. Everyone will come and see the thing and clap and say, wow, very good, and all that. They would take a ride. Raat gayi, baat gayi, forgotten. So we said, this cannot continue. What do we do? And we broke, hell, and right up to, it was with the blessings of the Honorable Prime Minister. So then a madam who's currently finance minister, she put in a word, she said, you give additional guarantees. If your product fails, so it's a trial come sale order, and we were able to do it. So same thing for MSMEs also. When you come out with a product, initially you're not born with it. You have to do it for the first time. So with some innovative bank guarantees, etc., sir, MSME ministry can look at it and persuade the banks also to step in. In conclusion, I would say that the women MSMEs can enable the elephant, which means India as a country, to dance and move towards Atmanirbharta in more ways than one. I would say that the Ukraine war, we have not seen the last of it. This is the only caveat that I'm giving. The recession that is getting triggered and the intent of the countries who are imposing sanctions, we are not too sure. And, engineers who've done systems thinking would know, I'm doing something here, but finally that damn thing leads back into me. So this is a very, very dangerous period, and we have to be very, very, alert about this, because India is in a very, very precarious position, and we have our own alignments, etc., etc. So with that, I would say that I am very happy and glad that IOD Bangalore, Rajan Saab, Brigadier Saab invited me to speak, and they've inducted me into the board of Bangalore IOD chapter. And my old boss in Hindustan Petroleum, Mr. Arun Balakrishnan, is the boss here. With that, I conclude, and thank you very much. It's been absolutely a pleasure talking to you. Brigadier Saab told me to reduce it, so I could have gone on for another 10 minutes, but even though he said you have all the time in the world, I know his body language said otherwise. Thank you. All the best. Let me thank Dr. Hota for such a talk, which he spoke so passionately. I got carried away because as DDG Technical and Administration and Border Road Organization, I was directly dealing with Bharat Earth Music Limited. And I have seen the change happening over there, how previously the things used to function, and when he took over, and how things moved, and that too at a very rapid pace. So thank you very much, sir, for everything what you have spoken. And as far as the defense sector is concerned, women entrepreneurship is concerned, and I hope MSME director will take cognizance of this particular thing. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We move to our next speaker. That is again a very important personality, who has taken our time to speak to us. We again, on behalf of Institute of Directors and MSME Development Institute, Bangalore, extend a hearty welcome to Shri M.V.R. Murli Krishna, Deputy General Manager, State Bank of India, Bangalore North. Mr. Murli joined SBI in 1986 and then worked upon way up to earn his seat as one of the top executives in SBI. He is currently serving as Deputy General Manager of Bangalore North Module. Prior to assuming his new role as the module head in Karnataka, Mr. Murali Krishna served in various capacities across the states of Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, the most notable of which are as regional manager in Hyderabad city and as the DGM Madurai module, where he headed the industrial belt of south of Tamil Nadu. Aided by his background in MA finance, he has amassed a great wealth of knowledge on the finance of India's MSME sector along the way. So Murali Krishna's dedication and determination to get results is well established by the numerous awards he has received during his distinguished service of 35 years. His strong ethics for hard work is only matched by his unrelenting passion for excellence in banking and financial services. Drawing from his repository of ideas and strategies to optimally finance and develop the MSME sector, he is here with us this morning to share his thoughts. Now, may I call upon Mr. Murali Krishna on dais. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I thank Ms. Brigadier Rajiv Kapoor for giving us this opportunity and making part of this wonderful gathering. Thank you so much, sir. In fact, I had the opportunity of meeting him a couple of months back when he visited our administrative office, and I was very much impressed the kind of initiatives taken by the Institute of Directors. Really, we are privileged. And when he explained they are going to conduct one seminar, I told him I'm the first person to support and we are ready to participate. Sir, all of you are aware, State Bank of India, we are pioneer in MSME, of course, in corporate financing also. And we never leave any opportunity when it comes to meet the MSME and participate in this kind of seminars. SBI has taken so many initiatives. Of course, all of you are aware, long history in banking, not only in MSME, in all sectors. Despite that, we are keeping pace with the changing environment, and whenever it is required, we are changing our systems, procedures to suit to the changing needs of the society and our customers. And when our GR Akadas was speaking, he was talking about using technology. Yes, sir, the banking industry, we are using technology. You know, earlier we were completely depending on balance sheet kind of financing, depending on balance sheet and all. Now we are using credit underwriting engines and all, which will help the cash flow also. We can assess the requirement not only based on the balance sheet, but also based on the cash flow. And this technology is used for giving us some kind of input, but we are not completely depending on technology. And the decision-making authority, the various committees are there to take a call based on the experience, whether it can be sanctioned or not. Sir, as far as the MSME financing in the bank is concerned, bank is well aware the need for what sir has explained, the 5 trillion economy, and obviously we should be the major stakeholders and part of the ongoing the growth in the MSME sector. And State Bank of India initially, sir, the setup is like this in SBI. The state will be headed by the Chief General Manager, and the modules will be headed by the Deputy General Manager. So I'm controlling 250 branches of State Bank of India, supported by 6 regional managers, and right from Bangalore to Chikbalapur, I am taking care. And sir, recently the bank, what the steps bank has taken, normally the regional managers are taking care of the business, not only MSME, they are responsible for so many, you know, that the banking industry, the kind of work and all, not only whether it is person segment or real estate, MSME, agriculture and all. As a result of which, what is happening, because so many areas are there with the regional manager, there is no special focus for the regional manager to focus exclusively on MSME. With this in view, the bank came out with a action plan, like one assistant general manager is exclusively posted in administrative office. His entire job is to take care of MSME. An exclusive person in the cadre of assistant general manager is posted in each and every module. As far as Karnataka is concerned, Bangalore, 2 assistant general managers are there. One is taking care of South Bangalore up to the Kolar, and another is from north to Chikbalapur, and others in one in Hubli, Mangalore, Mysore, and Mangalore, Mysore, Hubli, and Bangalore, 2 people. Total, all these assistant general managers, SME, they work from morning to evening entirely to meet MSME people and what best can be done to improve the MSME business in the state of Karnataka. Sir, in addition to that, we have exclusive branches. They are not doing the normal kind of business like the real estate and personal segment and all. They are exclusively catering to the needs of MSME sector only. And with me, one Mr. Amit, he is assistant general manager in Pina. You know, Pina is one of the most important places in the entire country. People used to say after China, Pina is the second place. And he is assistant general manager taking care of a very big branch in Pina. Amit, you can please stand up and you can people please see. He is Mr. Amit, assistant general manager. And Mr. Sharad Kumar is there. He is assistant general manager. He is taking care of the MSME business of all the 250 branches right from Bangalore to Chikbalapur. With this, because what sir said, Rajiv Kapoor sir has given me only 30 minutes time, I have to complete it. So let me start the presentation. Sir, it doesn't need any explanation. Everybody knows a Fortune 500 company. 2017, when all the associate banks were merged with State Bank of India, it became the very big bank. It is the 43rd largest bank in the world. And we used to say our customers are around 50 crore customers. More than a population of many small countries. And a pioneer in SME financing. Now, of course, every bank, every private sector bank, every bank is talking about MSME and corporate lending. State Bank of India started long back. And whenever this is the 4th state I'm working, I worked in Andhra, Telangana, and Tamil Nadu. I was taking care of entire South Tamil Nadu. I've seen people so much enterprising and all. And the experiences, what I came to know from them, they started like earlier, 25 years back, we used to give DIR loans, differential interest rate. That means 4% for a small entrepreneurs to come up and all. I had the opportunity of listening to so many people. Now now these people have taken 50 crore, 60 crore loans now. One person told me, sir, I started business and I have taken 4,000 rupees from your bank under a DIR. And another beautiful experience I want to narrate, I got my transfer to one place and I want to, one day before I reached there, so I went to one hotel. Then I told him I came here to report as a chief manager of a branch. Then that person, it's a star hotel. He told me, sir, I started with a cot. I have taken 4,000 rupees. We were selling dosas at that time. Now I'm the owner of the entire this 5-star building. All these experiences really it gave me a lot of satisfaction of working with such a wonderful bank, a long history of supporting so many entrepreneurs. So coming to the bank's approach, especially in driving SME business, the customer convenience, the risk mitigation, and the technology-based digital offerings and process improvements. Because time is the essence. If you don't sanction a loan when the customer requires it, a time overrun and cost overrun definitely kill the industry. And coming to the three-stage structure, in SBI, corporate accounts group, commercial clients group, and SME intensive branches. Because we can't keep a branch catering from like a small 10,000 rupees loan to 1,000 crores loan. So we have bifurcated into three stages like corporate accounts group that consists of top class corporate clients. This CAG is also each and every important center. We have CAG branches, and the commercial clients group that is obviously more than 50 crore business they are taking care. And SME intensive branches in each and every important center. We are having the branches in Bangalore also, around 50 branches. These branches are taking care of loans up to 50 crores. And the relationship manager focused approach. Earlier it was like any other business, branch manager is the head of the branch, and what all the officers available in the branch, including the field officers and all, they used to take care of MSME business along with other business also. So we came out with a concept, one relationship manager exclusively for the unit, so that it will be single point of contact for the customer. Whatever his requirements, he need not move from pillar to post, and need not speak to everyone. He can directly contact with the relationship manager. The purpose of this also, whenever, for example, if you take the case of Bangalore city, we are pioneer in home loan finance, and we are market leaders in home loan finance. And Bangalore market, our real estate market is very good, and we are doing well also. Obviously, there is much focus on real estate. So because people are focusing more on real estate, MSME should not suffer. That is the reason why we came out with the relationship manager concept. The MSME can directly meet the relationship manager, who will be the one point contact from starting from interaction to the level of disbursement and after maintenance also. And the SME financing in the state of Karnataka, we are pioneer in SME lending in Karnataka. SBI branches in Karnataka, 1,500 branches, and our SME customers are 1.2 lakh important customers, and the portfolio is around 20,000 crores. And centralized SME processing centers, 12 in all major cities, to take care of the small loans up to 50 lakhs, because because the number is very high, up to 50 lakhs. That is the reason why we have established a separate centers. These centers are called SMECC. That is SME credit centers in each and every important cities, like almost all important cities in Bangalore, each and every module is created. Especially in Bangalore, we have so many centers, one in Banswadi and second in Pina. These branches, these SME centers are taking care of loans up to 50 lakhs. Now we are coming up with another proposal of increasing from 50 lakhs to 5 crores, wherein the entire sanction process, everything will be completely digitized. The customer need to, what all the required documents, the customer will be entering into the system. He will be uploading what all the documents required, and automatically the Q rating engine that will assess the amount of eligibility and all. Finally, at the end stage only, that will be analyzed by the one sanction officer, and then the amount will be sanctioned. We will be doing up to from 50 lakhs to 5 crores, and within 5-6 months we will be coming out with that system. And coming to this specialized, I already told you, specialized SME intensive centers, 49 are there in Karnataka, and the relationship managers, RM SMEs, we used to call, there are 136 relationship managers are there. They're all exclusively trained in SME, and whenever there is a process change or a technology change, they are getting sufficient required training from the bank and at regular intervals. They are all well trained, and they are able to take care of any MSME proposal or corporate proposal also here. And industry majors, we have 2 schemes, VDFS scheme and vendor financing scheme also. When we come to the product, we will explain. And coming to the central research asset credit centers, RACC. These RACCs are there to take care of the processing at a rural centers. For example, if in area, if you take Nalmangala, and Chikbalapur, all the small centers, they need not come to Bangalore and all for any the small requirements of up to 50 lakhs in the respective area. These RACCs are taking care. This such kind of RAC, 34 RACs are there in the entire state of Karnataka. And coming to the bank strategy on SME lending, one is the digitized process that will reduce the turnaround time and improve underwriting standards. I already informed the Q engine that is helping us to assess the requirement of the customer, and the periodic updation, introduction of new products as per the market demand. And what sir said, ICICI Bank started this. It is not like a charity. Absolutely, you are absolutely right, sir. It's not a charity. It is a win-win kind of situation that will help the bank to garner huge business, and it will help MSMEs also to grow. And the underwriting tie-ups with NBFCs and enhanced digital footprint. And our role in the times of adversity, the intensifying our efforts, because I want to share my experience when I was heading South Tamil Nadu before coming here, because basically I'm from Andhra, but I worked in Tamil Nadu for 2 years, taking care of the entire southern belt of Tamil Nadu. And during COVID times, we experienced it. Normally, banking industry is highly competitive industry. It all depends the delivery, the cost, so many factors. And we used to face good competition from our peer banks also in Tamil Nadu. But during pandemic, when the government asked us to sanction the CECL to customers and the GECL also, at that time, I don't want to name the banks. Many banks were not interested to come out and do it on a priority basis. And our bank was the bank. We were after the customers. And we, in the same day when the scheme was announced by the government of India, we have sent immediate sanction letters to each and every customer, and we were after the customers. And I'm very proud to say we were number one in the state of Tamil Nadu at the time, and it's not confined to Tamil Nadu. It is complete entire country, the similar kind of situation. At that time, we experienced so many takeovers. The reason when I started analyzing the reason for so much of takeovers, because the CECL and the GECL, many banks were not ready to sanction CECL and GECL loans, because normally people used to say bankers lend umbrella when it is not raining, and when it start raining, they will take out. We are not like that. And especially during the COVID pandemic time, we supported the industry like anything. And so many people came, some people came back to SBI, and so many people transferred from their accounts from other banks to SBI. And so in addition to what are the government initiatives to take care of the industry during COVID times, we have implemented all the instructions of government of India. In addition to that, we came out so many things also, like one is, of course, this is the government of India initiative, only 6 month deferment of 6 months installments, and normal procedure of sanctioning loans coming to the margins and all. We used to go say 60%, 40% book debt, receivables this much of margin, stock this much of margin and all. We have reduced our margins drastically as far as stocks are concerned, and even receivables are concerned, to make the customers eligible for more amount of loan, because the sales have been drastically reduced during the pandemic time. And coming to the product suite, the working capital loans, of course, all of you are aware, the normal working capital loans, what the banks are sanctioning, the term loans for CapEx and the modernization, and the trade finance, and forex hedging also, to take care of the fluctuations in foreign currency. And the products, we will be explained later, but I want to just go about it. I tell you simply one word about the kind of loan. The one is asset banker loan. This is predominantly a mortgage-based loan. With the more focus will be on the security what you are offering. That is one kind of. Second, EDFS and EVFS. EDFS is industry major. will give us a letter. He is the supplier, and you can sanction a loan up to this much, like Maruti, Ashok Leyland. We have sanctioned with so many industries. We have entered into an agreement with industry majors and all. We are sanctioning. We are doing very well in EDFS financing. In addition to that, EVFS is also vendor financing scheme also there to take care of the receivables and export credit. And now the recent Arogyam scheme to take care of, because of post pandemic, and we understand the importance of health sector in India. So this Arogyam scheme is to take care of the health sector with so many concessions and all. This is to doctors as well as the hospitals also. And the CLP, it is a government lending platform. Of course, all of you are aware this one. And TREDS, and sir was talking about the TREDS. Now, I already told this SME Penia branch. It is the designated branch for TREDS for State Bank of India. In fact, the branch is doing well. The opportunity also. I'm very surprised when I came to know from every day from Amit the kind of business generated through TREDS. Of course, you are right, sir, because the TREDS we can't, a small, each and every person can't utilize the opportunity, but TREDS, it is giving very good opportunity for us, and we are doing very well in TREDS. And CGT MSc, need not, it's old scheme, everybody knows. I don't want to take time on that. And the just 2 minutes on asset-backed loan. And before that, another thing, is not mentioned here. Another thing also, this lease rental discounting is also there. Wherever the property is given as lease to any multinational company or any reputed company, the lease rentals, the coming 7 years lease rentals will be given on the spot. Where this, and especially the turnaround time for ABL also, we are taking very less time. If each and every paper is submitted within weekdays, we are sanctioning the loan also. And coming to the asset-backed loan, this is the hassle-free drop line OD facility, ODR CC facility. The drop line is also some kind of OD facility only. The installment will be reduced from the principal, and the same will be given as drawing power. And this is for build-up of current assets and fixed assets. And quantum of finance is 10 lakhs to 20 crores. And LTV is 60% of realizable value of any. There is what is the market value of the property? 60% of which will be sanctioned. Of course, we will take care of the requirement of loan also. Whichever is lower will be sanctioned. And predominantly, this is mortgage-based finance. So obviously, you will get 60% of it. Then coming to this EVFS and EDFS, this EVFS is absolutely, this is a financing of receivables as recommended by industry majors, and this is for purchase of finished goods. This EDFS, this is also EDFS also. We are doing 100% invoice financing, and the collateral requirement is very minimal, and sometimes whenever it is a genuine, we are reducing to the basic minimum also, and almost we can say it is like without any collateral, we are sanctioning loans under EDFS. And export credit finance, so many ways. EPC is there, export tracking credit, and post shipment credit finance in foreign currency also, and foreign bill discounting, EBR, and we are giving buyer's credit also. And we are doing especially to take care of the fluctuations and all. We are taking care of forward contracts of the customers. And to explain the export trade, the concession rate of interest, the kind of incentives given by the government of India and the rate charged by the bank. If you calculate everything, in some case we find that it is the interest rate on your export rate will be negative also, because you are getting the rate of interest charged by the bank is sometimes less than the incentive what you will be getting from the government of India. That is one. And coming to finance is also 90% of order value, and for on free shipment, of course, as when comes the post shipment, we are giving 100% finance also. Then order to order running account facility that is self-liquidating in nature, because once the when the proceeds are received directly, it will be credited to the account, the export realization and all. And another export credit in export credit in rupee, the rate of interest is very less. That is treasury bill linked effective rate of interest, that is almost like 6.25%. And coming to the PCFC, it is we are sanctioning in euro, GBP, JPY, and USD. The rate of interest is 200 BPS above 3 to 6 months USD rate. And you can see the rates also, especially the export finance and other finance also. Our rates are far better than any other rates in the industry. And depending on the case-to-case basis, we are reducing interest further also. And this Arogyam, this is modernization of healthcare sector, hospital, dispensaries and all. And because so many people are not aware of it, we are doing so much of marketing effort, meeting each and every hospital and doctor, explaining them this scheme of Arogyam. Definitely, it will also be a win-win kind of situation, because we need very good hospitals to take care of any pandemic and all. What we have experienced last time and during the pandemic, so beds were not available. People were searching for beds and all. With that in view, this Arogyam scheme, we have introduced this Arogyam scheme that's really very good, and the rate of interest, the facilities offered in the scheme are customer friendly. And loans up to 2 crores are covered under CGTMSC like any other industry. And the scheme is extended up to 30th June. And it's another only 1 month left now. All our relationship managers are meeting each and every hospital and doctors also. My request to all of you, if you know any doctor or any hospital, kindly ask them to meet the nearby branch, or I will inform you all, provide the mobile number of Mr. Amit and Mr. Sarath Kumar also. They will be definitely helpful to you in connecting to good branches. And coming to the contactless lending platform, all of you are aware, just like the customer need to upload the loan application through the portal. The eligibility will be calculated based on the credit engine, and immediate in-principle sanction letter will be generated, and later it will be forwarded to the branch for compliance and documentation, and the disbursement will happen. This hassle-free, and if any person don't know how to do through contactless lending platform, in each and every SMECC credit center, we have placed one officer who is handholding the customers how to enter into the CLP platform and all. And coming to the trades, Amit, do you want to speak 5 minutes on trades, please? It's a new concept, rather.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, all. Trades, our branch is designated for dealing in trades. This is a new concept, and last 1 year I have been seeing it very closely. It is the most revolutionary product I have seen, and the way it is catching up, it is slow, very fast catching up with the industry, where it is part of supply chain, where the suppliers bills of big corporates. What normally happens, the big corporates get the best rate of interest and hassle-free financing, whereas the MSME struggles with the time of financing and the rate of interest. Now here, with the rating of the large corporates, it's small suppliers, MSME suppliers are able to get completely digital discounting of the bills what they have supplied to the large corporates, where there is no requirement of letter of credit. They need not approach any branch. Completely digitized. It is on 3 platforms: RXL, M1 Exchange, and InvoiceSmart. We are on all 3. And the best part is it's a competitive bidding happening amongst multiple banks. The same bill, State Bank of India, Bank of India,
HDFC, and various banks will be competing. And whoever bids the lowest bid, the best rate of interest is taken by the supplier. So this competitive bidding is gradually reducing the rate of interest because everybody is hungry for business, and the MSMEs are able to get the discounting very fast. So in the last 1 year itself, in Bangalore itself, it's a new concept, and 350 crores of bill discounting has happened in Bangalore itself. So that's a very good amount, and we are seeing it the speed with which it is catching up. I'm actually expecting this business to double in this year itself. So that is on track. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the nodal branch for entire Bangalore. And coming to CGT-MSc, we are providing 1 crore and 2 crore. For trading, it is 1 crore, and manufacturing, it is 2 crores. And this initially, when the scheme was launched, people were skeptical. Can we sanction loans up to 1 crore, 2 crore without any security and all? But now CGT-MSc, we are getting a good number of applications under CGT-MSc, and we are clearing it also very fast. And growth in CGT-MSc in Bangalore is really phenomenal, and the growth, especially the post-pandemic, so many industries again started developing, and wherever, for example, they can't provide collateral security. For example, if they want 5 crores loan, up to 2 crores loan they can take without collateral security. We are sanctioning like a hybrid product. Up to 2 crores they need not. The remaining 3 crores, whatever is the applicable rules for the scheme, we are taking it to provide the maximum advantage to the customer. And coming to, see, that's the hybrid security, and providing guarantee ranging from 50% to 85% according to the MSME classification, the location, and male and female gender also. And the reduced TAT, of course, we are also very much interested to support the industries where they are not able to provide collateral security, but very good potentiality is there where they can grow. And improved access to formal credit to first generation entrepreneurs. That is the basic purpose of this CGT-MSc. And the other digital initiatives taken, utilizing online available data sources like Aadhaar, PAN, for the credit worthiness, the bureau, and ITR, GST account statements and all. And the use of analytics for analyzing accounts for static CC and new credit leads also. Instead of the customer coming to the bank and asking for the loan, we are analyzing the accounts available with us, for example, current accounts and all. Wherever we feel like this unit needs a credit, instead of customer coming, we are approaching the customer and explaining all the scheme, including a CGT-MSc also. And this simplified business model, this I told you because the same kind of documentation, the same kind of application, it will be very difficult for the small units to take care of all those things. So we are coming out with different kind of documentation, different kind of application, and different kind of process for loans ranging from 10 lakhs to the crores. And another recent very good initiative by the bank, the PABL, the pre-approved business leads. This is absolutely digitized. The customers, those are all interested, they will get in the internet banking, they will get a pop-up. You are eligible for pre-approved business loan scheme, because depending on their current account transactions and all, if they are interested, if they can say yes, OTP will be generated, that will be sanctioned, and the entire documentation, other things will be taken care at the branch level. It is really picking up very well. Initially, we started with a small amount of PAPL just to see how the product will run. And since we got wonderful response from each and every customer, recently this has been increased up to 20 lakhs. Very hassle-free. Within 1-2 days, everything will be completed. That within 1-2 days. So this is all from our side. And my request to all of you, Mr. Amit Goyal, who spoke here now, he is Assistant General Manager, and branch head of SME Penia branch. I'm not flattering or because I came here, I'm not telling you that we are doing well, our tat is less and all. Believe me, you approach any branch, especially the SME Penia branch and any branch in Bangalore and all, I'm assuring you we are delivering the best. And forget about any kind of inhibitions are there. State Bank of India will take a lot of time and all. No, please visit any branch, experience, and anything is there, you can reach to me. I will tell my mail address also anytime, or you can call me, you can ping me up. We are all available 24/7, and take it for granted. We are not going to take much time asking you this paper, that paper and all. Earlier, what people used to thought about it. No, we are our TAT is very, very low, and we are delivering well in Bangalore city. You can reach to Mr. Amit Goyal. He is SME Penia branch. In case your industry is not in PNI and other areas, Mr. Sharath Kumar, he is Assistant General Manager in our administrative office. He is taking care of the entire SME portfolio of Bangalore up to Chekbalapur. He is the contact person. If we can contact, then he will be directing you to a proper place after completing the basic formalities and all. Once again, thank you, Rajiv Kapoor sir, for giving me a wonderful opportunity. I hope the Institute of Directors should grow, and definitely that will be good for banks as well as the MSME. Thank you, sir.
Thank Shri Murli Krishna ji, such a valuable inputs which he has given, and overall perspective which he has shared as far as the State Bank of India is concerned, as far as the growth of MSME sector and how the processes have been simplified. He has already shared all the contact details, and please do approach them. And thank you, Amit, for getting in touch with us and sharing the thread details. It's really something very unusual, because I was also not aware. Do I keep looking at all these things? Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come back to our next speaker, young and dynamic, an important and well-aggregated personality. And we, again, on behalf of Institute of Directors and MSME, would like to welcome Mr. Anup Pai. Let me assure you, ladies and gentlemen, while going through his profile and credentials, it was amazing to see the dynamic journey he has covered in his entire career till now. And I should say so, it's my compliments to him, not that he's a friend of mine, but otherwise also. A word about him. Anup Pai graduated from NITK Surathkal with a degree in mechanical engineering in 1996. During his first job as software engineer, after mechanical engineering, he became a software engineer in ANZ Bank. He was the managing data operation in ANZ Bank operations in 14 countries, while also coding key modules into India, interest calculation and Islamic profit calculation. In 1998, Anup took on a pivotal role to transform a Polish bank from a set of 30 plus sleepy disconnected branches, predominantly serving senior citizens, to a vibrant consumer bank with Poland's first e-bank and Poland's first liquid deposit product. After Petrobank completed his transformation, which later got merged with Nordea Bank, Anup played a role of a catalyst in setting up and designing the world's largest core banking implementation in the State Bank of India. This stint was followed by a shorter, more intense project with an Islamic bank in Iran, including writing complex logic for profit computation and distribution on Islamic loan contracts. In 2006, after working on automatic banking practices in over 20 countries, Anup founded iCreate Software, banking product company focused on building banking industry-specific data platforms. Over 10 years, the company raised 2 rounds of venture financing from Tier 1 VCs, expanded operations to 20 countries, rebranded to Fintellix Solutions, and took on challenge of selling Indian software in the USA, and finally merged with a US-based analytics firm in 2017. Since then, Anup has been researching and investing in the decentralization and open network alternatives in the platform dependence. In 2020, we co-founded eSamuday.com, which is focused on the task of digital decentralization and data sovereignty. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next 15 to 20 minutes, Anup shall be giving a presentation highlighting open networks, opportunities for MSME with the core theme of the event, which is aligned to sustainability and growth in the MSME industry, to network collaboration on solving the challenges of the MSMEs holistically. Toward this, Anup shall be deliberating and explaining the eSamuday.com, covering infrastructure called Web3 Level 0, which can be described as a network of circuits. May I now call upon Anup on the dais. Over to you, sir. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you, Rajiv. And Dr. Hota mentioned that the world's changing, and it has surely changed since 2020, and more is happening with the Ukraine war. But something else that I want to talk about is the way the money system, the financial system is changing. We've lived in the world of dollar dependence, dollar dominance, and the conflict in the Ukraine-Russia region and European region is creating a situation where this current economic model is being challenged. The current economic model, as we all know, is based on economies of scale and global supply chains. During the pandemic, we all saw that global supply chains could not be dependent on to reliably supply to our needs. We needed more local, more resilient supply chains that was run by agile local manufacturers and distributors. And that's where this focus moved into the MSME sector. The MSME sector plays a pivotal role to supply reliably to human needs in the local communities. And that's, I think, not just in the defense sector that Dr. Hota picked up on, be it in the food sector, be it in the mobility sector, be it in the clothing sector. All of those different, important human needs can be reliably supplied by the MSME sector, the small business owners. The topic of my talk today is continuity certainty. One of the things that as startup founders, as small business owners, I've run a small business which grew to becoming something. We need this certainty that we can continue our business and grow our business and continuously keep developing our business through collaboration. And one of the things that is important in this is network collaboration. How can we create networks of people and organizations that work together with us? Because one company cannot solve everything. It is a network of different companies, different people that solves these challenges. And here is something that I want to pick on what Dr. Hota mentioned. ONDC and open networks. I want to start with making some bold statements. I want to say that India is the world's largest digital economy, bigger than the United States of America, bigger than China, because we have something called diversity, and the amount of information that is generated here is the largest amount of information that is generated here. It is just that this information is not used by us for our benefit. It is used by foreign corporations for their benefit and their balance sheets. And one of my key goals is to bring about data sovereignty and digital sovereignty into India, into local communities, into local networks. So let's take the case of MSME today. Most of the MSMEs supply to large corporations and are dependent on these large corporations, and the large corporations change payment terms at their whims, which puts these companies on these small businesses at deep risk. I mean, continuity certainty is not there in such a situation for a small business. With open networks which are collaborative in nature, open networks that India has been investing in continuously, like the unified payment interface, UPI, and on top of it, we've been developing more and more the open credit enablement network based on the account aggregator structure that the Reserve Bank of India has been working on. Open network for digital commerce. I just want to make a statement to tell you how important it is for India's economy, India's industry. This means that a small company in Pina or any place in India could get discovered by their buyers anywhere in the world, anywhere in India to begin with. And that information exchange and transaction exchange between this company in Pina and another company, let's say in Ranchi, can happen through a common protocol, a standard protocol, without any intermediation by any third-party platform, which typically takes a large percentage of the transaction away from the buyer and the seller, right? And that's amazingly important and groundbreaking in its setup. Threads. This is Threads at a next level, right? Which is open exchange between two companies who don't know each other, but this is happening through a common protocol. Important thing that we as industry should know, that we need to digitize on our end to be able to take advantage of these platforms that are coming up. The protocols are there. How do we exchange information? Think of it as for the people from the banking industry, we have the SWIFT platform that connects all the banks across. It's a common set of messages that flow between banks. Think of this as very similar to that. If, discovering your catalog, putting your catalog up on ONDC is a message. Somebody else discovering your catalog, placing an order, and then you dispatching the order. Every one of those steps has been written down on ONDC. And this is going to be an important thing. Open network for digital commerce and open credit enablement network can enable any company to compete at the same level as the large corporations. And you can produce products that are unique, that are customized to your specialized products to your customer segment. So what we will do now is talk about, I mean, color is a little off. Anyway, so I am very passionate about small business coming together in a network form. And, I've used a lot of bee and beehive metaphors here. I think of our economy as a network of beehives, right? I mean, Pina is a beehive, and all of us as different people in this industry are bees playing our part, filling the coffers or our own hives with honey, and so that we can our networks can thrive, right? I think if the small business, and there is this fear that most of us feel, and if you linearly project forward, it feels that there is a squeeze on us. As small business, there's a squeeze on us. On one side, our suppliers are putting a squeeze on us. There is then the increase in cost of capital. Capital doesn't turn up on time. There's a number of things that are going on, and I think somebody spoke about during adversity there were some takeovers that were happening. A lot of strife in the small business industry, and I think I truly feel that if the MSME is further weakened, right, we as humans will start feeling like sheep feel in New Zealand. I mean, it's almost like we'll only be dependent on large corporations supplying, structured, products, and we can't innovate as a society if we don't have this innovation and small business coming up on a regular basis, challenging the status quo and so on, right? So how did we get here? I mean, how did we get to this point where small business, we talk about how important it is to the economy, but small business is not really given that strength, right? Strength of power of network is not provided to the MSMEs. We become just suppliers into a large ecosystem, and the large ecosystem obviously treats us as second. I mean, finally, when cost needs to be cut, it will be the small business supplier that is cut, right? There are two ends to this. there was mega platforms and mega banking that resulted in this. I mean, India is a different ball game. Our banking system and State Bank of India, I worked with State Bank of India for 2 years, setting up their core infrastructure. Our banking is different from the way Western world manages banking. For them, it is all about the balance sheets and scale and derivatives, and banks moved from just serving communities. I mean, as banks, we used to serve communities. I mean, our branch managers used to be pivotal in the community that they served. That's not the case in the West. I mean, in the West, the community banking concept is gone. It's just like we are just now serving as banks. We're just serving large corporations and moneyed interest, right? Similarly, on the West Coast of America, we got the global digital platforms that emerged, who gave free software, free services to everybody to harvest their data, right? I mean, because the data was the product, and then the data was used to be able to gain monopolies on the businesses they served. The platforms became what they became the godfather, if you will, right? So the mega centralization that was a result of this financial services expansion, the change in financial services that started in the 80s in the US, and then we felt the brunt of it, little bit of it, not much. But the platforms, on the other hand, have been a significant force in changing the way the industry functions. And I want to go through this in a little bit of historical context. Just want to take 200 years back. I mean, how did we get to where we got to? We need to know what started, right? So we had the industrial economy, the invention of the steam engine and all of that, which was to fuel that industrial economy. New markets need to be discovered. Colonialism was an outcome of that. And that was all funded by global corporations that today even control the financial system, right? The financial system, the monetary system is controlled by these corporations that fueled this creation of a currency-led global expansion. And that created the financial services industry. The financial services industry to which I belong always knew that information is money. Money is information, information is money. And so the investment in technology by the banks and central banks, Indian banks started investing in core banking only towards the late part of the 90s and early 2000s. But American banks, European banks invested a lot in informationalization of money and the financialization of everything. I mean, it was these products getting rolled out. Initially, it was, I mean, the retail banking products, everything that rolled out. The second part was how after 2005, we've been seeing the rise of these global technology platforms who have much better information than the banks, much better information than the global banks. These guys have better technologies, more information, and they now know how to monetize information. Earlier, it was just money is information. Now, information can be monetized. And that is what the world will live in today. Information is monetized by gamifying everything. All human actions are gamified. And that's how the global digital platforms operate. If you see a change element, so what was just the financial services industry, information technology, which is shown as a change event there, created a much larger economy, right? We created a much larger global economy. There is a change element that is happening right now. There is a change element that is happening right now, and that is called open networks or Web 3.0. Open networks are, these are internet networks that are controlled by people, by participants, and not by platforms. The participants control the network and not the platforms dictating to the participants what the network is. And that is what is called the distributed digital economy. And decentralization as a societal trend, and especially in India, we are a government, we are a society that thinks for the people. We've been always thinking that way. We are that, right? And so you will see this whole open networks, ONDC, Open Credit Enablement Network, Reserve Bank of India is always in thinking for how the economy can be built for the excluded and the poor. And so that's something that is inherent in our country. So not only are we the world's largest digital economy in terms of the information produced, but now we've got the policy to be able to put this in action. You'll see Atmanirbhar Bharat, you'll see Vocal for Local, you'll see the kind of push being given to indigenization and Make in India and all of that. These are prods, these are nudges to us to be able to take advantage of this great digital infrastructure we have. We have the world's best public digital infrastructure. We beat any country hollow. Yeah, China has got it better than us, but they're using it against their people, right? I mean, here we've got the best digital infrastructure in the world where we as people can use it to our advantage on an open internet. The internet is now decluttering. It's getting decolonized. It's being, I mean, we are actually speaking up against these platforms. People are speaking up against Facebook, against Google, against Amazon, and the detrimental behavior that they are showing on the economy. What is this? I mean, this is an economy that we are entering. It's a global shift, and that is driven by the future of work. Our youth, our young people entering the industry today are loyal to one thing. They're loyal to doing good, passionate work. They want to work in things that they're passionate about. They're not loyal to institutions. They're not loyal to companies. They're loyal to what they want to achieve in their lives. And I think that's the change. That's the change that we are seeing in the economy. We have the world's largest, youth population, and our average median age is falling year by year. It will be 25 by 2025, and that puts us in a wonderful position to be able to go to the 5 trillion that Dr. Hutta mentioned and beyond. I actually say that India can go to a 30 trillion economy very, very rapidly on the base of this digital economy. And that will be driven by the small and medium businesses across sectors. And that is where ONDC and open networks like OCEN, Open Credit Enablement Network, Open Network for Digital Commerce, is going to create this level playing field. But there's one thing that we have to do, right? What do we need to do to get there? Just start meeting in your local chapters. Start meeting in Pina. Start talking about how can you create digitization task forces, right? For yourself. I mean, how can you all come together? If you've got, let's say 100 companies in Pina, can't you all run a project with select one set of software companies or whoever? You control them. They don't come and give you free software and then there's a gotcha in there. You buy the software or you lease the software or whatever it is. You even give them opportunities to digitize on your side, taking advantage of these open networks. These local task forces are very, very important. 2022 and early part of 2023, our MSME sector has to digitize by doing local task forces. We have to do it, because if we don't digitize internally, we are not able to connect to the open network and open internet that is building up. And it was not going to be expensive. I mean, you can do this. There's enough software talent available in India and enough software available in India. It is about adopting it and digitizing our processes and making our information available at a click, so that the banks and the lenders and anybody in the industry can look at you and say, hey, this company is making this. I want to buy this. And discoverability and all of that becomes easy. Second thing is, in your industry, whatever industry you're in, if you're in clothing, if you're in auto parts, form national value chains of small business, small companies in that value chain. I mean, I make gears, somebody else makes ball bearings, but they're all part of the same auto industry value chain, right? Create national value chains so that it kind of creates a common platform through which you're able to interface with the large corporations and the overall industry. You start to develop a voice as a industry value chain, supplying into the industry. And that is something that is needed. I mean, because open networks, the whole thing is about community and community. I mean, your digital community, creating digital platforms that are community driven, and banking itself. I mean, you can then, there's so many different, financial innovations that exist in India, right? for small businesses. And in the Web3 world, in the decentralized financing world, they talk about these, fancy terms, and I say, "Ye to chit fund hai," right? so, we are a decentralized finance economy. These products exist. They already have been practiced for generations, right? And we can now adopt it. We can now digitize it. We can leapfrog into the digital age because, like I said, great public digital infrastructure, best in the world, the most youthful population, most data being generated, and traditional knowledge and practices that are still running today that we think as informal, but really, if we digitize these informal practices, we are the largest economy in the world. Right? We are there. We're done. So that's essentially where I'd like to leave you guys with. I run a company called eSamudai. eSamudai is a digital collective. Anybody can take, create an eSamudai. It can be an eSamudai in Ranchi that is bringing all the kiranas together and the delivery agent together, so that Swiggy doesn't come there and destroy our restaurant industry. So that Ola doesn't come there and destroy our taxi industry or mobility industry. And everybody can now create a digital layer, a marketplace, a local marketplace that are run by community and created by community, governed by community. And it's a big dream. It's possible. I think it is possible. And therefore, there are many things that can go wrong as well. I mean, the Russia-Ukraine war can go out of hand, and petrol prices can go to 200, and all of that can happen, of course. But I like to believe one thing, that is, there is one thing that will make your dream work. Just focus on it and get it done day in, day out. I mean, just keep focusing on it, and that's how we as entrepreneurs are, and that's what we would like to dream in. So thank you so much, Brigadier Kapoor, for having me. And
thank you, Anup, for such a passionate talk which you have given and deliberated on the financial sector, ONDC, OCEN, and kindly watch him. He is going to be a big name in the times to come. That is eSamudai. And keep a track of this young and dynamic personality which I have been talking about. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have a break now for 10 to 15 minutes before we venture into our next session, that is session 1, the food processing and exports. So kindly pick up your teacups, and you're most welcome to come back or have your cup and start interacting. Thank you very much.
₹30 दे देना लक्ष्मण को, 3 चपाती डालने के लिए मैं बाद में वापस कर दूंगा। वो स्लाइड देखोगे क्या पीछे थोड़ी देर? स्लाइड एंड वाइस वीडियो जस्ट सी डाउन, शुरू होने का ये
request everyone to kindly join in. Hello. Let me watch that.
Hello, hello, hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think the next speaker is waiting for us. And may I request everyone to kindly join in? Okay, let's start with the event itself. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good morning to you. And now we start with the proper sessions, which are going to be the 4 verticals, which we have been working on it. The first in the line is the food processing and export, which will be taken up by our first speaker, Dr. Prakash Halami, Chief Scientist and Head, Central Food Technology Research Institute, Mysore, India. Our Dr. Halami is a much renowned and accredited personality from CFTRI, having experience of nearly 3 decades in the field of R&D and HRD activities. Dr. Prakash is a chief scientist, professor, and head microbiology and fermentation technology department with an additional charge as head department of food protectants and infestation control, a nodal officer, CFTRI COVID-19 testing center also. He's also serving as an expert advisor to Akshay Patra Research Lab, Bangalore, member Technical Committee, Food Safety Standard Authority of India, New Delhi, convener and member, Bureau of Indian Standards, New Delhi, and is also representing several committees at institute level. He obtained advanced training in biotechnology from Kobe University, Japan, doctoral degree research at University of Frankfurt, Germany, and postdoctoral research in USA at the University of Minnesota as a Raman Research Fellow. His research activities in various fields have been recognized by WHO India office and he's presently involved with number of projects with them. An avid writer, till date, he has presented 175 papers at national and international conferences, winning 22 Best Paper Awards and delivered nearly 75 lectures, both at national and international platforms. He is a recipient of numerous awards, to name a few: 2-time CSIR, CFTRI Foundation Day Award as Best Scientist for the year 2013 and 19. International Travel Grant Awards from 4 different agencies with ICMR New Delhi, Indian National Science Academy, SERB DST New Delhi, and CSIR New Delhi Fast Track Young Scientist Project of DST New Delhi. Most important award with Best Scientist Award of NABS in 2018 and Senior Scientist Award by Microbiologist Society of India. May I now call upon Dr. Prakash Halami, who has joined us virtually from Mysore. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Brigadier Rajiv Kapoor. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this very important event to give me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts on this topic today. Can everyone see my slides? Can you see the slides, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Please make it full screen.
Is it okay? Slides are okay now?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. So thank you once again, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity at the regional conclave on the sustainability development for MSME and building towards a new India. How actually the green revolutions and then subsequently other revolutions like blue, white, yellow revolutions has made a surplus with reference to the food grain availability, but still the problems of the nutritional security still has to be achieved there. CFTI is playing a major role with reference to number one, the value addition, and number two is the processing, the shelf life extension of the agricultural commodities. I'm actually my all 30 years of R&D activities are mostly concentrated on how actually the microbial processes actually can help to enrich the quality of the food and the microbial metabolites which otherwise we get has a large scale implications. In today's our modern life, or what we have the where we find the several of the diseases, what we call the diseases of the civilization, in other words. So once again, welcome to all for the safe activity virtually, which is actually almost 72 years old institute, and in 2025, SafeDrive will be celebrating its platinum jubilee of its existence. Just I thought to tell the delegates of this conclave what the value addition is and what the processing is. So value addition, as everyone knows, the process of taking a raw commodity and changing its form to produce a high quality end product, where we look how we actually one or other incorporated intentionally can be incorporated in the food commodity. On the other hand, the food processing, where the transformation of the raw material, where the ingredients by the physical or chemical means or the biological means, and which otherwise also we are seeing. The fermentation is one of these very common process for it. And why we actually are doing this? Everyone knows that we want the product to be shelf stable, easy to transport, has a high in the nutritive value, in other words. And this is what actually the food technology does. I think this is one of the very classical example of value addition as well as the processing, where we get from the raw wheat grains being processed in the flour, and then the different type of bread is converted. So value is added in the product. So you also put 50 rupees kg of the wheat grain, and then you get 500 or 1000 rupees of the end product, which can be actually fortified. The mineral trace elements can be incorporated. Some of this fiber can be incorporated, and several other components which are otherwise are not found in the initial raw material, but then that actually has the nutritive value more. So this initial raw material, in other words, again, cannot be stored for perhaps for longer time, cannot be transported that easily. All these three actually gets incorporated in the during this chain of food processing, and we get the finished product with a higher value, in other words. With reference to India, as you know, that we have actually the second largest arable land resources in the world, and how actually this diversity or climatic diversity actually is important, because we can have a different type of the food grains around the year in the different locations, And then due to this reason, as I initially told, that due to the green revolutions, our productivity has increased from very marginal to almost 300 million tons. And then information which is actually missed in the previous slide, we will see we have the livestock population. So India has the second largest livestock population or milk production, you can see, one of the highest milk producers, but the processing is very less. India actually stands second in terms of the fishery, fruit and vegetables and cereals. But the processing actually is the problem. The value addition is the problem, and that's why the organizers has given me this opportunity to justify how actually the CFO activities can improve these steps, these processes, and give the better farmers' income, can help us to minimize the nutritional security problem, to address the nutritional security problem, how we actually can feed our 1.4 billion populations, This is what actually I am trying to say. So with reference to the processing we see in the Western world or in US, the processing is almost above the 50%. But as far as in the Indian context, we have processing of the agricultural food commodity is within the 20%. So why this? Because our food processors or the food processing industry has a large scope in India to bring this into the practice. The food technology has a scope in this area. How we can actually increase or several of this agricultural or horticultural produce that can be exported, that can actually have a value added, can actually helps to supply the food around the year, and that's why I specifically marked here the lowest food processing in the world, which we find in Indian food industry sector. So this is what actually the food processing industry constitutes only 40% of the GDP through the manufacturing. And what is actually our steel food processing sector has the expected reach, it is $535 billions, which we aim by 2025. As per the appended division, we will see the information which I presented previously, how the 50 billion US dollar is, that we have maximum export in the cereals, followed by the livestock, other processed food, fruits and vegetables, especially the mango, which we actually goes to Europe, US and other food commodities. Similarly, the spices, goes in the Gulf countries, But when we are actually talking these products, we have to be also careful with reference to their safety, with reference to their nutritive value, how they actually can stand in the international markets. We have again the very good export in the floriculture's product. So taking into account how this $50 billion comes, because still we have actually upper hand in exporting several of this agriculture commodity, either processed or the raw product. How actually safeguard intervention is important in both this area. Number one, the value addition, and another one is how actually the post-harvest losses can be minimized by food technology intervention, the food biotechnology intervention, and that is what actually several such technology has been developed with R&D activities through CFTI, which I will be briefing in the next 20-25 minutes. So we have actually the major R&D departments in the 4 verticals, just like how the MSME Conclave has been organized. We have actually the translation research department, which does basically the basic research leads to the translational activity, the translation of this developing into the product, what we have the technology readiness level. The basic research from the laboratory is being developed in a different technology readiness level. This is what this translation research department comprises, wherein my department is one of them. Technology development, which are actually using directly the agricultural commodity, the grain science of the fruits, vegetable, or flow, and directly going for the technology development, which is actually required today to the consumer, to the Indian industry specifically, which I will be telling some of this technology which are developed in CFTI. I hope the delegates will be able to get convince more. Engineering, where we need the instrumentation at the smaller level in the home scale, for this medium scale industries, where such instruments are being fabricated, their prototypes are being fabricated. Food packaging is another important area because each and every food has to be packed for its safety, for transport, easy transportation, and other things. Similarly, the food protection and safety, where we are actually looking for the FSSI guidelines, food standard safety authority that in India, which we have to be compliant with. And when the food is actually manufactured now in a, in the bulk, such cases, the food safety is actually very important. You should not only the microbiological, but even the physical, chemical contaminants. Food protection and infestation control, which is actually the department which I am actually also editing right now, is associated with the very R&D activities pertaining to the development of fumigation methodology, because at least 10 to 15% of the food grains goes waste, in a post-harvest handling losses. At least 5% of the food grains are actually being eaten or are being infested by the store grain insects. So what are actually such methodologies are available? When it is even if it is exported also, wow, the quality has to be maintained. And then we have other supportive department, including the RC centers in Mumbai, Hyderabad, Lucknow. Yeah, now recent license office which has started in Govt, Assam, which also works because northeast part where we have more horticultural produce, that has to be processed, brought to the other part of this country. So definitely the food technology or food technology intervention is required. Just to go with the overall history of the CFTRI's R&D activities and developing different products each concerned, most of the delegates I am sure that they must be aware about some of this product, like the energy food is there, the spirulina is there, which was actually developed during the 1950s to address the protein energy malnutrition, the plastic atta, and when this is also there now. Spices are already since, or the infant food, which most of the colleagues must be definitely aware, those who are actually deals with the dairy food, where the Amul initial technology, the infant dry powder, of the buffalo milk, how the buffalo milk was converted into the dehydrated powder, and yeah. Similarly, the solid state fermentation for several of the enzymes, which are actually working nowadays very fine. Though the recombinant enzymes are there in the country right now, but then 60s or 70s, most of these enzymes required for the treatment of several of the juices or the dairy products preparation are being developed in CFTRI, specifically in the microbiology and fermentation technology department. The cultivation of the spirulina is especially for the consumption purpose, not for as a blue-green, not for as a what I can say, as a single source of single protein, And similarly, the other traditional food or the machinery development, spices during 1990s, where the spice board, which has the important tie-up with the CFTRI, especially with several of these active components, their characterization and identification, and this was actually one of this major achievement from the R&D activities of the CFTRI, where the spices active component in the world, first time it was discovered here, and several other products. So everyone knows about this Amul, the baby food, which was been commercialized as one of this technology by the Milk Producer Union Limited in Anand, and then we know that the whole actually the wide revolution actually has helped us to provide the milk every day in our house. The procuring from the village level or from each actually the dairy farmers bringing it, But as far as their processing is concerned or the storage stability, shelf life is concerned, definitely this formulation, the Amul baby food has actually revolutionized, in other words, because the food technological intervention has happened, and this has actually provided a very important aspect how the milk can be converted into the powdered form and then stored for a longer time and can be supplemented. Similar, the parboiling rice, which has actually helped to process large amount of the paddy, and that can be actually cooked in a very shorter time, otherwise which requires the longer one. The slow carbohydrate digestibility rice also, or the basmati, which is actually being also stored for 2 years to get the cooking and eating quality. Otherwise, without this safe intervention, it was actually not possible to achieve such qualities in those products. Spice oils and oleaginous, these are another important, as I indicated previously. Technology is developing the safe drive with reference to how the concentrate can be made and then stored and shifted in easy to transport them from one place to another in much more economical way. In other words, instant mixes, now each and every household this instant mixes has been reached, and most of this actually small scale industries or the food industries have taken up these technologies from safe dry, whether it is a mix or upma mix or any other spices mixes or vegetable mix, and has several of the self-help group has taken up these technologies from safe dry, which has actually a very important component in our daily activities, in our culinary purposes or in our eating habits. So there are such instant mixes are available, and that actually can be easily made. So this spirulina as a nutraceutical is a very important component, and even during COVID pandemic, the chickpea, which was spirulina chickpea, which was actually prepared or initially developed in CFRI, has a very useful with reference to the developing the immunity against the COVID virus. And why actually the spirulina? Because their cultivation actually is easy and very rich in the several of the nutrients and a good source for the protein. You will see that beside the protein source, you get the vitamins, minerals, from the spirulina. Several of this technology with reference to the beverages are also developed in the engineering department and the student technology department, and one of them is this this product or the sugarcane beverages. Otherwise, storing actually becomes difficult. So this carbonated active beverages, which we make for any of this fruit juice, in other words. So this, what we say, India's own cola, is another very milestone. A few years back, a unit has been set up in CFRI, which actually manufactures the several liters of the juices, and actually being this technology is ready. Similarly, the Nira and Nira concentrates or the coffee concentrates, these are another technologies are the part of the beverages which are useful. So this carbonated beverages where you can actually store the fruit juices which are which can be stored for the longer time, in other words. Just and most of these times actually in every household everyone likes or wants to have the vegetables ready to cook, ready to be used. For that purpose, the minimally processed vegetables being technology being developed actually had a large scale application and being now adopted even by the big basket. So every day we actually order from any supermarket the vegetables, cut vegetables are nothing but the technology initially being developed at the same time and is available. Another is the online fortification of the floor with reference to the incorporation of several minerals and minerals, and this is also important milestone because mineral deficiency is one of those important in the nutritional security in India. CFRI also has participated in development of this midday meal scheme and these angles. Protein ingredients, we know that protein malnutrition is another problem in India, which is actually facing with reference to the malnutrition problem. And then we have actually the protein ingredients they have developed from the different products like this protein concentrate is there, protein hydrolysis is there, or the soya protein, edible rice bran, and others. You know. These are some of this protein ingredients which are actually listed here from the plant sources, and they are actually very cost effective, useful in the solubility as well as the digestibility, and these are actually easily available. So you take this formulations can be incorporated in any of these other products, and then our actually requirement of the protein, daily requirement of the protein, the amino acid, essential amino acids can be fulfilled. Similarly, the protein technology, research on the protein technology, we have the innovations in the different baking products, where number of actually the baked product or the bakery products has been developed, you know, by improving the existing methodology, improving the nutritional improvement, and modifying their ingredients. More importantly, the low GI, the gluten-free baked products, because the problems of the gluten, you know, is they exist in Indian population also, and then having the gluten-free baked product is important in this area. So you will see these are some of these baked products, starting with the high protein buns till the low sugar bread and the biscuit, where which can actually be used. Low GI noodles, the low GI, any of this product, because low GI is another important aspect now, because we need not to have a food with the high density of the high carbohydrates. You know? So low glycemic index actually is preferred, so that actually controls some of the sugar level, which is otherwise can be a problem in diseases like the diabetes. So gluten-free, as I told, that gluten-free, the gluten sensitivity is one of this important issue, because gluten intolerance, we have some level of the population in India. So this, and then gluten actually comes from the wheat flour, and we actually do not, in South we don't consume much the wheat product, but then you will see definitely in the North, you know, large population actually where the staple food is the wheat, and gluten sensitivity is being addressed by this means how the gluten-free movements or the gluten-free different products can be prepared. You know, so this is the information about that. We actually, because most of these bakery products, their shelf life is the question mark, and presently we use most of this chemical preservatives, and then you know that chemical preservatives can be incorporated only with the minimum level. They have again the hazards problem, and in the long run, there can be the problem of you know, the developing the the spoilage organism resistance to them. So we are actually looking for some other alternative methods from the biological origin, where these chemical preservatives can be replaced effectively. So with reference to the bakery products, these are actually the number of technologies, starting with the only simple data or the online photography and methods, you know, to the several such different multigrains or the sugar-free products are being developed, and such technologies are available for the entrepreneurs or for the new startups, you know, which is required. Similarly, to that, the course are the millets. You know that the next year, 2023, the International Year of the Millet, and safety actually the processing several of these millets with reference to their digestibility, with reference to their shelf life, value addition, making sure that these products can be actually used, can be incorporated in a different other products, like extruded product is there, or the wet product is there, and on that, the large number of people are actually involved in the R&D activities of this. So based on this millet products, so you'll see the large number of actually technologies are developed. Now people are actually moving towards consuming the millets, you know, especially very good for the health perspective, very good with reference to the diabetics perspective, you know. So the grains or the millet, which becomes actually difficult to digest, are helpful, in other words, for for our longevity of life in the simplest sense. So these are actually the different products from the cereal and millets being developed, which are actually available in the form of different food stuffs. Starting with the idli mixes, there are instant idli mixes, there are multiple pasta is there, are ragi flakes, several other such products are developed by this methodology. Coming to the very important component with reference to the processing of the turmeric is concerned, because we know that turmeric processing otherwise it takes a lot of time, conventionally, and this process curing of this turmeric to the powder, where this can actually be achieved within a shorter time, for within 24 hours. So such technology has been developed and being trained in several of the farmers. CFRA actually has one of the very successful program, PMSME, where the large number of farmers from the Andhra, from the Kerala, they have been trained for the production of the turmeric powder, where it's the actual content, the curcumin, as well as the volatile oil content, is being retained, and process is sharpened in a few hours, over the natural process, in other words. Maintaining the natural food colorants, especially in the chili, you will see, or in the root beets, you will see, is very much required. And then on this angle also, we have some of this R&D activities, and successfully the technology has been developed. The natural extract from the ginger or the tamarind or the cucumber has been extracted and been preserved, concentrated and preserved, not only with the conventional methods, but even following the method of the green technology. Now everyone actually is looking for the green technology where organic acids can be minimized and the product quality is retained for this purpose. Virgin coconut oil is another important technology which is actually CFRA is working with this natural coconut board and develop this technology how the oil from this coconut can be processed and concentrated, and preserved for a longer time. Dosa and idli batter, which is actually the technology developed by this department where I am presently working in, and we actually make these pouches of the idli and dosa batter following the good manufacturing practices, and we actually ensure that the batter is stable at a refrigerated condition at least for a week. And now actually since the demand was very high, and then CFRA assess the mandate is to reach to the society, how it can actually goes to the society. So due to this reason, we made this one as such a free technology on this public demand. Flavored water, a very recently developed technology is one of the spices department where we actually had, one of these flavors incorporated, and then this actually the cost is just a 10% more than the normal pure mineral water. Green coffee beans, which is actually the very useful with reference to antioxidants, which actually one can actually get from this green coffee beans, and this green coffee beans, which contains the chlorogenic acid, is being written and while extraction, and then this the product, the technology has been transferred in several of the few of these industries with reference to extraction and then producing this green coffee from the green coffee beans. So these are the bioactive components of the information pertaining to this beverages in continuations. This is actually the bifidocurd, which is the technology developed by me, and this is how actually I believe Dr. Brigadier Rajiv Kapoor contacted CFRA, and then when they asked that what type of presentation they expect. So I believe that the dairy technology or the dairy product was one of the important area. Now I already told that India actually stands #1 in the dairy product, but the processing is case. So how actually this milk actually can be used and converted into the value-added product. So here the value addition is by incorporating a bifidobacteria, making this bifidobacteria to ferment the milk. And why this bifidobacteria? Because bifidobacteria supplementation is very much required for our health and wellness, for prevention of several lifestyle diseases. So this technology actually is developed in my laboratory and is available actually for the commercialization. We are looking for the ambitious entrepreneurs who will purchase this probiotic technology, because the probiotic products which are available in India, they are mostly based on lactic acid factor, not the bifidobacter. So this is what the difference is. So in case of bifidobacter, we actually use the stone milk, the dairy milk. Here actually we try to utilize the soya milk, and we use the another culture of the bifidobacter breeding, which has more saccharidic. So here first is use of the raw material which has actually not being exploited much, like the soya. Number one. Number two is several of actually though it has the anti-nutritional factor of the flavor, but upon fermentation, this can be masked. The effect of the flavor can be masked, the berry flavor. So we perform such experiment, and this technology also is available for the commercialization, where the soya milk is being used for the preparation of the soya curd. In other words, we have the recent development in our R&D activities is the shelf-stable probiotic curd, where this product actually can be stored in the room temperature up to the 10 days, and you can actually get a very good viability, because in the case of probiotics, it is actually the viable probiotic bacterial count. So you can actually see here, the probiotic count of up to 10 millions per gram. Very high probiotic bacterial count actually we are reporting. However, when you see the probiotic bacteria in even the Yakult, actually it is less than 0.1 billion, so around 100 millions. But ours actually has at least 100 times more count in our product, and this product, as I said, can be stored in the room temperature. Another actually product which we developed, and this was actually the idea which we got during the COVID and then subsequently the post-COVID complication, where we used to see the large number of population those who were infected by COVID has a gut dysbiosis. So what is the minimum gut dysbiosis? Because for the COVID recovery, we actually take large amount of the antibiotics, large amount of the steroid drugs, which was actually killing several of the useful bacteria in our gastrointestinal tract. So we actually wanted to rejuvenate that gut microflora. We wanted to actually replenish our gut with the useful bacteria, and for this purpose, we developed this product. Though we did not do the clinical trial, but we had the preclinical trials, and this product, just to tell in one line, that it regulates the cytokine that are associated with the COVID-19 also. So this is actually our preclinical studies, the studies in the rat model. Okay. Besides the cereal, legume product and the spices and so we have actually large amount of R&D contribution in CFTRI about meat, fish, and then poultry product. And then, though we don't eat much the processed food, but then now people are actually moving slowly, for consuming these burgers, instant gravy mixes and all these things. So large number of such products are being developed. You can actually just have a look. Similarly, these wafers or the pickles or the sausages. Sausages, of course, everyone eats in the at least in the 5-star hotel. Or the egg crunches and all these things. The specialty food, with reference to the specialty food product for indulging the exercise, for the sports people. The scientific basis has been studied, and accordingly the product has been made. Similarly, the sports food, the geriatric food, and several other food based on this requirement has been developed. This is actually one of these microbial ingredients which the technology has been developed with reference to the alcohol hangover, and this actually helps. After consuming the alcohol, how actually that hangover actually can be minimized or reduced for that purpose. During again the COVID time, the ozone-based fumigation, disinfection of this laboratories or the small rooms or the seminar halls can be developed, and then the ozone-based air disinfection is another actually breakthrough from the CFTRI scientists with for the disinfection of the viruses, disinfection of microbial contamination in the air for this purpose. Essential oils, sanitizer and disinfectants, these are actually developed in my another department, food protection and infestation control, where the essential oil actually has the ability or property of killing disinfections. And this essential oils antiviral activity was also studied, and then we found that this can be used again for the as a hand sanitizer for that purpose. Superfood, the chia or the quinoa, the hair, it was actually not cultivated, but they actually are very good with reference to their polyunsaturated fatty acids, the protein content, several of these amino acids can be obtained from this one. So cultivation as well as their processing was one of the important R&D breakthrough in safe drive from chia or quinoa as well as the person. Plastic free and the smart packaging, the several of such different packaging models has been developed and then through this engineering principle, through the process of EML or artificial intelligence, and then packaging the different food commodity has been made. Safe drive besides the R&D activities in the developing the different the food commodity, you also have work associated with the self-help groups, and this is actually the Odisha government programs where safe drive actually has given the scientific intervention, for making this home rations or menu diversification for this purpose. So safe drive actually work with the Odisha state government the nutritional intervention purpose, and then this is in continuation of that where safe drive the technology has been implemented there directly in the Odisha government. Just to continue again, some of this wellness food, the low glycemic, which I already explained about, the spices, the calcium rich powders, and then other products which are developed. This PKU, the phenylketonuria, this another actually important aspect which is developed in safe drive with reference to minimizing how the phenylketonuria associated disease can be minimized for that. With reference to the farmers' activities, as I already have explained about the PMFME programs, or even the one district, one product program, actually is the training several of the farmers' organizations in processing of their agricultural products. So sustainable livelihood generation in villages where the CFRI has the impact with reference to preparation or small health group or the spirulina cultivation or even the malnutrition, addressing the malnutrition problems in the villages. Beside basic research in the food chemistry or the spices or the grain science, CFRI actually develops several of this machinery required with reference to how actually the automation can be done either in the chapati making or the idli making or any other instrument. So such instrument, the prototyping is being developed and the technology has been sold to the industry manufacturer for this purpose. You can just have an example of paper making machine. In addition to this, we have the referral laboratory, which is actually identified as a national referral laboratory for studying the safety, microbial contamination, the inspection, the standardization, proximate of this food product. And this is actually the state-of-art laboratory on the food safety and quality assurance. Development of food adulteration kit actually very much is required with reference to the quality test, with reference to adapting the regulatory measures at the national level for this purpose. This is actually the adulteration being detected in the meat, the ghee, sweet, the turmeric, or these products, often goes or succumbs with the several different type of a low-cost adulterant, which are otherwise are detrimental to our health. These are some of this with reference to the human resource development, starting with the postgraduate degree course. We have several of the short courses of the societal mission programs. One or other, definitely I would say that delegates must have heard about the safety contribution in the natural calamities like the tsunami or earthquake or during the flood time also. This is actually a very successful course in the International School of Leading Technology, which is actually available, and then you can actually see most of foreign students actually they undergo this training and make use of the training which they gain in SafeDrive in their home countries. You know, this is actually the incubation center in SafeDrive where several of the incubation actually they can actually are even entrepreneurs. To start with, they can actually come here, take one of this technology, you know, get that initial trial made in SafeDrive. So from this conclave perspective and for the delegate, I think this is a very useful aspect of SafeDrive, the food business accelerator, you know, to have this incubation facility available. And they were purchasing one of the technologies from SafeDrive, having the initial demos here, and then scaling up in their own place. So these are just short-term courses with reference to the different areas or in the different subjects. These are actually the different technologies available, starting with the cereal till the protein, you know, and then you will see that more than 400 technologies and more than has been given to the tiny or medium small enterprises and so some of these are actually the value of customers, you know, as I told that SafeDrive is already the 72 years old institutes, you know, we have actually several other or the customers, valuable customers being actually got benefited with the SafeDrive technologies, starting with and all. So to conclude, as I am telling from the beginning that India has the greater opportunity because of the high diversity, the different food habits of the people, the Indian agriculture is an interesting cross-country, which has the high growth opportunities. It must gear up for the facilitate the agricultural innovation through the farmer corporate partnership. Such activities are being started in one of the places, but requires a lot of information again to develop. The focus on the market orientation is required and then reducing loss through the bringing the operator on the single platforms. Need for the health creation for farmers and investors, infrastructure development, critical commitment, discipline that can actually provide the global leadership. Transformation from a seller buyer relations, strategic partnership in the corporate and the farmers also to win for a win-win outcome. In addition to this, exposing the traditional Indian agriculture to modern technology, you know, and then combining this with the food technology, the secondary agriculture, in other words, and creating large-scale process food manufacture. Because from beginning itself, I told that very small part of our agriculture produce is being processed, being exported, and they rejected the scope to do this. So with this, I think there cannot be the better line to conclude than what the Norman Borlaug said. Food is the moral right of all who born into this world. So this is actually my research team in the microbiology and fermentation technology department. Brigadier Rajiv Kapoor has introduced, this is actually our COVID center in CSF, and this is another department, food protection and infestation control. With this, I take this opportunity to thank every one of you. I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I invite every one of you to this Tech Bharat exhibition to SafeDrive, which will be inaugurated by Union Minister for Food Processing Industry and even Chief Minister Sri Basavaraj Bommai also will be visiting SafeDrive during this time along with the other agriculture minister. This exhibition is exclusive for the food processing industries during 19 to 21. So once again, I will be actually happy to answer if there are any question and from my presentation. Thank you very much. Close the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash, for providing valuable inputs to the audience as far as the human needs are concerned, and I hope everyone would have been benefited. Due to the time constraint, we are moving slightly fast. We have overshot the time. I would request our next speaker, Mr. Srivatsa Srinivasa Rao, Our second speaker in this field is again a young and dynamic personality from TraceX Technologies. By profession, he's an electrical engineer and alumnus of IIM Bangalore. Over his 18 years of professional experience, he has led many initiatives around software product management, engineering and solution sales, both enterprise, software corporation, and startup in agriculture, food, and education. Previously, he was associated with numerous software corporations prior to founding SpaceX. Srivastava co-founded an agri-tech startup called Jiva Bhumi in the year 2016. His organization is an agri-tech startup based out of Bangalore with food science, leveraging the power of blockchain to digitize the food and agriculture ecosystem to make the supply chain clean, creditable, and traceable. The platform connects multiple participants across the supply chain and helps them surely exchange verifiable and auditable data, leading to mutual trust, accountability, and transparency amongst the participants. It also helps in showcasing the sustainable sourcing, consumer trust, impact metrics, and compliance to food safety and sustainable standards and participate in the global market. May I call upon Mr. Srinivasa Rao on the dais, please, and request you to kindly just take the stipulated time as allotted to you, sir. Thank you very much. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Great Brigadier Kapoor, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be presenting here. I'm truly humbled with it. Very quickly, going over what I want to talk about today. In fact, thanks, Sono, he's put together a great orientation this morning, why Web3 is already here and how the organizations are moving towards operating in a distributed environment, yet autonomously in a network fashion, right? So I'm just going to be talking about a few use cases that we have come across as an organization working with food and agri supply chain, specifically solving for the need for transparency in the supply chain itself. And just before the session, Dr. Prakash also talked about food is a fundamental right of everyone. And that's exactly where we're coming from. As consumers, in the last decade or so, consumers have grown quite conscious about what they eat, right? All of us have in some way or the other, if we just think back 10 years and then think about how we eat, how we consume food, how we make decisions on buying food or making food at home. And COVID has only accelerated or more made people more paranoid about how they consume food, so to say. Therefore, there is an inherent need for consumers to know where their food is coming from, or there is an inherent growth towards that, aspiration towards knowing where the food comes from. Not just that, consumers are also making very conscious choice about who do they buy from. I was in Nestle a few weeks ago discussing with one of their child nutrition experts, and they happened to mention that 30% of the customers, when they surveyed recently, said they want to buy from brands that are built for purpose, that are transparent, that are traceable. And they actually said another one, increasing a trend is that 18% of those actually bought from the brands or switched from the earlier brands when they were given an option to verify several claims that happen in the supply chain, right? And that's the premise that we are essentially where I think agri and food supply chains are moving towards. As we know, and Dr. Prakash also mentioned a lot about food, we sort of have a sense of how complex it is, right? From production of the food all the way till it is consumed, right? It goes through multiple actors in between that we all know. Most of them have operated as independent entities which have never been connected. The supply chains are very opaque today. If we look at general supply chains opaque, more so when it comes to food, it is even more opaque. Going back and finding the trace of the products in the supply chain is so very difficult, both upstream and downstream, eventually leading to several complications and so on and so forth. That's largely the problem that we want to solve with a Web3 type of technology. How are we going about it? Right, the whole idea was breaking the norm of organization working independently and allowing through technologies, fundamental technologies like blockchain that enables a network, building a private network where conscious organizations come together and then work towards building a trusted platform. They all vouch for it. They all move away from the traditional opacity and then vouch for sharing information democratically, enabling, extending their supply chain data democratically with each other, so that a very transparent, a verifiable, auditable supply chain data can be built up. The data can be leveraged for several use cases. It could be making finance available to farmers. It could be enabling food safety for organizations, enabling food safety for consumers, enabling sustainability, so on and so forth. But that's what we are focusing on. Our expertise is predominantly on that. So let me discuss about a few use cases, how different value chains are moving towards it. This one is largely on how the agri value chain is necessarily coming together as part of a network where the production happens at the farmers, their aggregators like farmer producer organizations, the food corporations, and so on and so forth, where the food moves through the chain. But if you look at other value chains in food, they're no different, but they operate slightly differently. If you look at a dairy value chain, where there's smallholder dairy value chain. So India is full of smallholders, right? Whether we look at core agriculture farmers or dairy farmers, where smallholders are coming together to form a collective, where they're pouring milk at a collection center. Again, these are very disparate, actors on the supply chain. Where the next step is where milk is getting, aggregated at one of the chilling centers. Finally, someone's transporting the milk over to a manufacturing plant, and the manufacturing plant is manufacturing something. So if you can see already, there are so many different organizations that are coming together to ensure the milk that we drink every day is not as old as what we've been told, or probably want to give us a confidence that we are probably drinking one of the freshest milk. Similarly, livestock, so where the value chains are different. So I don't want to go, in the interest of time, again, I don't want to go into each of the value chains, but then all that I'm trying to say is the food value chains are very diverse. The complexity is common, but the way they operate is very diverse. Similarly, poultry value chain and so on and so forth, including seafood and also seed value chain, which is fundamental to agriculture practices that we do, where there's so much curiosity in the seed market today, where fly-by-night operators introduce a lot of spurious seeds into the market. Thereby, one is obviously impacting the farmer very badly, and secondly, also demeaning the brand value itself of those private seed producing companies that are doing the right things, right? So again, all that I'm trying to connect back is how the supply chains are wanting to be on a distributed network, and then how supply chains can be made more transparent by being on a distributed network. Some of the use cases that I'll quickly go over are a company that's operating in the Nilgiris called Green Earth Fresh Produce that is supplying iceberg lettuce, right, to one of the very large burger chains in India. For example, the burger chain itself is paranoid about the quality of the food that comes from, and they have to navigate this through a very complex supply chain, which goes backward 3 actors at least. So the interventions are provided right at the farm level, where the entire farms are getting digitized to an application that works predominantly on a distributed a blockchain network, where the farmers are not just given technology, but then through the technology, farmers are also empowered how sustainable agriculture, regenerative agriculture, and so on and so forth could be enabled, thereby tracking a lot of data on the pre-harvest side, then moving over to how a different actor plays an important role in aggregating the produce and looking at the harvest of the produce and post-harvest the processes that happen, eventually making sure that the chain, the burger chain itself, gets the food that they are able to confidently trace it back, and not that they want to go out and enable this to consumers when we're eating burger, not that they want to tell where the iceberg lettuce is coming from, but then at least they're securing their supply chain, which is complex in the first place. It's just a representation of how supply chain traceability data can enable food safety, transparency, and traceability. But again, fundamentally, data is data, can be consumed for many different use cases. How does it happen? Like I briefly discussed, through the Web3 technologies, mobile technologies, AI, ML, whatever that we want to call, it's about bringing all the technologies together to enable the distributed, operations essentially. Right, tracking the entire pre-harvest through the mobile applications, tracking the post-harvest journey depending on the produce itself. Dairy is different, poultry is different, agriculture is different, like I said, and eventually enabling traceability of data and information. Dairy, we talked about how a company here enabling consumer traceability. We talked about the consumer part a while ago, right? So I'm told that mostly the milk that we drink is at least about 6 to 7 days old, which is preserved well. I'm not saying it's bad, but then it's still 6 to 7 days old. Here is a company that wanted to go out and make a very bold statement saying that, look, the milk that we are serving is 2 days old, unlike 8 days the milk that we're drinking unknowingly, which is 8 days old. The idea is to, can we create a network? Can we create a network of participants who can come together and vouch for building the consumer trust, right? Trust index can be increased. So that can happen only when like-minded organizations come together. And that's exactly what Web3 technologies enable us to do. Eventually, consumers are so interested, so nerdy as well, they can go up to the collection points, every single collection point where the milk was collected, how is it stored on a distributed ledger, and so on and so forth. That's all fancy, but I'm just saying there's ability to go all the way till that. And similarly, working with one of the largest agro commodity companies in the world, which presents in 60 countries, how they're enabling sustainable agriculture, working towards ESG goals, working towards economic impact for the farmers, social impact for consumers, and at the same time, good for good for earth, good for consumers, good for farmers, right? How that's being enabled, where the entire sustainable agriculture practices, including the environmental initiatives that are taken to conserve the soil carbon, to sequester the soil carbon, eventually not just enabling farmer to earn revenues or make money from the produce. As I was reading very recently, can soil carbon be the weapon, a strong weapon for farmers to actually get their livelihoods better, right? So how do we track all of that environment initiatives apart from tracking the entire production here, involving multiple partners again, rice producing farmers, the ones that are certifying the regenerative practices, certifying the carbon sequestered for the credits, and then certifying the produce quality itself, and eventually a processor who is involved in processing paddy into rice and finally exporting this out, and all of that stuff is something that's happening. Again, here is an example of how a farmer producer company is working directly in a private public partnership model with one of the largest company that procures over 1,000 metric tons of chilies every season. They're a leading company in ready-to-eat foods, again directly working with farmers, impacting farmer livelihoods, and then how these technologies can be put to use. Again, a distributed network there comprises of multiple partners coming together, and all for a common good, right? So that's the beauty of connected supply chains, and this is exactly where the world is moving towards, connected supply chains really. Coffee supply chain, for example, coffee, a brand that's operating in Bangalore, but then making a claim that coffee is a source from the valley of Araku, or from Arabicas being procured from the mountains of Chikmagalur. But that's a claim just for the brand itself. But then if they have to enable it, they again will have to work with multiple participants there, depending on the supply chain. Plantation or the production itself could be happening in the valley of Araku, where farmer producer companies are on a network like this. The curing of coffee, there are curing works in Karnataka and everywhere else, where the curing works is actually a autonomous organization on a platform like this, and even the roastery that does the coffee roasting, and finally a cafe. So all of them coming together to bring that value to the consumers, and eventually a coffee packet that's moving out of the shelves with absolute confidence, verifiable data which can be verified by consumers. Similarly, a packaged food company that does infant foods, their claim is that the food they serve is not older than the baby itself, and which is what young mothers want to ensure. And how do you enable this through a distributed supply chain, and enabling eventually letting consumers verify the claims, and also engage, gamify the experience of consumers to build better trust with the brand itself. export, where how geographically identifiable products, there are 343 geographical identifiable products in India. Pashmina shawl to Ratnagiri, Alfonso to Dharwad Peda and so on and so forth. But how can we verify? Again, a complex supply chain navigating through that, and how could technologies like Web3, a blockchain could come together and build GI products which are when exported to, this is a use case of Naindran variety bananas which were exported to the UK, and the UK Indian diaspora in the UK consuming this, knowing exactly where the produce comes from. Briefly talked about seed, one of the very fundamental things in agriculture. Lots of problems in terms of crop loss, spurious seeds, and so on and so forth. Enabling the entire supply chain there, right from seed production to seed procurement to ensuring the seed genetic purity of the seeds, ensuring quality of the seeds, ensuring certifications, and so on and so forth. Again, enabling the end farmer to be able to confidently buy something which can again be traced across a complex supply chain. So this is just a snapshot of how these things look like. I'll pause here. Just that the entire supply chains are moving towards this democratic supply chains, and I run a company called TraceX Technologies that essentially enables that. My colleague Jaisendra is also here. Thanks, JC, for coming over, and that's what we are passionate about. Brigadier, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'll pause here. Again, thank you so much. Happy to take any questions off the gate. Sure. It depends on the value chain. For example, if it's a farmer model, farmer-led model, it's around 100 rupees per farmer per month. That's just rack prices that we're talking about. Our business model is not really, when I say our generally business model is not based on, not about charging farmer. I think we should, in India, we should be giving back to the farmer, not taking money from the farmer. The models are B2B. But if it's non-farmer led, it could be based on transactions that happen, volume of produce that is moved, for example, volume of milk that is traced on the platform and stuff. Thank you. Yeah, I think there's a question.
I understand how you guys are doing the grains and wheat and all of that throughout the blockchain, but how do you do it with milk? Like,
sure.
Yeah.
A great question. Obviously, especially when there is a smallholder farmers pour half a liter, 1 liter milk. Obviously, the idea is that can you get to the closest aggregated milk? Can I trace if there's something wrong with the milk that particular day? Can I just trace the collection points that I got this milk from? Obviously, you have to discard every other the batches there. Wherever there are small produce, aggregation is definitely must, and you can only get up to that aggregated level. That's how the milk value chain works, unless it's a large private.
Is this aggregation also, I mean, do you also segregate like the quality of the milk?
Absolutely. Great point. Thanks for prompting that. At every pour of the milk that happens, the systems must be rightfully so, must be integrated with milk procurement systems, quality analyzers, which is analyzing fat, SNF, so on and so forth. And then eventually giving an aggregated value of fat and SNF as well, which later during manufacturing it gets standardized, but then that's the quality tracing that needs to happen.
Just one last question.
Yeah.
So I understood that you're saying that right now the milk is reaching like the 5 to 6 days, right? In the blockchain, I mean, if you use the blockchain, there might be a chance that it reaches like within 2 days. But what is the main target that you guys are targeting? That like should it reach the same day or next day?
So ideally, at least the next day. That's the whole idea. So again, the brand uses it purely from the standpoint that they want to educate the customer that they're actually having a milk which is either yesterday's or probably at the max day before. It's a bold claim. When we drink milk, we just think it is milk this morning. There is no way that we're drinking milk which has been milked this morning, unless we have a cow and you are able to trace your milk yourself. And that's what is the objective there. That is to enable a better behavior. Those who really want to do the right thing, they will eventually participate on initiatives like this.
Sure.
Thank you. Thanks for the question.
As Mike is here, I will ask one question I have.
Yeah.
So, especially about I come from background of technology, but work for seed manufacturing companies. I see this is a big problem there, like from where we get the seed till it comes to market. When we get into quality issues, when the crops are not performing, it's very important for us to know from where it came from, right? Whether it was mixed in between or it was a really issue in the parent seed from where we got. Are you also working with some big organizations in this front?
Absolutely. In fact, the entire state of Telangana is running on our seed traceability product. We are doing cotton and paddy. We work with Seed Research Technology Center, which is part of Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agriculture University, to precisely solve for this. We also later understood that it's not just about solving the research part of the seed production, but the distribution part of the seed production has a larger problem, which is where the spurious seeds are put together. We are working on that initiative now with Government of Telangana and with some private seed producing companies as well. Sure, sir. Absolutely. I mean, I'm actually overwhelmed with how many use cases that can be built on it. In fact, we are precisely working on we're just discussing on a use case to be implemented, to implement a product like this for the fertilizer traceability at the entire state level with Amazon Web Services and stuff like that. So a lot of things could come in. And we don't want to do it all by ourselves. I don't think we will also be able to do it all by ourselves. We constantly look for folks that we can work with to make this happen.
Yeah, I have a question here. You mentioned that you also do the carbon sequestering.
That's right.
And you also mentioned about net water positivity. I mean, you didn't use the word, but you said that.
Yeah.
The question is, are you linking all this to various indices and targets of UN SDGs?
Sure, absolutely. Not yet, I would say. But then what we are enabling right now is the biggest problem in emissions is about measuring the emissions itself, right? We recently read, in fact, as recent as this morning, I think we ran a survey to identify where is the problem. First of all, it's actually in measuring the emissions itself. One is that. Secondly, also measuring the sequestration. Right now, we are mostly on measuring the sequestration rather than measuring the emissions. I don't think we currently are focused on measuring the emissions, but we are largely looking at how can we, again, not over fantasizing the technology, but then leveraging the capabilities of technology to, measure the environmental initiatives, convert that into a carbon credit, represent the carbon credit into a token, and allow NFT or whatever to be traded on any NFT marketplaces. We have not done that part. Again, I don't want to be very over fascinated with it, but at the end of the day, it is carbon, which is digitally represented and made verified carbon. Otherwise, today there is only one source to go back, which is Universal Carbon Registry, right? So we're trying to create, can we create a registry of carbon that can be verifiable independently? That's what.
Sir, I have one question. It's also linked to the next panel on mobility, because most of the time, a lot of losses happen on the way, even though we may trace which place and which route. Right. Is there a possibility, because we have the electric mobility people in the afternoon, after lunch, is there a possibility that you are thinking of doing something where you can help the farmer or somebody in the ecosystem trade the carbon offsets if the right mobility and the right combination of other factors are used? And can that be made tradable? Yes, I would like to talk to you.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying we are experts at it today, but we are definitely a lot more evolved on the soil side of the carbon. But eventually we realize that there is no point in just measuring one part and then leaving out the major part. By the way, transportation is the highest emitter of carbon, so to say, and agriculture is actually the smallest, right? So really talking. So we'll be happy to discuss that. That's an area of carbon, creating carbon economy for farmers is definitely on our radar. We'll be, I'm sure I'll be humbled to talk to you and learn your initiative. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And yeah, back to you.
Thank you, Srinivasa Rao ji, or what a powerful presentation which he has given, and what an interactive session which has taken place. Now with this, we close our first session and move on for the lunch, since we are falling short as far as again the time is constrained. So I would request you to kindly look into this aspect and come back as soon as possible, which is going to be followed. The next 3 sessions are basically on the electric vehicles, and followed by the supply chain management and logistics, and rest is the finance, wherein there's going to be a panel discussion on this. And before that, immediately after lunch, there's going to be 2 to 4 minutes of video, which I'll be briefing you immediately after that, which has been developed by the CDAC and the Government of India project, which Dr. Hota was also mentioning. And we'll be showcasing that, and I'll be briefing you immediately after the lunch, so that everybody gets benefited how technology is going to help the MSME sector in this particular field. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I request you to kindly move for the lunch.
If you want to sell online, make sure you stand out. Go to Wix
अच्छा नया चश्मा
Igniting a revolution in the boardroom. Nurturing directors of the future. With that unique mission, Institute of Directors was set up in India in the year 1990 by late Dr. Madhav Mehra, a visionary to fill the need for professional development of corporate directors and prepare for an uncertain world.
IOD today is not merely a non-profit institution. It's a metaphor for the change that we will see in the corporate world.
Today, IOD stands as an apex association of corporate directors and also as a centre of excellence, preparing the directors and building boards for tomorrow.
Directors are the most critical players, and therefore the Institute of Directors is a very major institution to take India forward.
The experience, intelligence, and vision of the Institute of Directors guarantee its success.
I greatly appreciate the Institute's work in promoting responsible and sustainable business in India and all over the world.
Over the past 3 decades, IOD has grown from strength to strength, connecting executives from the private, public and government domains in India and across the globe. Today, IOD has a network of over 30,000 senior executives, equipping each one of them with a range of resources, professional expertise, and above all, exposure to unique global networking opportunities.
I think I have to compliment the IOD because they've started talking about governance and the role of directors from 1990 onwards, which was not as fashionable as it is today.
How companies are governed makes all the difference in the performance of a company, in the trust in business.
The change in what society accepts is normal is one of the big changes that is taking place in our expectation of companies and their behavior, and therefore the leadership of the boards.
No matter how you view our growth story, I think issues of corporate governance and what happens in the private sector, economic entities and the boards is central to our understanding.
The Directors Membership-Based Association, IOD, has a number of regional offices pan-India and a few global centres to provide local membership support services and offer platforms for learning, networking and exchange of ideas. Annually, some of the distinguished leaders in India and abroad are felicitated through distinguished fellowships for their outstanding leadership and public service.
It gives me immense honor to accept this award on behalf of my own company, JK Tyre & Industries. And in fact, I feel that the 17,000 strong Team JK Tyre are the one who really made it happen.
I'm pleased that the relationship between the BBC and India, a relationship which goes back 80 years, should be recognised in this way.
The Honourable President of India, late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, was the first Distinguished Fellow of the IOD in June 1994.
I do hope you will continue to encourage and support people in different walks of life towards contributing to development in right earnest.
Everyone's board in this country is now being led by corporates and people who are achievers in their own private lives are now also using their might and also their money in uplifting everyone's boards, even in public life. So thank you very much.
What kind of directors I'm looking for? It's the difference between people of my generation and the people of the next. The questions we were afraid to ask. Youngsters are not afraid to ask the questions, and you need questions asked in boardroom.
Ecosystem is today in a certain amount of confusion that what is happening. People are also worried about rules being changed too often, too frequently.
Today's globally competitive market and business environment demands world-class professionals as board directors. The IOD pioneered directors' education has been a huge leap forward to meet this demand. Over the years, IOD has trained more than 6,000 directors as certified corporate directors through over 40 training courses annually, developing independent and women directors for effective and diverse boards.
Inclusion is what is going to help you deliver more profitability and more sustainability. So please put that into action in your business.
Increasing numbers of ambitious companies will have the opportunity to build multinational brands should they wish. With this enhanced opportunity comes increased responsibility.
The condensed Masterclass training course for directors, a 3-day certified program started in the year 2003, helps in bringing best practices and up-to-date knowledge on a range of boardroom, commercial and legal issues covering corporate governance, sustainability, risk management, culture, ethics and stakeholder engagement.
Corporate governance, sustainability, transparency, efficacy are all part of the business models that we wish to see, not just for our businesses, but for all businesses.
Another feather in the IOD cap is the Board Research and Advisory Services. Through BR&A, IOD helps to identify and surmount the barriers impeding the board's effectiveness and compliance through specialized advisory, consultancy and training services. Its advisory services on annual compliance and board evaluation practices have been a great support for medium and small industries.
The Institute of Directors is a great organization, and the expectation is that it would be something that would open new thoughts, new avenues.
It has a special division called Organisation for Non-Executive Independent Directors, a platform to look after the interests of these directors. Recently, it also launched an MSME division in association with the MSME Ministry to enable India's growth engines to learn business management, finance, digitization and effective compliance and governance.
The biggest possible help for MSME is the market access. And this is where the big corporates, they can come forward and then ensure that market access to these units. And that is the biggest possible source of CSR, I would say.
Building an effective business network is vital. Every year, IOD conducts a large number of workshops, seminars, national and international conventions on current boardroom challenges, covering themes ranging from corporate governance, sustainability, leadership, business excellence, corporate social responsibility, environment and climate change.
This type of conferences bring together the intelligentsia, and we are able to deliberate, and certainly some policy changes can happen because of this conference.
IOD has really been very instrumental in enhancing the trade and investment between India and UK.
Not only is it a very good networking place, but it is also a place where there is a lot of credibility to the people who come here, because the people who are invited here will be people of eminence in their own fields.
It's important for us to be working alongside other organizations, institute, implement the best practices, share our own best practices and build on that.
To make India a preferred investment destination, annual outreach programs, global business meets and workshops are also conducted, not only in different parts of the country, but also global business hubs like London, Dubai and Singapore since 2003 to promote global exchange of ideas and networking.
It's one of the best global conference, London Global Conference of IOD, because the theme is corporate governance.
I just want to not only thank the organisers for the award and everyone that has made this evening's event possible.
I have a question for you.
But just
if I
to
want to present you my data in the form of this
relationship.
boring
Well, it's absolutely fascinating to be talking about the long-standing relationship between UK and India, to hear questions from businesses.
Many businesses, and I'm glad to see that Singapore is one of the most highest investment destinations into India. This is a great forum to make new friends, come and live here, do business here, It's a great hub and a gateway to Asia.
What we want to take out from this conference is a strategy for these changing times.
One of the early prime initiatives of IOD has been the institution of the Golden Peacock Awards that have become a benchmark of corporate excellence globally, attracting more than 1,000 applications for 15 different corporate functional verticals annually. Former Chief Justice of India, Chairman, National Human Rights Commission of India and National Commission for Constitution of India Reforms, Justice M.M. Venkachelli, is the National Chairman of IOD and also the Chairman of these coveted awards jury.
Recommended COVID-19
The boards must
also,
consist of
I
people,
hope all that are eligible
ethical,
citizens
honest,
are getting their booster shots
accountable,
as requested.
transparent.
India is
And
now
last
gearing
but
up
not
for a
the least,
major push towards electrification.
These awards have a meticulously defined and
always
transparent
said,
three-level
commercial
evaluation
vehicle
criteria
will be leading
managed by
this
independent
path
professional
creating
assessors.
sound-based
Today,
for average
no other business
consumer.
award is accorded such
Doing
recognition
still
and
not
patronage,
just the
known as a
capable work
badge of
for
excellence
servicing
globally.
the future EVs, but also help with setting up a charging infrastructure. While EVs are not entirely a new concept,
Your
for
Highness
India,
encourage us
the
to
challenges
continue
faced by
investing in ideas,
has been incrementally
solutions
rising
for
because
our
of
customers
the mass scale
and stakeholders.
previously
There
unseen.
have to be groups which take people along and participative management of various environmental issues. I think that's the purpose why Golden Peacock Awards are given.
I've been associated with this award since last 10-12 years, and they are very, very selective. They have a very good jury meet, and it's very encouraging.
In order to connect directors with research, policy initiatives and thought leadership, IOD has an extensive range of professional publications, handbooks for directors and a monthly journal, Director Today. These help keep members updated on current and emerging corporate boardroom policies and business and corporate processes for smooth business functioning. Another milestone has been the setting up of the IOD Foundation to promote inclusive growth. The Institute of Directors has not only made a positive impact by training and mentoring thousands of senior corporate executives and directors, but has metamorphosed the way businesses function, acting as an unparalleled catalyst in the process of innovation, leadership, and global competitiveness.
For the growth, success, and safety, you are our partners here. Thank you very much.
Igniting a revolution in the boardroom. Nurturing directors of the future. With that unique mission, Institute of Directors was set up in India in the year 1990 by late Dr. Madhav Mehra, a visionary to fill the need for professional development of corporate directors and prepare for an uncertain world.
IOD today is not merely a non-profit institution. It's a metaphor for the change that we will see in the corporate world.
As an apex association of corporate directors, and also as a centre of excellence, preparing the directors and building boards for tomorrow.
Directors are the most critical players, and therefore the Institute of Directors is a very major institution
exposure to unique global networking opportunities.
I think I have to comment.
He's taught at the Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern University, and has significantly contributed to Kellogg's success through his many years of research and teaching there. His book, Marketing Management, is widely recognized as the most authoritative textbook on marketing around the world, and he's known for popularizing the definition of the marketing mix. He's been lecturing many companies about how to apply sound economic and marketing science principles to increase their competitiveness. He's also advised governments on how to develop and position the skill sets and resources of their companies for global competition. He is really quite literally a living legend in modern marketing. He's significantly contributed to the understanding and the appreciation of marketing's potential to improve the world. It gives me enormous pleasure to invite our distinguished guest of honour, Professor Philip Kotler, to deliver and indeed to rise to the challenge of delivering a special talk on challenges in corporate governance while focusing on the future boards in a VUCA world, a world of volatility, uncertainty, complexity and ambiguity. Professor Kotler is joining us from Florida. It's a great pleasure to have you with us. And at the IOD, we're delighted to extend a warm welcome to you. Over to Professor Kotler.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. And Graham, thank you so much for your introduction. And I also want to thank Suhail for marvelous humanistic ideas. I can spot a humanist anytime, and I am one. I wrote a book called My Life as a Humanist. You can join with me in that view. Well, I am so pleased to be able to talk to the IOD people about directors. And I want to start with two experiences before I do the normal move to a set of slides. The first experience was the one that General Motors had with its board of directors. General Motors hired a company called EDS, Electronic Data Services or Systems, to help them move into a more electronic stage. It wasn't yet digital, but it was electronic. And in hiring EDS, they put on their board the founder of EDS, Perot, Mr. Perot. And then they regretted it ever since. In other words, yes, Perot is part of the future, and he's helping General Motors move into the future. But he's also an ornery person. He's too independent. He sits at the board meeting and he says, you know, gentlemen, let's admit it. We don't make the best cars in the world. We should. Well, he kept haranguing the board meetings over this fact, and they finally said in agreement when he wasn't around, we've got to get rid of him. And they told him that, please, if you will help move off the board and say nothing about it, we will, there's $10 million we owe you, and that's at stake. So just don't talk about why you're leaving the board, and we'll be both better off. Well, Perot isn't that easy a person to work with. So he immediately started to tell the press what the problem was, that GM does not make the best cars in the world. And he went ahead and worked with Fortune magazine to write an article called How I Would Run a Car Company the Right Way. And he gave up the $10 million. That wasn't the issue. This is the man who also ran for president. Anyways, I know you don't really want someone like Perot on your board of directors if you can't keep down his volume of criticism. But you know, you need someone like that. Every good board has to have an activist, if we can use that word, who is trying to open the minds of the other board members. The other experience I want to share with you about good management has to do with my experience with IBM. I was asked by John Akers, the CEO of IBM many years ago, to help IBM get into real marketing, not to confuse sales and marketing. And I did my work on that. And they invited me to attend a board meeting, which is a rare experience. IBM's board consisted of only 13 people. What puzzled me more is that there was only one non-American on the board from Switzerland, a good guy. Here was IBM making most of its money from Japan, and there was no one from Japan on the board, things like that. But I attended the meeting, and it was a 3-day meeting. I didn't say anything at the meeting. I wanted to observe. And they ran it in a way which I have to give them credit for, because every board ought to have a long meeting, even a 3-day meeting, that covers 3 themes. What were the themes? The first day was spent in listening to 3 people invited to talk to them, who were the heads of 3 big customer companies that IBM served. I think one of them was Budweiser, the big beer company. So that day was spent in asking those big customers and their CEOs, how are we doing with you? Well, they got a mouthful. One of the visitors said, yeah, I'm the CEO of X, but every time I try to reach my person at IBM, he's busy. He gets back to me half a day later. And so what that was about is every board should listen to their chief or major customers. Are you satisfied with us? How can we do better? Second day, IBM wants to hear how well they're doing with their branches around the world. They've already heard from their customers, but how are they doing with their branches? One of the largest branches was in Chicago, and it managed all the insurance business and other business in the Chicago region. And the head of that branch, who works for IBM, stood up and he said, gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. I'm not happy with headquarters. Headquarters sometimes says, yes, we'll give you 3 more people for your payroll because you said you need some people, but we hope you're getting 3 accountants. We think that's where you should get your help. He says, no, I want 3 marketers. We are sitting on a mountain of opportunity, and I want marketing people. And I would think that since my head is on the line, leave it to me. If I'm wrong about needing 3 marketers, you will know it, and I will know it badly too. So how about a little decentralization and let our branches decide on what they need in people and in resources? It's revelation. The third day was spent by the board listening to the competition. Now, you can't ask your competitors to come to your board meeting, right? Well, they happened to focus on a certain competitor, and they had hired from that competitor one of their important people to work for IBM. In other words, they had working for IBM a person who had worked for the competitor. And they said to the IBM person, would you pretend to be the CEO of the company that we want to know more about? And would you lecture the board on what you're going to do with us? What your plot is against us? Well, the young man said, I'd be happy to do it, gentlemen. So on that day, that young man stands up, looks at the 13 members of the board of IBM and says, gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. We are here to bury you. We are here to bury you. By the way, that was something that I think the Russian once said about America, or I forget his name, Khrushchev or so on. But in any case, he went on, he says, you know, you're so focused on hardware that's not the future. The future is software. Wow. Well, one of the board members who was strong on hardware said that I don't think he knows what he's talking about. We do so well with hardware. Took a year or two until the next IBM president came along to say, boy, did we drag ourselves too long with only hardware. We are a software giant, or will be. Okay, not to make more of this, but that was an interesting thing. Every board should experience first some big customers and how they feel about you. Second, your branches and how they feel about you. Thirdly, who's your real competitor that you worry about, and let him tell you what he's going to do to you. Okay, so so much for board stories and how important it is to have the right people on your board who are really ready to talk and be independent. Now, can my slides be shown? Corporations are fortunately changing and re-examining their purposes, goals, and responsibilities. And they have to, because they went through COVID, climate change, social economic headwinds, and now a new war. And even the war has brought about some change. Look at the companies that decided to support the victim, not the aggressor. McDonald's, Starbucks, American Express, closing their operations, losing money, but showing that harm is being done, evil is being done to a country for no good reason. So we won't get into that now, but let me go on to the issues that I'm going to discuss with you. Do you see the
balance of the sessions, 3 sessions? There is a slight amount of change and something new has come up, though it's a very short and crisp. Basically, it's a CDAC has developed a computer by the name of Param Utkarsh. It's a high performance computing system set up at CDAC Bangalore. Under that, National Supercomputing Mission, that is the NSM of Government of India project. This system offers artificial intelligence or machine learning and deep learning frameworks, compute and storage as a cloud service. This infrastructure aims to provide increased innovation potential to MSME and startups, thus leading to reduced turnaround time to the market. This 2-minute video will give you a brief intro of the facility exclusively built to meet the MSME needs. So ladies and gentlemen, just pay a little attention for 2 minutes and 14 seconds video, and you will gain a lot of things. Over to the, kindly show the video, please. CDAC. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And you have seen the video, developed by CDAC. And after this, we start with the balanced 3 sessions. And the first session is going to be on the electric vehicles. That is the greener, moving towards the greener mobility and the infrastructure related aspects. So Mr. Uday Narang, Chairman, Omega Group and Omega Seki is the first speaker for this. And ladies and gentlemen, now the session with 2 speakers will explore and enhance an electric vehicle and associated infrastructure, which would enable innovations to leverage the value of innovations and bring back the inventions more easily and effectively. And our first speaker in this is Mr. Uday Narang. Mr. Uday has been the driving force behind the growth and expansion of the company and has been actively involved in expanding in Asian and ASEAN markets. Uday has more than 15 years of experience in the industry, which has given him an incisive understanding of the operations of the company, as well as great insight into the larger trends, and is a firm believer in collaborative leadership. Previously, from 1992 to 2015, he worked in finance, financial markets, across Europe, United States and Asia. He has run and managed various hedge funds for over a decade and has been the president for Koch Enterprises in the United States of America. He has also led many organizations across Europe, US, and Asia, from startups to mature organizations. Prior to his success in the corporate world, he obtained his BA Economics, BS Management, and MS Management and Policy from State University of New York at Stony Brook. I now call upon Mr. Uday Narang on the dais. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a good lunch. Great to be in the city of Bangalore. It's a wonderful city. I come from Delhi, and from the 51 degrees of yesterday to the beautiful temperature today, it is great. You guys are blessed to be living in this city. But thank you very much to having this great event, and obviously some superb speakers, and obviously somebody who's going to speak after me, who I highly respect, Max from Magenta. So great event, and thank you for giving us a chance to speak. I want to start with talking about, this is a great subject, green mobility, into the cleaner future, electric vehicles. This is something, and the associated infrastructure building is extremely important with where the future is going. I think what's important, what we all need to understand, is that green energy and sustainability is most important as we go forward in the next decade. The future is very, very electric, as you see, from 18K vehicles sold in 2015 to 155K in 2020. It's been a phenomenal growth of what we are seeing, in our country. The government is absolutely behind green energy. And when I say, the government is the central or the state, there is bipartisan support on this movement. And this is something that I'm really, again, excited to see in a nation of ours. The OEMs, they're all going electric. So whether it's the old OEMs or a whole bunch of startups, including us, there is a whole new energy into the OEM space. And I think this is extremely important for the future of our country. Fleet owners, they are going electric, which is, again, very important. I will say 13% of Indian GDP is logistics, and it is one of the highest in the world, which tells me there is so much inefficiency in the system. We need to change that. Innovation and global partnerships are happening across the ecosystem. We at OSM are also being part of bringing alliances from Korea, from Japan, from Europe, as well as Israel. And this is a very, very exciting time for all of us in this new world. There's a robust growth in the ecosystem. The OEM, the battery manufacturers, the charging infrastructure is happening. Motor manufacturers, powertrain manufacturers, the entire ecosystem is changing. And I would request all young men and women of our country to be part of this movement. IoT, artificial intelligence, robotics is coming, and India as a country can take a leadership in this role. We have the capabilities, we have the young populations where India can really be a part of the future EV growth that is happening internationally. The addressable market, 300 million vehicles to close to maybe 400 even by 2030. That is phenomenal from what I see. The EV four-wheelers will go to about 30% adoption. In my view, EV sales will continue to grow at over 200 to 300% on year. We are seeing a great involvement on EV systems in two-wheelers and three-wheelers. And I think over the next 5 to 7 years, we will see a very large majority of two and three-wheelers being electric. And please understand, with fuel prices at over $100 a barrel, diesel at 100 rupees a liter, our logistic players, that man and woman who is driving three-wheelers, four-wheelers, his and her income is continually getting depressed. So electric is a solution. The other part, I'm hearing every part of Indian ecosystem is getting involved in electric. I was even excited to hear that the military, which is talking about going electric in today's world, where in India we import our largest import of use of foreign exchange is fuel. We should be going electric. Challenges. The challenges faced by the EV industry. There's obviously something that my good friend Max is working on at Magenta, EV infrastructure. There is a severe lack of charging infrastructure in this country. So the first question people say, well, we're buying EVs. How do we charge them? And this is something, there's a complete lack of infrastructure. And I think there's a huge change coming with the likes of Magenta and many more who are building the ecosystem. But this is something that if we want to compete with China, we need to build ecosystem. The high costs. There is a high cost involved in building EVs, and that has to be changed by building the entire ecosystem in our country. We need to build powertrain factories, motor factories. We've got to build batteries. We've got to build the charging stations. Rather than importing it from China and Europe, we need to make it in India. I think, we at OSM have always worked with that, and all of our partnerships have been about building the ecosystem in India. High dependency on imports. We need to stop importing products from other countries, specifically China. And I'm not China bashing here. I'm saying, why should we not, as a country where we have young men and women with the experience, with the knowledge, we can send our men and women internationally and build the biggest companies. We need to make sure we do that here. Grid challenges. There are grid challenges, because the demand for power continues to go higher. We're having a very, very hot summer, and we're already, certain parts of this country are faring shortages. But then there's other parts of the countries where Tamil Nadu and other states where are energy surplus. Why? Because they went solar, they went wind, and this is what needs to happen. Again, our dependence on foreign fuel needs to be changed by building the ecosystem. And we, again, are being part of the solution. Ultimately, the scope of the the EV market growth rests on the availability of capital for original equipment manufacturers, for battery, for charging infrastructure, as well as improvement to infrastructure. Realizing India's EV ambition requires an annual battery capacity of 158 gigawatts by year 2030. which provides huge investment opportunities for investors. We are having the PLI schemes. We need to have policy support for critical needs at this juncture. The government is absolutely aware of it, and we see multiple policies come out, but I think more needs to be done, because I think the future, people say the future is electric. I say the present is even more electric. Green mobility, an introduction on this. Technology, technology, technology. Technology is redefining business landscape in the automotive, manufacturing, right from strategy to execution to the outcome. Innovative business models have become imperative for business growth. Automobile manufacturing is currently facing what is called a supreme revolution. Liberalization has made both international and local players and Indian manufacturers to progressively integrate and open new markets. We ourselves are working on that by setting up plants nationally and internationally to grow this. The proliferation of electric vehicles has entered an era of mobility solutions that we have not only talked about sustainable, but clean. Over the last couple of years, India has witnessed a massive thrust towards the deployment of electric vehicles in private and public. And I would really, really request the government to take the leadership and make every vehicle electric. In the army, in the armed forces, in the other places, electric needs to be part of it. There are so many areas in the military, in the armed forces, in the naval forces, where electric can change. Obviously, the heavy equipment will take time, but I will show you towards the end of this, we are coming up with trucks of 1.5 tons, 6.5 tons, and up to 50 tons that can change the face of mobility of this country and the rest of Europe. Charging infrastructure. This is extremely important. And I know Max will talk about it more after me. Towards migration of the past, the air quality, the 20 worst polluting cities in the world, in our country. I know that this is a topic of discussion, but I am not seeing enough being done than just talk. Because if there is a delta that shows every year that our cities have more and more pollution, I think there is talk. There has to be more action. And for that, we need to set up more electric vehicles. And for that, we need companies like Magenta and many others to step up in the charging infrastructure. Future technology development should focus on local design, manufacturing of batteries, cells, and BMS to specifically suit Indian requirements. The Indian requirement is very different from Europe or the US. Obviously, it's a very price-sensitive market. So we need to look at that. We need to come up with charging options, reduce cost of ownership as compared to conventional counterparts, and better use of interfaces. The technology breakthrough to come with alternate battery chemistry and availability of green electricity. Hydrogen, which is we call blue energy, is also in the works. And we see Reliance and many Adani Group working on blue energy. This will also help in a much bigger capacity trucks. Existing ecosystem in India and investment outlook. Regardless, this is very important, ladies and gentlemen, regardless of the country's ambitious targets, India EV space is very nascent. However, looking at it differently, India offers the world's largest untapped market. I think people are not realizing how big an electric or a green energy market India is. It allows 100% foreign direct investment in this sector under an automatic rule. This is a very good policy. The federal government is also prioritizing the shift towards clean mobility, and the recent move with the faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid electric vehicles, the FAME policies is a great step. FAME 2 and possibly FAME 3 and many more should help in this direction. We are seeing a huge amount of approvals come from the government, and the finance involved with it and the money involved with it is great. Again, more charging stations, more infrastructure, more building of the ecosystem needs to happen. In addition, multiple production-linked incentive schemes to create local manufacturing ecosystem to support the goal to build India a powerhouse in EV is happening. More needs to be done. And I will reach out to all the industrialists, to all the players, to all the startups, to all the maxes of this world to come and grow and build this ecosystem with us. Developing India EV market, growth projections. In April 2019, Niti Aayog had published a report, Indian Electric Mobility Transformation, which pegs EV penetration in India at 70% for commercial cars, 30% for private, 40% for buses, and 80% for 2- and 3-wheelers by 2030. If these targets are achieved, please understand this would bring a net reduction of 14 exajoules of energy and 846 million tons of CO2 emissions over the deployed vehicle's lifetime. If electric vehicles are sold until 2030, can cumulatively save 474 million tons of oil-related equivalent over lifetime, which is $207 billion. Guys, this money can be used for our health system, for education, for building the ecosystem of our country. This is a staggering amount, and this can be done. This will also help India in fulfilling its global commitment to carbon emissions and increase the use of cleaner source of energy and transportation required by the nationally determined contributors, NDCs, and United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change. COP26 requires us, and we need to work on this. Not only just because COP26, I am more bothered about the future generations. Our kids and our kids' kids need to live in a much more cleaner environment. It is our duty. It is our responsibility to the rest of this country, to our kids, to our future generations to do this. Ultimately, now this is very important. Ultimately, the scope of India EV market is going to depend on capital. And we think this is very, very possible because the entire world is looking at the market of India and is willing to invest. Having the right ecosystem needs to be done, and this, I believe, can be done. We are seeing many, many existing companies, new companies, international companies come into this space. You know, I'm an old hedge fund manager, so I look at all the stocks of all the tech companies. Believe you me, they're all down 50 to 70% from their PIPO price because they don't produce anything real. For me, the next 1,000 unicorns are going to come from green energy and sustainability. And this is not me speaking. You talk to Blackstone, BlackRock, anybody, they will sell. This is needed. And what you've seen with Ukraine and Russia, where energy prices continue to go higher, yes, the war will stop. I hope it does, because innocent lives are being lost. But energy prices will stay higher, and we need to change our dependence on oil. And bringing EVs is a big part of that. For me, it's not just about OSM. I'm talking very little about OSM. I'm talking about the ecosystem, because for me, I'll give a very brief description of OSM, but this is about talking green energy and sustainability. And I want to use these platforms not just to promote OSM, but more to talk about how OSM is part of building the ecosystem. And that will make a change for all of us, not for only us, but our future generations. The government appears to be aware of this. It's rolling out incentives to boost market demand in priority segments like electric 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers, and localizing production of key components like ACC battery storage, as well as electric vehicles and auto components through PLI schemes. This has been fantastic. I have never, ever seen a government in our nation's history, and I am apolitical, guys, I have never seen the support that this government, but not just the central government, but the state government, Kejriwalji, Stalin, in every state of this, in Gujarat, in Maharashtra, everybody is working towards this. Nitin Gadkariji, Honorable Minister, is absolutely leading this charge. And it's exciting for me to see leadership take charge and put policies towards it. I'm going to quickly run through OSM because I think what's more important is talk about the system and the issues. We came into the market in 2020. We've come up with 2021, we came with Rage Plus Frost, one of India's first cool temperature vehicles. In 21, we've launched scooters. In 2021, we're also launching e-rickshaws. I'll show you the four-wheeler that we've come. I could say, I think the market would tell you the quality and what it can do. We are coming up, obviously, with much more power. You know, what we are really focusing on is supply chain. What is happening is the entire world is dependent on China, on majority of these powertrains, on battery cells. We are going to build them all in this country with alliances with Korea, Japan, Europe, and the United States. We are working with many players in the battery space. We are doing backward integration in terms of batteries, powertrains, motors. We are working with battery players in the fixed fast charging, a Bangalore-based company called Log9. They do fast charging, an amazing startup. So this is what the power of startups is. It was started by Dr. Akshay Singhal and Karthik Haleja, and they have built fast charging, and they're changing the shape of mobility in terms of fast charging in this country. We are looking at forward integration. The biggest problem with EVs is financing, and we are setting up our own. We set up our own finance company, and we are motivating other finance companies to join with us. Charging, we'll work with Magenta, we'll work with many other, with Reliance Jio to build the charging infrastructure. And obviously the after sales service, that's extremely important. We have already put up 100 dealerships in this country, and we'll put 300 more over the next year so that people can get service, can be able to go and provide product testing at these places. We've also, in the last mile, again, we are a completely full service company, but again, we work with all the large players in this space to provide mobility. Again, we run significant amount of, we're continuously focusing on CO2 reduction through us with all our partners. Again, we've got a strong technology background, so we are making sure that the vehicle diagnostic, the data is all part of this ecosystem that will help about building, using IoT, using artificial intelligence, looking at going to customers before their vehicles are having problems, batteries, and the entire vehicle safety through technology. I'd like to show you, this is the future of mobility, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do with the trucks, you will see over the next year, 1.5 ton trucks, which is in the Tata A sweet spot, 3.5 ton, which you've seen, 6.5 ton. We're going to come up with up to 50 tons of electric. We're going to bring electrification in cement trucks. We're going to bring them in our delivery vehicles for food. We will bring them towards our airports. This is a big step forward, and we are disruptors. And what we love about this is that every day a new player or an old player is changing the game of mobility. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Sure, please. I will tell you, this is something that concerns me all the time. What is happening is the fires that have happened in India. India is one of the most, we at OSM are working globally. We are building factories. We are sending products all across the world. India is the most price sensitive market in the world. In India, the rule is I want to buy a Rolls Royce and I want to pay for a Suzuki. So what has happened, this is in our DNA. So what is happening that some OEMs, which is very unfortunate, in the order to make quick money for lower prices, are buying cells that are of the worst quality. OEMs have to take responsibility to not sell vehicles if it means that we sell less vehicles. At OSM, we have had not one fire. We've had fixed, we have fast charging, we have swap. We make sure that the battery cells and the battery system, the BMS system, is of the highest quality. Now, again and again, I say, one life lost is way too many. It hurts me when I see young men and women losing their lives or getting injured. What has happened is, this is specifically happened in the two-wheeler business. And the reason it is happening is we have got, I'm not saying that I'm too old, but we're a 52-year history in this business. We've got young startups with 1 or 2 vehicles. Auto manufacturing is a very complicated business. Building one battery or building one powertrain and building millions of them takes time. Also, again, the responsibility goes to OEM. And I think that some of the OEMs have been very, very, unfortunately, not been responsive. And I think that leaves a black mark on all of us. But then I think that the numbers are still very small, but we all need to work. We at OSM are continually talking about this. Safety first. I will tell you, I could have sold 10 times the vehicles I wanted to last year if I only wanted to make money. We didn't. We keep testing, Customers come back to us. I'll be honest to share with this. Magenta will come back and tell us, this is the problem with your vehicle. We will continually improve it, but we will not with battery, with powertrains, put defective. It's very unfortunate. And it really, this is something that gives the industry a bad name. But again, we in India have to take responsibility. We will take it. I hope others will too. It depends. The life of the EV will depend on, in terms of, I'll give you Rage Plus Rapid is the first of a kind in India, which we built with Log9. 6-year, actually, before I answer that, what car do you drive, my friend? How many years warranty you get? 15 years. Okay, because if it's 15 years, I want to talk to your dealer because I want to get the Maruti from him because I'm also been in the automotive parts business for about 50 years. But we are giving 6-year warranty on the vehicle, 6-year warranty on the battery with a buyback of the battery. But most of the vehicles, depending on what you want extended warranty, we give you when you buy the vehicle. Again, we will give on an original 3-year warranty, 80,000 kilometers. But if it means that you want extended warranty, you can buy that. We are coming up with vehicles with extended warranty. See, the key part is not to sell lower end versions. Unfortunately, most of the vehicles that have caught fire, if you really don't read the headlines and look at the data, and I was an analyst at Wall Street for a long time, so I analyze everything. They are products that almost 95% have come from China. And I'm not China bashing, please. I think bringing products from China and selling them. And I will tell you, I'm being very direct. What pains me, have you looked at the number of the imports from China over the last year. Do you think they have gone down or gone up? That number, gone up. Why? My question is why? Why do we all talk about it and do nothing? We should. Me, you, your friends, your family. Why? Data in America, we say, data never lies. And the data shows we import more and more from China. And we talk every day that we shouldn't. And those vehicles have 99% come from China, my friend, if you look behind the scenes. This is a very good question. We are going to have this issue of recycling of batteries. I don't know if you've seen the current, sometimes what happens with the recycling of batteries in India. I've been to those places. Those people working in recycling those batteries, it is scary. Okay, I don't want to say it now. We are working with a Canadian company. See, I'm not one to talk about problems. I'm the one to find solutions. OSM One Smart Move is about giving solutions. We are working with a company that has developed technology for recycling of batteries, because in 5 years, we're going to have a huge problem, and dumping of this battery will lead to lead. This will be toxic for, again, our water supply. If it gets into the water supply, our kids are drinking that. Again and again, I say, my friends, we are so tied up in making money and buying better cars, vehicles. What we are forgetting is the future generation is going to be hurting. And I'm not being an alarmist. I'm telling you facts. Yeah. So the point is, we are working on a technology with a Canadian company that has got patents, has raised a ton of money to bring to India to recycle. We are seeing some very big Japanese companies, some other players coming into the field to answer that. Guys, few more questions, because I don't want to take too much time from Max. Max has got to be on a, so you can send an email to my people and I'll answer, but one or two more questions and we got to let Max speak. Yeah. 1 lakh, 1 lakh. Yes, we will. Yes. It's in the contract. Yes. You ask the questions. You IPL का season चल रहा है सर, bouncer, googly सब फेंको, आंसर दूंगा. बहुत ही बोल्ड आदमी हूं. It depends. Look, again, it depends. You want to buy a fixed battery. You want to buy a fast charging. You want to buy a swap. It will depend on the range. So आप ये कह रहे हो मुझे 150 किलोमीटर चाहिए, तो between 3.5 and 4 lakhs. You want a fast charging, probably 350. You want swap, maybe cheaper, much cheaper. So it depends what. See, in England we say different horses for different courses, and India has got more horses than any country in the world. Kisi ko kuch chahiye, kisi ko kuch chahiye. OSM, and again, if you've noticed, I really don't want to talk about my company. I saw a lot of companies talk. That's not the point. You come to these conferences to make people like yourself aware of what needs to happen. And then you come to the product, right? My point is that we want to make sure that we provide products at different prices. OSM, in England, we say there's a several row जो सूट बनाते हैं. मैं थोड़ा बुढ़ा हो गया. मैं आजकल के बच्चे तो टी-शर्ट और शेव करके नहीं आते. वो जो आजकल नया जमाना चल गया है. तो मैं थोड़ा बुढ़ा हूं. लेकिन we would build you suits according to your need. We will build the product according to your need. If Magenta needs something, we'll work for them. If somebody else needs something, we'll work for them. If you need the pricing, send an email to our website and we'll answer your questions. No problem. Yes, one or two more. Max is waiting, please. There are huge opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, the opportunities are there. Again, change with the time or time will change you. इतनी सारी changes आ रही हैं automobile industry में. आप automotive parts में लगिए, आप battery में लगिए, आप उस cycle में आइए, ecosystem building में आइए. Opportunities are huge. Sir, this opportunity is so huge. India can be, I don't know if you just know, last week, Toyota announced a 4,600 crore investment into India for EV parts. The Japanese have realized that India is a place not just for आज तक ये सर ने सुजुकी की बात करी, आज मैं फिर डेटा की बात कर रहा हूं, कितना एक्सपोर्ट इंडिया से जापान में होता है? मिनिस्क्यूल. जापान से इंडिया में कितना इंपोर्ट होता है? बहुत ज्यादा. अब जापानियों को और कोरियन को समझ आ गई है कि इंडिया में मेक इन इंडिया फॉर ग्लोबल is very important. This trend change has just happened post-COVID. They have realized that dependence of the world on China is wrong, because this is an issue with what happened with Russia and Ukraine. China is a similar place. So we have to change supply chains. That has an opportunity to come to India. MSMEs should look into it, study the market, talk to guys like us. I'll direct you towards it. Talk to Max, talk to other people, and they will be. One more question, guys, otherwise, because Max is going to kill me. We keep going on questions.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I think we all love the way you talk. Okay. You talk even better than a machine gun. I can guarantee you that. I have a question. In fact, this question is by 2-3 people out here. Now, we are talking about electric vehicles, electrification, etc., etc. Let's be honest about one thing, and I want an honest answer from you.
Please.
In a country like India, where 70% of the electricity is produced with imported coal, by and large Indonesian coal, and with our country, almost many of the states do not have adequate electricity supply. How do you think this so-called EV policy is going to take off in the years to come?
Fantastic, fantastic question, young man.
Oh, I'm old.
No, it doesn't matter. It's young at heart.
I'm in my mid-50s. I'm an old man.
I'm in my mid-50s also, so it doesn't matter. We're in the same ballpark. The point is, look, kahin se start karna padega. Kahin se start karna padega, sir. I never used to speak Hindi. Last couple of years, I've spent a lot of time in India, so I'm working on it. So I use these opportunities to speak a little bit in Hindi. हमें देखिए 2 ways हैं. एक होता है glass half empty, एक full. मैं हर चीज positive way में लेता हूं. Yes, coal should not be making electricity if we want clean energy. But solar, wind, hydro, work on putting up massive, massive amounts of that. There is an opportunity to do that. We need, as a community, as a country, to do more of that. We need to reduce our dependence on coal. Coal is dirty. Now, the problem is coal is cheap. It's not cheap anymore right now, but it's cheap. Gas. I put all my plants solar and PNG. Aaj PNG ka price usse bhi zyada high ho gaya. But over a longer term, some of us, not some of us, all of us, you, and you, if you care about your future generations, you will have to take the hit. Sir, kabhi zindagi mein, military mein to bahut hota hoga ye. 2 step पीछे लेने पड़ते हैं 6 step आगे बढ़ने के लिए. और हम लोग, as a country, and please understand, sir, I have no aspirations of politician, neither am I an evangelist. I have only one goal: India first, and we all have to do it. I am doing my part. If you look at my background, Max is doing his part. And if enough of young men like you and your friends get involved, we can make a change. I think there is a huge delta that is happening. We will work towards it. So, my main residence is Switzerland. If you look outside my home, the AQI index is 20. 25 चला जाए तो सिटी बंद हो जाती है. दिल्ली में तो अभी मैं कल आ रहा हूं, मैं वहीं रहता हूं. 400 में भी जाता है तो मम्मी जी कहती है गुड़ खा लो ठीक हो जाओगे. Sir, this needs to change. And how does it change? We got to get our dependence on coal. We've got to start working. And the movement that is happening today, we can do it over. And I'm not saying buy from OSM. मैं एक बार भी नहीं बोल रहा. आप बजाज से लीजिए, आप महिंद्रा से लीजिए. लेकिन आपके पास अगर 2 गाड़ियां हैं तो 1 गाड़ी इलेक्ट्रिक लीजिए. आपके पास 2 स्कूटर हैं तो 1 स्कूटर इलेक्ट्रिक लीजिए. चेंज करिए. आप सब, सर, टाइम लेट हो रहा है. और ये सोचना कि थोड़ा सा महंगा पड़ रहा है, थोड़े अपने बच्चों का, हम लोग इंडिया में एक ही चीज करते हैं, सारी जिंदगी काम करके बच्चों को पढ़ाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन अगर बच्चों की हेल्थ ही नहीं रहेगी तो पढ़ के करेंगे क्या? थैंक यू वेरी मच. Enough questions. Max has to speak.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a electrifying presentation by Uday. I think we all got charged up, and we have again fallen short by the timelines. So Max is already waiting. He was time and again looking at me to what is going to happen now, because he's also got committed a lot of commitments. So I will quickly go over his profile. Like I said, our second speaker in this particular session is going to be Mr. Maxon Lewis, founder and managing director of Magenta. And he is again a very well-known and accredited personality in the field of EV and associated infrastructure. A visionary enterprise and a technology enthusiastic with 20 years plus of professional experience encompassing 4 areas: automotive, power sector, clean energy, and management consulting. He founded Magenta, India's fully integrated EV solutions company to support the electric mobility mission. Through its business services, Charge Grid EV ET, which you find on the Bangalore roads, roaming around like anything, So you should now, whenever you see EV ET, you should remember the person, he's sitting amongst us, and very soon he's going to be on the dais, Seed funded by HPCL and incubated by Shell, today in less than 4 years of its operation, Magenta has won numerous awards and accolades and is recognized for its pioneering work in the EV space. As the co-founder and managing director of Magenta, he's focused on expanding the Magenta network across all Indian states and overseas expansion. He's also responsible for strategic partnership and network development, advancing mobility, electrification, market development. Maxon has played an important and instrumental role in leading the company's growth and establishment as the preeminent EV player of the industry. Max's prior experience includes working with MNCs that includes Essentia, Bosch, and St. Gobain, a very diversified field, I should say so. Before setting up Magenta, he was leading the utilities and the power practices globally at Essentia Management Consulting. Having worked with clients for 15 years across the globe, he has also successfully delivered power generation plants of more than 10,000 megawatts in India itself. Max holds a master's degree in business management from NITIE Mumbai and a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Sardar Patel College of Engineering, Mumbai. He's an avid reader, super biker. I keep seeing a lot of his photographs. Very impressed, cyclist, off-roader, roller bladder, and big time aficionado of music. There I got charged up the moment I saw his profile. May I call upon Mr. Maxon Lewis on the dais, please.
First of all, Namaskara, Bangalore. It's great to be here, and thank you so much for this introduction. I thought that was someone else out there, but it's great to be here in a place which I love, because my wife is from here. But let's come to the point at hand. Electric vehicles. I mean, it's a great discussion, and I'm sure I may not be able to be as electrifying as Uday was, but let me try and give you a view of what is happening in the industry, and essentially as an MSME, what can be done. So quickly, let's go to the presentation. Okay, while they're finding it, quick question, raise of hands. Which year was the first electric vehicle launched in India? Just a quick guess. Yes, sir, you can just call it out. Great, you are very close. Any other exact number date? 2004. Everyone is in this century. Any more guesses? Perfect. The first electric vehicle was called the Electrona. It was a lead acid moped manufactured by a company based out of Mysuru in the year 1970. Right? Another question, well, I think, let's see, but then the next question, everyone thinks of Karnataka as a place where electric vehicles happen, but do you know which was the first state in India to launch the EV policy, and possibly which year? Which state? First EV policy is a number Bangalore, Karnataka, but then just try and make a guess, and Karnataka was the second, by the way. Gujarat. Okay, anything else? Karnataka was in 2017. The first EV policy, state level, was announced by Bihar in 2016. Right? Statistics, but people don't know about it. So electric vehicles is not the future. There's been a long amount of work that has happened up till now. It's just that you see them on the roads a little bit more, and hence you think, now it's yet to come. But let me give a view of what really is happening. So with that, I'll start off with the presentation formally. Can you go to the next slide, please? While there was a question around safety, we are a company seed funded by HPCL and Shell as well. And at any forum before we start, the first slide, or the first discussion we have is the safety pledge. There are three things: safety, quality, and ethics, which are non-negotiable at Magenta. And this slide is not because of the recent fires or the incidents, but because this is how Magenta has grown. EVs are safe. EV charging is safe till the time you allow it to be safe. You've had 100 years of a petrol and a diesel can sitting between your legs or under your seat for the last 100 years, and you allowed it to become safe. Electric vehicles are the same. In fact, I had a recent discussion with a physicist where we discussed about this, and I said, by itself, if you keep petrol and diesel, it is flammable. By itself, if you keep an electric vehicle battery, it's non-flammable. Hence, by itself, from a safety perspective, electric vehicles are safe. We'll talk about it later. I think there are going to be a lot of interesting questions. But if you can go to the next slide, please. What exactly is happening in the EV space? Next slide. I'll give you a quick, you need to go fast, I'll tell you. I'll give you a quick industry overview. Uday will talk about it. Next slide. There's a lot of growth. I'm going to throw out numbers in terms of how the sales are increasing. And I'll give you one more statistic. I love statistics. Tata Nexon electric vehicle, the electric version, outsells the diesel versions. Did you know this? 47% of all the three-wheelers in India sold last month were electric, as against 26% CNG. Statistics. So these are some of the things that are happening, and we fail to see, if I were to say, but then now there's a lot of talk around it. So the question is EV charging infrastructure. There are a lot of companies, Tata Power, Magenta, Potom, others, but this is where the MSME aspect comes in. We need more and more electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Why? Because there's a lot of headroom. And this is very simply, and when we did a survey, we found that close to most of the people said barrier to EV adoption is charging, but that is not really the case. This is a perceived perception. Why? Because people typically charge at their homes and offices, and we'll talk about that slightly later. But net, if you were to see, India has the second largest network of roads after USA, which means for someone to go electric, you may require that many charging infrastructure. So there's a huge play. Magenta is doing something, but there's an opportunity for a lot more people to join. And we're going to talk about how the economics work. So key developments. You heard about the PLI scheme, Performance Linked Incentive Scheme, where for batteries, for vehicles, that happened. Uday spoke about the kind of support, but I just wanted to reiterate that with very specific. There's a huge investment happening in the EV ecosystem. And you have to understand, as an MSME, when there's investment happening, the money has to come down. It may be the big guy putting in money, but then there is pieces of the business that you need to find for you to also be participating into that ecosystem. How? There are some slides I'm going to talk about. One question that used to come is, say, hello, we don't know which charging infrastructure to put up because there are different protocols. Whether it's going to be a 3-pin socket, it's going to be GVBT, SHDMO, we can have a technical discussion, but I want to give a straight answer. India has already found the 2 protocols that they're going to use. It is called the CCS2 technology and the GB/T. CCS2 for passengers, GB/T for the cargo segment. Right? This is a technical input, but what it does it reduces your risk as an MSME when you are participating into the ecosystem. There's a lot of asset financing mechanisms that are coming in, because one of the biggest issues in EVs is asset financing, be it vehicle, be it charging infrastructure. Challenges, Uday spoke about it, inadequate charging infrastructure. For every challenge, there's an opportunity. MSMEs have the best opportunity to set up charging infrastructure, because the kind of restrictions in charging infrastructure is pretty less. I hope you all are aware. Just a quick question again. Let's say you have electricity at your home and your neighbor's electricity is gone. Can you just put up wires to the other person and say, listen, you can use my electricity? No, because it's a regulated business. 18th November 2018, the government of India announced that EV charging is going to be a de-licensed activity. It means if you had to pick up electricity, you have to go to Westcom. But for charging, you can set up charging, pick up that power from Westcom, and actually provide it as an EV charging service without the need for a license. And one thing out. Of course, there are other aspects, and that's where Magenta comes and helps. A lot of MSME and other companies who want to get into the space, by providing the hardware and the software and the consulting knowledge, and helps you get into the business. We recently tied up with Raymond as well, and I'll talk about that. We'll come to Magenta slightly later. But I just want to give you an overview of how, as businessmen, when you're seeking out opportunity in this space, what are the opportunities? Right? So charging infrastructure is an opportunity. Financing is an opportunity. Uday will want to sell a vehicle, but there are a lot of operators who may not have the finance option. You could play that. Right? Of course, it comes under NBFC, but in EV, it's very interesting. You can actually track where your vehicle is going, because all EVs are actually mobile phones with 4 wheels. Right? So a lot of these technology aspects are coming through. Reliance on imported components and parts, try to get in made in India. By the way, all our charges are made in India, but that's one of the aspects. You're sitting in a city which is the EV capital of India. A lot of resident information resides there. That's one more opportunity. EV price, we can't do anything to take care of it, but lack of options for high performance EVs. So last two may not be from an MSME angle, but the first three, absolutely. Key solution, gigafactories. We don't want to talk about it because there's a lot happening over there. There's EV infrastructure that we talked about. Tie-ups and collaborations. And this is one interesting. I was with Bosch today morning, and they said the only way for MSMEs and startups to grow and outgrow is out-collaborate others. Right? In this room itself, there will be 3 or 4 of you come together because you know some portions of the EV. Because this one important part about EV is the EV ecosystem. It's an ecosystem change. Right? There's car, there's battery, there's charging, there's electricity, there's battery swapping. So there's a lot more at stake here than just a pure transition. Right? And not one company has the solutions to everything. In the same way as MSME, there will be multiple aspects, or you need to find those aspects and get involved on that. And the best way for MSMEs to do is to collaborate. Someone can provide, licensing, for example, is one big issue. Why not? A couple of things. You might have worked in the electricity sector, great space to join in. New battery technologies, meter connections. How many of you all have actually applied for a new meter connection in the last 1 year? I like to ask questions, so that's why. Anyone last 1 year? No? Everyone has had a settled life in Bangalore. But and how much time did it take? It was fast. I'm happy. And I'm fortunate in Bangalore, it is fast because best. Absolutely. Now, what's happening is in the EV space, there's one interesting thing. When you put up charging infrastructure, you need to go for something called an EV billing meter, which is slightly lesser. The price of that power is slightly lesser than what you get to your homes. Right? And there's an entire process around it that needs to be done because not every place has additional load. Right? So these are the kind of infrastructure plays. And infrastructure plays, there is one important thing. An infrastructure game requires local companies to operate. You may have the big companies bringing in the money, but you require local companies to operate. And that's where the MSMEs have a lot to gain in this space. Right? Find out these problems and you'll be able to find solutions and business opportunities. And one more thing, this is an area of new business models. Whoever thought that you can sell a vehicle without an engine? In EVs, you can sell a vehicle without a battery. Right? New model, no one thought of it. Whoever thought that you can do charging at your home and essentially have HPCL petrol pumps at your homes or other your offices? It's a new change. So find those business models. Do not follow the classical models. And that's what will open up business options. We've talked about financing options. I just want to give you a flavor. So I think the idea was not to talk about Magenta, and that's what I truly live to, is to tell about what are the opportunities in this space. I'm just going faster because of the lack of time, but this is how these are the opportunities. Development of EV charging infrastructure. There's a lot of investment which is required, and not necessarily in the, you don't have to look at the charging hubs, the large charging hubs. Right? If you did not know this, you can actually set up charging infrastructure as if you have a piece of land around you. And you can officially start from tomorrow as an EV charging infrastructure. Possible. We've done it. There are people who have done it. So I want you to open up and break up the typical traditional mindset and whenever you're getting into the EV space. This is about BSCS, about empanelment of charging infrastructure for various charger suppliers. A charger is supplied, there's installation, there's operations, there's maintenance. A lot of opportunities are opening up in that space. And the best part is you do not have competition because everyone is starting together. Be it Mr. Mukesh Ambani of Jio or Maxim Lewis of Magenta or Brigadier Youth. Everyone is at the same space because it's an ecosystem start. Someone has a lot more money, someone has a lot more control, someone has a localized. So do not think of yourself as an opportunity loss. I think it's an immediate point that you can start right now. And that's what I encourage you to do because we need a lot of people like y'all who have already taken risks as MSMEs and are ready to take a bigger risk because there's a bigger opportunity waiting for you. Someone asked this question, the opportunity. I'll just quickly, the ecosystem. Uday talked about the company OSM and the fact that he's making a vehicle, but that vehicle has a multiple components. There's a BMS, that is battery management system. There's chassis body, there's power electronics, motors, batteries, that aspect. But beyond this, there's EV charging, right? Beyond this, there's battery swapping. By the way, do you know there's a new science which electric vehicles has brought in other than the typical electronics and electrical? Again, I'm to open up your mind. There's a science called as sound engineering. Very important for electric vehicles. Guesses why? The people who are doing PhD in it. Because EVs are silent. They don't make a noise. So there are two problems with it. One, pedestrians do not realize that an electric vehicle is approaching. Hence, artificially sound has to be put in. The vehicle is so silent that inside the vehicle, you start to hear every nut and bolt because there's no engine sound or ambient sound. So you have to also create artificial sound inside to kind of negate the sound inside. So these are the interesting technology solutions or technology problems that the EVs are bringing in. Again, that's the reason why start to think out of the box. Literally, I feel if ever at the end of this presentation, there's one thing I will leave you to. EV, everyone is starting off. Everyone is as equal as you are. You, in fact, have a lot more experience than most of us. So you have a better head start if you really want to. It's just a matter of questioning, talking, discussing about it. And that's one of the things I want you to be aware of. I don't want to talk about this about cell and battery level. A lot of things are happening in that space. But I'm trying to give the kind of numbers over here. So it's about the kind of volume of value of money that is coming in, the number of jobs that are going to hit the market. And it's up to us how much of that piece we are ready to take up. I talked about financing and a lot of models in the CPO. Someone asked about getting into electric vehicle charging. There are various ways, short-term, medium-term, and long-term, in terms of how you can be participant to it. You can choose to say, I will put up the chargers on the reputation. There are options for you to say, listen, I will support EV charging companies or CPOs. You can actually get into manufacturing, operations, software. There are multiple layers of software. All of these opportunities do exist. I'm just trying to highlight it out. With that, I'll just quickly give you a glimpse of Magenta. I don't want to talk about it, but you would have actually seen Magenta on your roads. How many of you all have recently in the last 3 months ordered anything from Amazon? Just a raise of hand. Yeah. You could have chosen to ask him whether he came on an electric vehicle, and if it did, it came on a platform called as EVET, which is Electric Vehicle Enabled Transport. I don't know whether you all seen in Bangalore. You will see those rickshaws running around. That's Magenta. Let me give you a view. Started in 2018. Set up India's first solar-based charging station. India's first EV highway. We were seed funded by HPCL. We developed chargers which are for societies. We are working with BAF big time. We set up an R&D center. We have products like Charger with Flare, which is a street lamp integrated EV charger, and the EVET mobility platform. And like I told, HPCL, Shell, Jito, Let's Venture. We recently acquired a company called Axiom out of Hyderabad. But what do we do? 3 things: charger manufacturing, which is the R&D. We don't do manufacturing ourselves, but the entire R&D is done in-house. All the products are made in India, made for India, and now made for Southeast Asia. We provide this charging infrastructure, which we work with participants like y'all to put up the infrastructure and operate it, and of course the e-mobility solutions, which is charger as a product, charging as a solution, e-mobility as a solution. I'll quickly take you through this. These are the kind of chargers that we have. Why I'm telling you is so that it opens your mind to what are the opportunities coming through. We have the patent to the world's smallest EV charger as well. These are the kind of network that we are putting up for all the Bangaloreans. The next time you are looking for charging, and if you ever go to a BMTC depot, 50 of them, 35 at this point in time, 15 very soon, we'll have charging infrastructure, your fast chargers. We're working on that. Also, next time you work off. That's how we cannot cover India. Hence, we are looking for partners who can work along with us. This is the vehicle you might have ever seen. That's EVET. EVET actually stands for Electric Vehicle Enabled Transport. Right? We run a fleet of these vehicles, and the best part is we can track what is the speed of the vehicle, whether the driver is braking, whether he's wearing his seat belt, whether the headlights are on, which indicator has been tracking. We need to know how far can the vehicle go, and hence where is the nearest charging station, right? And also improving driver behavior. So this is the kind of charging and the e-mobility solution that we have developed here in India. And of course, I don't want to talk about it, but this is some of the factory views that we already have based out of Hyderabad. These are some of the products which we have the patents for. Lots of things that we have done over the last couple of years. And a lot of awards as well. I'm just conscious of time, and hence I don't want to focus on, but these are some of our clients. Now, if we can go through the clients, why I wanted to highlight this. As a company which is just 3 years old, this is our client list, which also should encourage each one of you to start thinking of how quickly you can get such big names on your client sheet. I'll give you 2 examples. Tesla. You've seen the vehicles around by any chance in Bangalore? No? So we set up this supercharging network in India already. So we are the ones who put it up. We are working with Amazon, Flipkart. We are working with Honda. And these are the kind of clients that we have. Why? Just because we took a punt. Just we took a risk to go ahead. Right? I mean, leaving jobs, etc., and started to do this, which means that it won't take too much time for you to quickly race. Because one thing about it, as an ecosystem grows faster, even if you don't do anything, you're just having one step into it, automatically you will grow. So I encourage each one of you to start seeing each piece of the puzzle and find yourself a space so that soon you also will have one of these clients on your client list. And this is a team, I don't want to talk about it, but largely this is a team based out of Bengaluru, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Delhi. We are 125 now. That was direct employees, and we also have a driver fleet partner of more than 300. So with that, we have an ambition to go international, and this is my email ID, or rather the email ID that you could send and the toll-free number where you can actually reach out to us. With that, I'm open to taking questions depending upon how much time we have, right? And you can ask me questions about vehicles, charging, business models. I'll try to be as detailed as possible depending upon the amount of time that we have. That is if I haven't bored you enough. Yeah, please. Lovely. I was expecting this to be the first question. Thank you very much, sir. So the question is, how much investment is required? Two kinds of investment. If you're looking for a slow charger, which you shouldn't really, but effectively a simple charger is around 40,000 rupees plus an infrastructure. So you put it at 75,000 rupees for slow charging. For fast charging, you should go for a CCS2 charger, not less than 50 kilowatt, which will cost you around 8 lakh rupees plus another 2.5 lakh rupees. So 10 lakh rupees infrastructure for one charger. How does the business model work? That's the next question as a logical businessman. If you get guaranteed utilization, which means you tie up with a fleet operator who is going to use your charging, it works. You will be able to recover your money in 3 years if you get 5.5 charging every day for the next 3.5 years. I can get down to that specific, but I'm telling you, yes, that's the kind of. So 10 lakhs versus about 70, 80,000. One simple operating cost. One operating cost is a simple pass-through, which is cost of electricity. Bescom provides you electricity at 8 rupees. That's a pass-through. Additional to that, that's first cost. Second is the capex cost. Now, many people think of just a charger. It's not a charger. There's also an additional element of the infrastructure to be set behind it, right? Which is wires, transformers, etc. So that is all capex cost. Third is if you decide to pick up a rental location, then rent, of course, but we don't believe that you should do that. Now, operations, one, you will need a software, right? Because none of these chargers require a person to come and operate. All of it works on your app, right? The app tells you where to find the charger. So if you download the ChargeGrid app, you'll actually see close to around 300 chargers in Bangalore itself. You can see whether the charger is being under use and whether you can even block it, right? Now, let's say you were to do it and you were to tie up with us. You can set it up. Automatically, the revenues come to you. Right? This is a model that we have put in place and we are supported by HPCL and others on that. So I hope I've answered your question a little bit more detail than I. Yeah? Thank you. A two-wheeler. A two-wheeler typically, now I'll again with numbers, two-wheeler, I come from a technology background, so it will show out. A two-wheeler is on average battery is 3 kilowatts average. Take it, actually it's 2.83 kilowatts. An electricity supply is a 3 kilowatt system at your home. So typically it should take 1 hour. But normally you also have a better. So it is not dependent upon the charger, it's dependent upon the vehicle's ability to absorb electricity. So you should take a typical two-wheeler should take an hour at least. That is on slow charging really. I can also give an answer on four-wheeler. Four-wheeler can either be 45 minutes or can be 4 hours, depending on whether you're doing a AC charging or a DC charging. Fast charging. So two-wheelers don't fast charge, really speaking. It's really the four-wheelers. Four-wheelers fast charge is in 40-45 minutes. So we do not put up charge. If you were to come to us and say, I want to put up a charging station, I will question, tell me the location. It will need to be at a location where there is a place for people to stop and have tea, coffee, or do something else while charging is happening. So I'll give you an example. Sasgaon, it is one of India's most actively used charging station. It is on the Bombay-Pune highway. It is in collaboration with HPCL just next to a toll station in which there's a petrol pump, there's a charging station, there's a entire food court, and there's a queue all the time. So lovely. So that's why HPCL possibly invested in us. So, but I'll give you the real answer. What does HPCL do? HPCL calculates revenue per minute. So it's a real estate cost, right? For them, if you put petrol and diesel, it's 3.5 minutes, one transaction. In charging, that's not how it is. It's slightly larger. That's point number one. But internationally, what's happening? So so I think it's another 2 to 3 years by way of which HPCLs and the IOCs, they've already started putting up charging infrastructure, but the transition will happen. I'll give you a case of North America and Canada, where at least close to around 3% of the petrol pumps have transitioned to electric vehicle charging. One initially is few, then they've totally closed down their petrol, diesel fuel systems and go to electric. That's already started happening. But under no circumstances you should suddenly assume HPCL will shut down and start electric tomorrow. It's going to be a slow transition. But what's blocking them is, if I put a new, in that same place where I put up a charger, instead of putting there, I'll put a petrol dispenser, I'll make more money revenue. That's the kind of model it's stopping them, but they have a mandate from the government of India to put up charging infrastructure now. So I'll give you the term also. It's called PSO, Prevention of Explosion Safety Organization, which defines what can and cannot be put up at a petrol pump, right? So it's a 6 meter and a 10 meter, two formats. You cannot put an EV charging or anything which is electric within 6 meters of the dispensing station radius, but beyond it you can. So that's what 1,000 charging infrastructure is coming up at these petrol pumps. So tell me if I'm giving too many technical answers and too many data points, but I'm just trying to get across a lot of information. PSO approval, right? PSO approvals beke beku. You need to get that done, especially if it is within that. So if it is within 6 and 10, you require PSO plus ROW, right of work, etc. But if it is slightly away, there are formats by way of which it does not come under PSO approvals. So he has one more. If I don't mind, yeah.
Sir, now outlet open madbekandre. Same PSO approval ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಅದೇ ತರ ಚಾರ್ಜಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಅಥವಾ ಹೆಂಗೆ?
Acha, PSO, there is no like-to-like PSO for electric vehicle charging. The institute Ilela, which is PSO, so it is SO. No, nothing like that.
Like sales building ko madbeka?
Correct. So for setting it up, there are formats, but there are no regulatory authorities. So the only regulatory authority, they have state-wise something called as single authorities. BESCOM is the authority for Karnataka, except for Bangalore. MESCOM is for Bangalore. And in Maharashtra, it is MSCB. The SCOMs will be different, but the centralized authority for any discussions is BESCOM for everywhere except Bangalore. And in Bangalore, it is MESCOM. I know what I'm trying to say is, BESCOM has been authorized while it is in Bangalore. It is authorized for entire Karnataka as a single point authority. So if you have to talk anything about EV, you can talk to them. So in each state, one authority has been put up. Great. Sir, you had a question.
I mean, it will be 1 hour again, or it gets reduced time, or it will be more, just like how we calculate for 1 liter.
So you are talking about you're talking about the hysteresis effect, if that is what you're referring to. So I'll tell you what happens in batteries. The time doesn't reduce or increase, but the capacity of the battery to store energy reduces, which is called as a degradation of the battery. And there are DODs, it's called depth of discharge, the number of times you charge. For example, phone, when you keep charging, the charging time remains the same, but every time you use it, the utilization reduces, which brings you to the next question. Then isn't that electric vehicles are also going to be having the same problem? Answer is a yes. So to answer the straight question, last time, I think you asked someone asked, what is the life of a battery? It's 5 years. Okay, give or take 5 years. Let's accept it. Let's be open about it. It's 5 years, and at minimum, right? They're like the OEMs, there takes a 6-year punt, but 5 years typically, after which the battery starts to degrade. But that doesn't mean that the battery is spoiled. It has a second life. So it will be used for other services and purposes. Now, you don't have to worry, okay, right now the cost of battery is high, because by 5 years, we believe that the cost of batteries is going to collapse. So it's like investing into the new technology. Okay. In Indian market, I'll not use the Tesla because just day before yesterday, unfortunately, Tata decided to name their electric vehicle Tata Nexon Max. So the Tata Nexon Max, I'll give the arrive figures is around 480 kilometers on a single charge. and not to be, I don't want to be called out over here from a stage, I said, but that's an ARI certification number. We should expect around 380 easily, which means Bengaluru, Mysuru, one charge, home to home possible. Yeah, please. Yeah. Charger or a charging station. Essentially, charging is actually a parking business. So it's essentially the vehicle and a DC charger. If I don't know whether it's, I'll just quickly go here so that you can actually see a charging station. Yeah, so can you see this? That's a charging station and that's a charger. So it's at almost my height and at the corner. So you can now start to think of how it works. So what space you require not only for the charger, but for the vehicle, but also for the vehicle to come in and go out. And we have all those formats available. So if you were interested, we work out and say, and we tell you ingress, egress, waiting time, shade, all of those aspects. There are close to 60 parameters which you need to understand before you put up a charging station.
One futuristic out of the box question. Yeah, that's me here. Yeah. It might sound a stupid question, but with this EV thing picking up, do you think in the days to come you could have a mobile charging station, which is mobile?
You're just taking away a business. But thank you so much for that question, because there's a problem. And I think you only asked the question last time around. I'll give you two answers to this with one question. One, there's a concept called as mobile charging infrastructure. We are building it up because we realize that the problem is not charging. The problem is last mile electricity connection, which typically is around 5 kilowatt or 7 kilowatt. Our charger is 25, 50 kilowatt. So rather than having chargers stuck, what we decide to do is keep it on a platform, move it with batteries. So there is, so it's grid, intermediate batteries, then electric vehicle batteries. So the answer is a yes. That's something which we are working on already. The pilots are going on. We are working with Log9 and of course, Uday and others in providing that. So soon the charging will come to your home, but that is only for fleet operators. You wouldn't need it. What happens, one important thing, when you buy an electric, the way you use a vehicle changes, right? Instead of you going to the petrol pump, petrol is coming to your homes. But you need to plan, if it is coming to your home, where is your next home where you're going to charge it? So that's one difference. Hence, but where the charging infrastructure is going to be very important is in for fleets and less for individuals. So we as a business believe that fleet charging will come first, then will be followed by public charging infrastructure. So for the Bombay-Bangalore, if you ever want to travel from Bombay to Bangalore on electric, you can actually do that. We have 8 charging stations already on the highway. Can be done. I hope I've answered your question and that. And I want to take that question you asked Uday. Oh yeah, I'll just add to that one question about electric being green. 26% of the electricity on the grid right now is on solar. Yeah. Right? And like Uday said, we have to make a start. The transition is happening, and with electric vehicles, the transition will be faster because solar require batteries. Where do the batteries exist? Electric vehicles. So electric vehicles in Norway and in Australia are used for something called as solar balancing systems. It's called as a concept called as V2G, which is vehicle to grid. So not only is grid charging the vehicle is giving electricity back to the grid. You buy at 10 rupees, you sell at 12 rupees. That's a new business which is coming in. Thank you for that question. I just picked up the last question. Yeah. So to answer, technically yes, but no. Why? Solar for a vehicle, the amount of energy that is required for it to move. Solar has 2 issues. One is called a surface area, second is called a shadow. So the amount of surface area to generate that electricity to push the vehicle doesn't exist. So if anyone comes and tells you this car runs on solar alone, tell him, please take a walk. What can happen though is that solar panels on the roof for the size can charge, keep on do something called as trickle charging or auxiliary charging. It may not run your vehicle, but it will run the music system in your vehicle. That's possibly the answer. Yeah. Last question, I think, yeah. If it is a CCS2, okay, question, if not, can fast and slow charging can be done in a single point? In CCS2, which is called as combined charging cycle, in one plug, there are 2 plugs actually put together, and hence it is called combined charging. But if it is any other, GB by T is DC fast, and you need a separate socket called as IEC. So that's the answer. But the charger, one charger typically will have DC and AC both. Charger can.
Okay, thank you. Second one, the psychological I told, the people don't have patience at signal point in traffic. So whether, I am just asking whether this study has happened or not. If charging point is there and he need to wait for 1 hour, and if people are putting in their homes itself, then what is the future for these charging points? Whether it is success after investing, whether it is a successful or not.
So and I'll be very upfront about it. This is a technology game which will every day evolve, right? You have asked a brilliant question. There's something called as wireless charging, which is coming in, so that vehicles don't have to go to the charge. When they go to a charger, someone doesn't have to get up and put the wire to the vehicle. There's something called as wireless charging. There are 2 technologies which are currently under discussion. So the answer is, for the charging equipment that you put up today is valid for the chargers or the vehicles which are existing today and possibly for the next 1 year. Vehicles will be there for the next 5 years. Today, if someone buys a vehicle, it will be there for the 5 years. So your business sustenance for that is confirmed, right? But technology obsolescence in EV and EV charging is a fact. Today, but Nexon Max is better than Nexon. Tomorrow there will be Nexon Maxon, which could be better than Nexon Max. So what I'm trying to say is this, but you don't have to worry. For whatever infrastructure you put today, there is enough business coming, waiting for you.
Thank you.
Right. Thanks. With that, I think, yeah. Yeah.
Really concerned about money?
You don't ask me. I mean, a lot more than you and I are, because he knows the value of money more. Because trust me. So I don't want to degrade that, because someday all of us should have a Mercedes electric. But yes, what happens is sometimes they buy the vehicle, but charging, you may buy a crore rupee car, but every time you put petrol, you crib. The similar case, you may buy a crore rupee electric vehicle, but for charging, it's a cost. But if you buy a petrol diesel vehicle, I'll give you statistics. Again, petrol costs 8 rupees per kilometer 6 months ago, not today. Diesel will cost you around 7 rupees per kilometer. CNG will cost you 3 rupees 25 paise to 345 paise per kilometer. Electric is 80 paise per kilometer to 1 rupee 20 paise per kilometer. That's the kind of range, and yet a Mercedes fellow is having a problem, then yes, of course, possibly. But yeah, we do. That is one of our favorite guys because he gives us a lot of feedback as well.
So he must be having charging station himself.
At his home, he doesn't put a DC charger. He puts a small AC charger only. But for DC charging, they come to our locations. But good.
Do you think rich people will buy EV vehicles?
Sorry?
Rich people?
Oh, yes. So I'll tell you one thing, and I'll give you one input. Earlier, the electric vehicle was the second or the third car. Tata Nexon, 30% of all Tata Nexons are first cars. What is rich is, only thing is what you're doing is, instead of putting petrol daily, you're investing slightly higher for the cost of the batteries. That's the only. So your total cost of ownership is less. Your upfront cost in an electric is slightly higher. But now it is no longer the rich people, poor people. All Tata Nexon is a middle class vehicle right now. We have families traveling on Bombay, Bangalore. Families. So with that, I think, great. Thank you so much for being patient with me, and apologies if I overwhelmed you with a lot of technical answers. But I thought it was important to get 2 things across. EV is not the future, it is today. Find your opportunity in that space, because you have the same head start as anyone else. And if ever you have any questions, drop a line to sales@magentagroup.com, or Dr. Brigadier will help you out with it. But thank you so much. You've been a great audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, after that fiery presentation by Uday, very stabilized and calm presentation by Max, answering all your questions in a very, very methodical manner. And he has given you an input, how to go about it, and shown you the lot of opportunities which are existing in the EV market. The path he has shown, now it is up to you people, whether to adopt it or just sleep over it. So the opportunities given by him are galore. You should not waste time and go for it. Certain amount of risk is definitely going to be there, but without risk, nothing's going to happen. Thank you, Max. Thank you very much, for such an excellent presentation, Now we come down to our third plenary session, that is on the supply chain management and logistics, the digital ecosystem. And our first speaker in this is Mr. Bhavik Kumar. He is the Senior Director with Practo. And again, a very young person with 37 years old. And he has a decade of experience in distribution, supply chain, logistic, warehousing, and more. His innate ability in designing product, service strategy like B2B, new technology products like mobile, web app, workflows for automation of supply chain, business for pharma, medicines, healthcare, and allied products. He's also been the driving force in this field, and his key initiatives within the supply chain and logistic ecosystem in B2B and B2B and B2C and D2C business models is praiseworthy. An entrepreneur who sold his first business at the age of 17 years. So you can very well imagine how this gentleman is going to be. He has worked at various organizations, both big and small, and has been a three-time entrepreneur. His education includes international logistics from NMIT, Australia, and is an alumnus of MIT Sloan School of Management, Boston. Currently, he is the Senior Director and Head Procurement and Supply Chain Procurement at Practo Technologies Private Limited at Bangalore. He has been the recipient of numerous awards, honors, and accolades. Health Tech Innovation 2015, Digital Transformation Leaders Award, winner of IBM GEP Regional Finals, Technology Startup Award, and he has also been chosen as the founder by Govt on India Enterprise BIRIC. And also, may I now call upon Mr. Bhavik Kumar on the dais. Bhavik, over to you, please.
As much as you want me to. Good afternoon, everybody. So before I start off, a quick question. Is this also online? Which means I have to be in front of the camera. Very rarely I would like to be behind the podium, but be with the audience. A bit handicapped, but let's manage. Thank you, Mr. Rajan. Thank you, Brigadier, for inviting me here. And it's a pleasure to meet this gathering. Before I start off, 3 quick questions to understand the audience here. So quickly, how many are into manufacturing? Okay, 3. How many into distribution? How many into retail business? Okay, so others are into services. Should I assume that? Okay. Second question. Thank you. Second question. What's the expectation out of this session? From my side, the topic is supply chain and logistics in a digital ecosystem. What I have done in the last 10 years, transform businesses from physical world to digital world. And today the world is both physical and digital, called phygital. All of you agree? Okay. So how and what we can do in a digital ecosystem from a supply chain and logistics perspective, a quick question. We as a trading community look at either branding the business or remaining traders. All of us on the same page? With that thought process, what is the latest in the world last week that we saw is a commodity that is being traded? Any guesses? Okay. I would like to move, if the cameraman can help me. Okay. I would like the audience to be more interactive, because if we are interactive, you will get the best out of this 20 minutes as to what to do and what not to do in the digital world. And it's useful for all of us. Hence my question again, what is the latest commodity that got traded just last week for the first time? Any guesses? Did we all imagine water being traded as a commodity? No, this happened last week. So the world that we are moving towards is either commoditizing things or making services happen. Hence, the business of supply chain and logistics for me has always been from a lens that can I propel, can I multiply, can I leapfrog my business into opportunities via supply chain and logistics. I would like to take these 20 minutes in explaining and giving you enough examples that kindles our thoughts as to whether such opportunities in today's ecosystem are possible and how. So let's begin. Should I run through this slide or can I get some examples quickly? If we can have a mic, please. Can somebody help me understand which a difference between supply chain and logistics? Who wants to take a lead? Okay. Fabulous. Logistics is a subset of supply chain. Any other examples? Yes. Logistics is a pipeline for the water tank. Let me put it that way. Yeah. Any other examples? Supply chain is a strategy. Logistics is a tactic to execute that strategy. In India, there are 6.2 crore MSMEs, businesses, corporates all put together. In a country which is such fragmented way of a supply chain from the source of procuring raw material to actually looking for a feedback from customer satisfaction point of view, the fragmented nature of the industry doesn't allow the real-time digital inputs or outcomes for the ecosystem. So the components of supply chain in the digital ecosystem have been broken down into all of these. And the first hand is information which is necessary for each one of us to take known decisions. Hence, the information earlier was via leaflets, via points, via Excel sheets. In the digital world, it is real time. A big difference where we can take real-time decisions. Let me give you an example. What do you think, and it's a question, what do you think Amazon's delivery cost per packet today in city like Bangalore is? Any guesses? Very close. Any other number? It's double of 2, it's 4 rupees. Just imagine a company like Amazon has only 4 rupees as a delivery charge for packets that have to be dispensed or delivered to consumers. It has that kind of information which it processes. And when we as MSMEs want to fight the online world, how do we do that when the logistics cost of somebody who's already online is just 4 rupees, right? That information that they have today that gets churned into big data, into analytics, into outcomes is something that is adding value to their business. Similarly, in the supply chain, what we store as information or what we store in the physical world as inventory is where warehousing is, how from sourcing to supply in terms of material handling and packaging is where information gets feeded there. Further, utilization of such information and the inventory control mechanisms are all put together as supply chain, and logistics is just one part of it. With this thought, let's move into what technology today in terms of supply chain is. Can one of us or some of us name what is a procurement software or technology which is digital and not IT? Let's understand the differentiation between both. Can somebody name one application which is digital but not IT and for procurement? And it's not costly. Whatever examples that I'll be giving you are less than 1,000 rupees a month for any MSME to use, right? So when I talk about examples, they are for MSMEs to use it in our daily business automation and processes. And many startups use open source softwares to actually grow their businesses and then get funded for their scaling up. Similarly, for procurement, if there is one digital platform that we all know is the largest in the world, then it is Ariba of SAP. A toned down version of the same as a software as a service, a platform which is available online, real time, is less than 2,000 rupees. So in terms of we today having challenges of figuring out, asking for reports with our team, with our resources to understand what is available with which vendor, when will the stocks arrive, when they have to be dispatched. Your ERPs only help you with what data you have, but procurement softwares will be able to help you in terms of what opportunity you have in the market among various vendors who may not be your vendors, or among various opportunities which you may also have. Hence, procurement as an example, I want to bring out a thought very importantly that there is a huge difference between what IT is and what digital is. Digital is something which you need to improvise as a business on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. IT is an installation where it is an upgradation that you only wish to do or want to do basis your requirements. However, digital softwares are where the business progress is much faster and much bigger than what you currently do. To give you an example of your industry, if you may want to, but I'll give you an example of pharma healthcare industry in the country. You wouldn't imagine this, but there are over 100 ERP softwares only within our country where distributors use, 70,000 distributors, versus in countries which are developed like US, there are only 30 distributors. Practice management softwares of doctors, there are 100 plus such PMS softwares in India alone, versus in US or in Europe or in Southeast Asian countries which are like Singapore till Philippines are less than 7. So the challenges that we talk about between digital and IT are to be considered always while we take business decisions for supply chain and logistics. Similarly, it goes for various other solutions like inventory management. We have our ERPs. Tally may be the most used software with an inventory module that most of us may be using, but today it should be on cloud so that it talks to all the other softwares, right? Similarly for logistics, which is, can some of us give examples of the logistics aggregators in the country today? Do we have an example? Say for example, Gati, yes. XPS, Mahindra, DHL, delivery. Okay. So all these that you said are aggregating your supplies but there is an aggregator which is a digital platform. Example is ShipRocket. Those who haven't heard of it, understand what ShipRocket is. It has all the 45 logistics companies integrated on its platform, which means if your professional couriers is not coming on time, or you have a challenge with DTDC today, the software will pick you a best supplier within the same price and make it available within the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, as and when you need it. So it's on demand. So the next example which I'm giving you is a difference between your fixed cost versus your variable cost. Let's understand what I'm trying to convey here is, as a business, while we talk about supply chain and logistics, it is also important to understand the difference between cost and outcomes for ROIs of our business. Hence, ShipRocket as a business model is an aggregator where it also helps us negotiate better with such logistics providers. And there are many such similar platforms like ShipRocket. Going further, which is the analytics software that we all use, within our ERPs, there would be BI tools that we will be using to analyze various supply chain and logistics related KPIs, which I have it in further slides. However, for other verticals of our business as well. But in terms of analytics, there are various softwares which are real-time available on our mobile app. These softwares include as simple as a Microsoft originated, very simply integrated tool just at ₹600 a month. It gives you analytics of all kinds real time, where you don't even have to call any of your colleagues to understand that whether this is come, whether the stock is built, whether that happened or this happened. Hence, to conclude, in terms of analytics, when you have it on your mobile phone as an app, the solutions that you need to take as decisions and not to leave the risk to the staff whom you may not want to is all possible. So IT in supply chain is where we have done installations, but digital transformation in supply chain is where there are opportunities outside of our business that can also be brought into business. Are we clear on the technology available today and the opportunities? Sure. So what are legacy systems and what are digital solutions?
This is the whole system we are following from time to time.
So which is the oldest solution that we are currently following in supply chain and logistics? Can anybody give an example? When I send a parcel, what do I generally do today? I take a WhatsApp of the docket number, or the docket number I send it to the other party that I have sent it via so-and-so transport or courier, right? What's a digital solution? A simple link of the same, which the other party can get a tracking of without you updating him or her or that business multiple times. The legacy system was we were communicating the docket number. Today, we don't have to communicate. So the difference is as much automation in the world that we can do for digital, via digital, it saves your time to focus more on what you need to achieve for your business. In all of these, what are we solving for are majorly these three things. One, setting customer expectations real time, identifying unforeseen events, and reducing dependencies on siloed systems. I'll give you an example of what I could do in wave 2 of COVID. The requirement was for medicine called remdesivir. The order was received by my platform. I founded and sold a startup which became in 2019 India's largest B2B marketplace for medicines with 175,000 SKUs, meaning products on the platform. And the requirement was very simple. I, in Vaishno Devi at Narayan Hridayalaya, need remdesivir as a patient. The order comes before 12 noon, and by evening 5 PM, during lockdown time, it is available at Narayan Hridayalaya Hospital for the patient. How was this possible? When we know that there are unforeseen events, we know where to scale up, where to decide on size for price, and where to actually execute. Just imagine within a month, we built the entire solution during first wave of April 2020. It became useful for next 2.5 years. And in these 2 years, a business which was never sold beyond MRP because it was governed by the government, and the transition completely happened. No patient got any medicine above MRP, and we were able to execute business worth 400 crores in these 2 years. Possibilities are because you look at automation and scalability. Here, you know how much of business is prospected, you know what to scale up for, and you know what to bring down for, right? So the legacy system versus digital solutions give you that flexibility, and it is so very important today, right? So advantages, seamless integrations today. There's a company called Postman, and there are API integrations which in a single click are possible, and it's a $1 billion company again out of something that was built by Indians. To various such solutions that are in the market today, where for MSMEs there are government programs, by NASCOM there are digital ecosystems who do seminars and such communication that happen, which help us scale our digital ecosystem and business. Hence, in totality, what I've communicated is that it reduces supply chain incidents. I'll give you another example. I was Chief Digital Officer of Asia's largest contract manufacturer for medicines. This is just about a year ago. When Chinese banned exports of raw material for pharma APIs into India, right? 60% of medicine APIs, raw material, is imported from China for India. How do we solve that for? It's a supply chain incident, right? Within 3 months, this company acquired 3 plants and scaled up the volumes to 6 times of those manufacturing plants via NCLT. That was an opportunity for the company. So the point is, when you have data to back what you want to invest your business for, then you reduce your incidents in supply chain. You reduce the manufacturing disruptions that are possible. When there is visibility, today in manufacturing, there are a lot of RPA solutions, robotic process automations, that helps you find defects in the manufacturing part. And those which are repeat deviations can be solved, improves performance, connect, relate, and visualize in terms of data sources better. So let's quickly touch upon a few of these interesting use cases on logistics. This is, I think, my last but one slide. Yeah. So last mile routing. All of us understand first mile, mid mile, last mile. Are we familiar? Yeah. So who's the most optimum today in which industry for last mile routing? Any examples? Zepto? Optic fiber for? Yes. Reliance Jio? Okay. How many of you have heard of Zepto 10 minutes home delivery for groceries? What's the difference between Big Basket and Zepto? Okay. What's the difference between the two? That Blinkit says. What is the difference between Zepto and Big Basket and Blinkit? The difference is delivery time, yes, but why? How? It's a supply chain problem, right? Which is not a problem, because most of us who live in Bangalore, we know that if we walk out by half a kilometer maximum, we'll get the best fruits and vegetables at home. But we've created that as a requirement for the industry, which is fine. But what's the difference between the two? Yes? Okay, you're closer to the answer. But over a period of time, they will have to go there, right? But yes, very close to the answer. Okay. Let me help you on this. The business model is simple. I, as Zepto, pay to the rider 700 rupees per day. Okay. Now, the rider is given a last mile routing after he's done the last delivery, versus a big basket guy is given a pack full of deliveries within that area, maybe 5 customers, 10 customers, and go and do the delivery. The difference is this, that last mile routing is just in time, on demand, real time. So the app shows you 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes, which even big basket can do. But the routing as a feature is real time. Do we understand this difference? Right? Zepto within 2 years is $1 billion company. Big basket took 9 years and it is acquired by Tata. So where we are able to today solve on last mile solutions is where the pie, the valuation is. In the similar model, let's take a separate or a different example. Area, territory routing, route mapping. Any example? There's a particular area or a particular territory in which we need to do route mapping. Oh, sorry? Locus. That's a software which can enable any of these 5 points through their AI engine. But I'll not take much time on this. I will complete this with my examples quickly. So area, territory, route mapping is milk and run model. Do we all understand what is milk and run? Every day morning, the newspaper guy comes, drops a newspaper at our house, or a milkman comes, drops milk at our house. Right? So there are applications which within that particular area are planned for within that particular territory to deliver certain value to the customer. As MSMEs, where can we look at partnering them, be it on Zepto kind of models for any kind of business or for milk run models for any kind of business are possibilities. I may talk about moglix.com for various industrial products or offbusiness.com for various other products. But in reality, as MSMEs, there is an opportunity in the country to harness that power and partner with them. Look at those as an options where they can't live without MSMEs is a fact. Zepto, what you spoke of as a business model, if there are no dark stores that can be managed by MSMEs, Zepto wouldn't exist. There are MSMEs who are partnering with them for business opportunities. Look at those as opportunities for your businesses to grow. Feet on street, dispatch planning. I mentor a few startups in which one is this for corporate gifting. Sudama Nagar is where most of the corporate gifting distribution houses are in Bangalore. And when a corporate company wants a particular kind of gift, can we all make a guess how many kinds of corporate gift products are there in total? Over 10,000, right? Over 10,000. And when a corporate wants a particular gift, what does this company do? Figure out that particular kind of gift, where in the country is, through various WhatsApp groups. Within an hour, share the picture of the product to the prospective customer and plan for its dispatch end to end with private label, so on and so forth, right? So the feet on street as a network that MSME has today is the inherent strength of our country. That as an opportunity, leverage it, be it through Telegram or WhatsApp for business or WhatsApp alone or in various ways and means, which is valuable for growing our network of business, including supply chain. Dynamic route planning. Any examples on that is very simple. Uber, Ola, all dynamic route planning. As Google Maps help them move, they know whether to take left or right. basis traffic jams, basis opportunities. So that's an example. Return logistics. Any guesses what is the percentage of returns Indians do on Amazon or Flipkart? Much more. Yeah. 22% is right. Okay. I'll give you an example of US. Do you know the reason why in India, for most of the products, Amazon requests that you can only return it in 10 days? Right? If not, no returns for most of the products. But in US, it is 6 months. Why? Okay. Why in US they don't return back, hardly return? The consumers in US are lazy. It is a very important use case in US. So we need to go in depth to understand our customer, to understand the platform. Why are the consumers in US lazy? When a flood of Chinese products are sold online on Amazon, right? Amazon, the kind of ROI it makes on those products is 30% more than that in India. And the advantage that it gets is like this, that the lazy consumers in US don't even open the package for 6 months. And when they don't even open the package, it doesn't matter whether they have an option of returns or not. And hence, the investment to ROI where businesses there consider is at a different scale. Similarly, category-wise is also a different scale. So, in terms of return logistics, for your business category, understand the dynamics and then execute it. There are many platforms in the country for digital business where at strategic locations in the country, you can have third-party warehouses like how Sir said about Gati, to various new generation businesses who will do your billing, to packing, to dispatch. You only need to have your brand or the product like D2C companies today have. So business opportunities are huge. Supply chain opportunities for scalability, flexibility in terms of variable costs are options. Utilize them to the max of your benefits as business and take it forward. While doing that, we need to only take care of our existing business disruptions. That's the biggest challenge, right? When new generation comes in and says, I can do that, main ye kar lunga, main wo kar lunga, kaise? You don't want to disrupt your existing revenue, right? You don't want to disrupt your existing business. Hence, first identify the channels of business, do a comprehensive trade assessment whether such businesses will give you additional revenue, new channels will help you scale up, or it will kill your existing business. Identify the trade strategies. What is priority P0? Action plans and implementation based on your historical experience to the industry requirements. What I told prior to this slide was all good to have, but this is must have. It is good to look at what is there in the new generation as business models, but it is must to know that where you currently stand. Market analysis, differentiation, look at what trade launches are, what are the optimal challenges, and the analysis that you need for your ROIs to go forward for. That's all from my side. There are at least 25 slides on various KPIs on supply chain and logistics. This slide deck is available for IOD to be shared with all of you. So you may use these to exactly use these formulas for decision making in your future goals and decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bhavik. Thank you very much for such a wonderful, talk, which knowledge-based talk, and very patiently he has been able to answer each and every question of, the audience, and what an interactive, session it has been. Thank you, Mr. Bhavik. Thank you very much. Now, since we are, this is the second last session. The second speaker of this particular event is Mr. Bhavik Kumar. That is Mr. Vikas Khatri, who will be joining us from Mumbai virtually. And I would request Mr. Vikash Khatri to just sum up within the next 15 to 20 minutes max, because then we have got a finance panel discussion for around about 20-25 minutes. And our speaker for the supply chain management, Mr. Vikash Khatri, a management consultant by profession with an experience of 22 years plus in strategy, business transformation, supply chain and logistics, a management graduate from IIM Indore, and certified certification in strategic innovation and organization from Vanderbilt University, USA. In the past, he has been associated with Gati, Jatu, Imami, Jubilant, and so on. In his last role, he was heading a business transformation and strategy at Gati, where he was instrumental in planning long-term research, growth, operational efficiency with a focus, on bottom line results. Recently, he has founded another venture that is A-Viral Consulting, which is a domain-focused advisory in field of logistics and supply chain. Some of the names whom he has consulted include Reliance Retail, El Cargo, Revago, the logistic VTrans, etc. Currently, he's pursuing his PhD in logistics. He has authored 2 industry reports, Riding on Cold Wave, that is cold chain logistics in India, and Express Logistics in India. May I now call upon Mr. Vikash Khatri to kindly join us virtually from Mumbai. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Brigadier Kapoor. So first, thanks for inviting me on this forum. Although I missed the physical presence over there, I am online. That's my bad luck. As I am not present with such a magnificent gathering. And you have already given a constraint of time limit. I will try to wrap up as soon as possible. Although after such a beautiful presentation by the previous speakers, Uday and Max, after that Bhavik, I am talking on the purely supply chain. So it is a quite functional also, might be boring. Intentionally, I have kept it functional. So can I start presenting slides? Yes, so the topic which I have kept is primarily keeping the MSME perspective. And normally I start any presentation with few quotes. So from there I will be starting. Yes, so these are the 2 quotes, very known quotes, nothing new about it. The line between order and disorder lies in logistics from a very renowned Chinese philosopher Sun Tzu. And another is the amateur talk strategy while professional talks logistics. It's from an army journal, one of the 5-star journal of US Army. So army or armed forces are one of the are first to recognize the importance of logistics. Corporate world realize the importance of logistics and supply chain at a later stage. If I talk about the India 4 decades back, there was no supply chain director. Today, every company is having supply chain director. But unfortunately, MSME sector still lacks a lot. That's one of the reasons I have kept the efficiency of logistics function in MSME, what they need to look, why they are inefficient, all those things. If we talk even MSME sector, already Bhavik told that almost 62 million MSME are there. Out of that, 8 million are registered. But we divide between micro, small and medium. Out of 8 million, hardly 35,000 are medium size industry. Means a large chunk is small and micro, where the inefficient supply chain cost a lot. A study was there from KPMG on petrochemical industry in US, that for every $1,000 of the dollar of the revenue, top performer for their outbound logistics spends $10, precisely 9.5. A medium performer in their supply chain spends $25, and a bottom performer spends around $52. So that's the difference where my MSME sector is losing, because they are not paying that much attention to logistics and supply chain. You take the case study of any global successful conglomerate, whether it's Apple, P&G, Amazon, McDonald's, everywhere you will find that supply chain or logistics has a critical role in their success. Irrespective, you take the case study of Jara, any of the case study, the success behind them was supply chain. Supply chain in terms of customer centricity, in terms of their time to market, in terms of their cost optimization. Supply chain is linked everywhere. So that's one of the reasons. Moving ahead from here. So if I talk about the logistics or supply chain performance in today's term, what are required? Reliability, responsiveness, cost, agility, and functional efficiency. And most of the time, we are focused on cost, especially MSME sector. The other factors get missed. They doesn't pay that much attention to the customer centricity or even responsiveness. And COVID has taught a lesson of agility. And that's one of the reasons MSME sector was the biggest hit of the COVID, because they were not that much agile. I'm skipping this, moving ahead. We can move to the next slide. Moving next slide. This is the real case in case of India. This is a study of pre-GST era, although post-GST, there is a lot of improvement. Where if we compare any developed market, we always say developed market are at 7 to 8% of the GDP for their logistic cost, while India is at 13 and 14. But the actual answer lies that our wastages in inventory carrying and others, which might be packaging or other wastages, is much higher than transportation and warehousing, which is the core activity. So we are more inefficient. My inefficiency is contributing higher portion than my core activity. That's one of the reasons our overall supply chain cost is higher, and we are inefficient in terms of supply chain. While if we want to grow and be competitive on global arena, without being competitive or aggressive on supply chain, it's not possible. So now from here, I will move to the cost component. Since I said that I have kept this presentation considering the MSME in mind, not the large corporate. Large corporates are having access to technology, access to talent, and everything they are having. And they have understood that importance. So we can move to the next slide. So logistics and supply chain cost, when we talk, it comprises of multiple costs, not only transportation, warehousing, value added. There are leakages, there are inventory costs, there are risk-related costs. Risk itself is a cost. That's not doesn't free. Means if because of supply chain, if you are losing a customer, it's a risk. So now from here we can move to the optimization. When we talk about the optimization, or any MSME needs to look on the optimization, he needs to look the optimization on multiple ways. On the network side, on the inventory side, on the transportation side, on the process side. Only then their overall supply chain will be efficient. It should be backed by the technology and it should be backed by the infrastructure. Those are the enabler. But core function are these four functions. When we talk about any network, it can be matching demand and supply, their capex optimization, their capacity, their service level. The way Bhavik was talking about the last mile optimization, it's definitely a last mile network optimization for the last mile. It can be middle mile, it can be long. Even we keep on doing the projects. I was post GST, I was doing for one of the large consumer durable company. When we optimize their network from 32 warehouses, they move to the 16 warehouses with same service level and saving around 4% of overall network cost. That's a big saving for any. But it's a network optimization is more of the strategic in nature. Once in a year it is done. Then second is the inventory optimization. We can move further. Third is the transportation and process. We will be detailing in the subsequent slides. So this is the network optimization. Multiple tools are there. Ultimately, we optimizes the nodal points. If Amazon is delivering a shipment at your home, it's nothing direct manufacturer. It is coming. They are optimizing their overall network. The role of data, the role of insights, the role of analytics is phenomenal in this. And many a time if we are not optimizing it, my network might be inefficient. It might be inefficient in the cost, and it might lead to the service failure as well, and which becomes a chaotic network. Multiple SaaS-based tools are available. It's not a regular thing, but MSME needs to look on these aspects to optimize their network. Second is the inventory side. Inventory, to the next slide. When we talk about the inventory for any organization is the cash. Inventory is also impacts on the customer service. Any inventory is having multiple challenges, and this is one of the major problem which whenever I am interacting with the MSME sector, and if he is having a business across geographies, this is one of the most unattended sector area in their overall network. Somewhere they have optimized, but inventory, any stocking point is having impact on the amount of inventory. Inventory is having impact on the cash flow. Inventory is having impact on the service level. Inventory is having impact on the risk, all those things. So next is one of the major area is inventory optimization, which they need to look. Multiple here again tools are available. So whenever MSME is looking, they need not to look that it's a very costly affair. They can plug it or build it block by block in optimization. So please move to the next. So in any of the, if we see the inventory optimization, these are some of the basic things which needs to be addressed. What are your A class, B class inventory, XYZ inventory? Objective is ultimately inventory minimization and maximize your availability. So there are basic tools are available, advanced tools are available for the inventory. One of the very good case studies was of the John Deere. So again, a large conglomerate. When they did their complete optimization in 2014, they saved inventory blockage of $1 billion. We can understand the magnitude. $1 billion blockage they unlocked from their complete inventories across the globe. So it's having such a large impact on the organization's efficiency or supply chain efficiency. Please move next. This is one of the area which I most of the time find that attended by MSME sector, especially the large amount of they takes care of the freight cost. First one is attended, but when it comes to the routing, when it comes to the mode optimization, still a lot of gaps are there. We have already discussed tools like Bhavik said, Locus and all those things. So these are some basic ways, the way MSME sector needs to be looked at. How are their deliveries? What should be the mode of delivery? What should be the material? What is their material flow? All these are the basics which needs to be addressed. A milkman cannot go by direct delivery for each and every order. Ultimately, or a paperman which you are referring, will be going by the milk run. So how you are optimizing? A lot of intrinsic knowledge is already with MSME sector. They are having network. They are having intrinsic knowledge. But has that intrinsic knowledge been converted into a efficiency tool? Most of the places, no. Some of the places, yes, depends on the individual. So how engaging or how extraordinary entrepreneur is there, that's why that's way they are engaging in this optimization, but at an individual capacity, not in a structured manner. We can move further. These are certain other tools, while consolidation, warehouse bundling or domestic bundling, quite technical, so I am not going box bundling. So multiple ways of the bundling. Ultimately, what I mean to say that it's not only you alone. You can collaborate, either your service provider is collaborating or you are collaborating with your peers or competitors in order to make your supply chain efficient. That's the need of our for the MSME sector. This is one of the Gartner thing. If I see that complete hierarchy, most of the MSME sector are at the correct stage, means phase one. They reaching up to the top of the pyramid is far off, but even in our opinion, if they address the bottom of pyramid, the parameters written on the bottom, it will bring significant improvement in their efficiency. Second and third stage definitely can be looked out by the larger organization, larger major sectors, but even basics are the required for MSME sector. Operational excellence is a basic. That's it's a normally any of the operations requires the operational excellence. Without it, it's not possible. Whether whenever you are looking your supply chain as a medium-sized organization, you need to plan and correct. Then from the correction, you can go to the control stage. So that's one of the basic flaw which is very common. So I am skipping this slide considering the time constraint. Please move forward. And this is our last slide, that digitization is the option, only option. Even adoption of the without digitization, bringing efficiency is a big challenge for MSME sector in supply chain. And this is one of the area where they can unlock value in overall business picture or business canvas. So that was a brief from my side. So I have tried to rush it as far as possible. Yes, but I missed one last slide of the audit. Sorry. So audit is another thing. We keep on doing audit of the statutory thing. Why? Because a sword is hanging on your head that you need to comply with the law, you need to do audit. But logistics is also a function where you need to audit from a functional parameter, whether KPI you can define or it are the well defined in the industry, but this function also requires audit. Then only you will come to know inefficiency of the functions which can be improved for the sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vikash. Thank you very much. And let me appreciate that you stick to the timings, and now we come to our last session, and thank you very much for joining from Mumbai, And the next and the last session for the day is a panel discussion on open networks for digital commerce and finance. The panel discussion shall be spearheaded by Anup Pai as moderator, and the other panelists are Mr. Saurav Shekhar, founder VCalp, and Mr. Rajat Deshpande, co-founder and CEO of Inbox. Without wasting time, may I now invite all three of them to the dais. With this, now I hand over to Mr. Anup Pai to take over the proceedings. Over to you, Anup.
Thanks. Thank you, Rajiv. I think it's almost at the end of the day, and I think let's try to wrap up in 20 minutes maybe. The focus of our session is to understand how we can get finance to MSMEs faster and cheaper. So how can we get cheaper and faster finance to MSMEs using open digital commerce and finance networks? These networks are forming all over India right now. We on the basis of UPI and other technologies that have been developed in India on the India stack. So I've got two gentlemen here. I'm going to do a quick introduction and then let them introduce themselves, and then we'll get into the panel discussion, which we will also open up to questions. To start with, I've got Saurav Shekhar. The whole concept here is how do we take corporate practices and bring it to the MSME sector. Saurav started his life as an investment banker with Deutsche Bank, doing deals, raising capital for banks themselves. After that, he joined a company in regulatory technology space, where he worked with the banks and the central banks to be able to help them collect information. And that has led him to reach a insight which he'll share with us. Over to Saurav, please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Anup, and thank you, everyone. I think it's been a long day, but a very good sessions that we've had. So we're building VCalp, and VCalp is an enterprise reporting and performance management system at the base level. But what we've realized over the period of time is the technologies which are available to the large corporates are different, and their needs are different, obviously, but those technologies are not available to the MSMEs. And over a period of time, we also realized that the ways in which the large corporates have been raising capital are very different from the ways in which MSMEs have been raising capital. And to improve that access to capital, we are coming up with the technology which will essentially bridge the gap between the ways in which capital raising was happening for large corporates and bring that technology to the MSME segment.
Thanks, Saurabh. On my left, I've got Rajat Deshpande. He is an IIT Bombay graduate. After his engineering degree, he joined Citibank, where he was a quantitative analyst in the middle of the 2008 mortgage-backed security crisis. He was there, crunching numbers, did that for several years. And then he got into the startup world, first with a logistics company called GoPigeon, which he was part of the core team. And then he and 3 other people set up a company called Finbox, whose vision is to convert any brand into a bank without adding any code. Without any coding, any brand, be it Lakshmi Masalas, could convert into a bank, could offer banking services in addition to the products that they offer. That's the vision of Finbox. They built some amazing technology over the last 5 years. Over to Rajat.
Hi. Very quickly, Finbox essentially builds what is called embedded finance API infrastructure. There's a bunch of words there, but what it essentially means that, any interface that is consumer facing or sort of MSME facing can have embedded financing experiences. So an example is, say, a large FMCG company selling to small retailers through its distributor network, and the retailer essentially being able to finance his purchase from the distributor on a click of a button. And if this is done on any sort of, if this order placing happens on any digital interface, Finbox's code can really embed into that digital interface and enable financing of these purchases very, very easily. Right now, we disburse about 120 crores of credit on a monthly basis. And then we also credit decision about 2 million borrowers on a monthly basis. This is all using artificial intelligence and machine learning models. And we have a bunch of these APIs that people can mix and match to build out various credit products such as buy now, pay later, working capital credit cards are coming soon, later payments, etc. will also come. So basically building out banks from brands is, maybe a succinct way to put it. Another ways to put it is that we want to democratize creation of niche sachetized financial products that are available in context of transactions, and it's very relevant for MSMEs as well. Yeah.
Thanks, Rajat. So let's start the discussion by asking the question. In the last 3 years, a lot of companies across India, Gurgaon, Bangalore, Hyderabad, have raised a lot of money from venture capitalists with the tagline saying, we are digitizing MSME sector, right? Something must have happened. So what is your opinion of what has happened and what problems have been solved so far?
So broadly, the MSME sector, of course, super dynamic in nature, and any business owner, of course, fending for themselves is always looking to improve the way they do business. There's a bunch of stuff that has happened in the MSME sector. Of course, there has been tremendous penetration of mobile phones. Mobile data has become cheap, but what also has happened is that as the mobile penetration increased, the mobile as a platform essentially created a business opportunity for people to build directly for MSMEs, where they could build software that could be very, very easily distributed, downloaded, and cheaply consumed by MSMEs. And what that meant was that, for example, certain accounting apps could be really miniaturized into mobile phone apps, and now the MSMEs could pay as little as 200 rupees per month to really get a lot of this functionality. And hitherto they were not getting this. They had to reach out to CAs, etc. So this is one piece. Of course, on the transactional side, there was a big rise of B2B e-commerce, so new channels of purchasing and comparing prices if you're a kirana store owner, you can really check, what is the price on, say, an Udaan, or, there are right now 10, 15 of these. And then, of course, marketplaces are coming from all of these larger, larger sort of FMCG players as well. So democratization of information happened. And then, of course, a lot of finance also became digitized because of, really mobile phones enable people to apply for credit. And now we are at a point where all of this is coming together beautifully, such that, this is becoming even more in context. And then it can really enable various sorts of transactions to go through very, very smoothly. Right. So basically mobile advent of technology, really proliferating of this network. And then, of course, on the other side, this demand of for really becoming better at running business really brought in a lot of companies to build very, very custom software which could be delivered very, very cheaply without a distribution network. So it has really changed the landscape.
So what I understand is a lot of work has gone into giving apps, mobile apps to MSMEs to manage their operations. Some marketplaces have been created for either sector specific or commodity specific marketplaces have been created, but nothing much has been done on the credit side, or there's not much progress that's happened on the credit side.
So MSME credit, of course, is of various types, and MSME is, of course, though lumped into a big whole that can be sort of segmented in many ways. So of course there are very, very small nano SMEs. So you can think of like, sort of small kirana shop owner. There could be micro SMEs where, they have say a larger shop and they work directly with distributors. And then there could be still larger sort of, businesses who are, say, private limited companies, and then, so on and so forth, and they become larger and larger. And I think credit works very, very differently across the stack, and the problems for credit and dissemination of credit also are very, very different. There are problems for getting and verifying data. There is underwriting, creating the right sachetized credit products. And through the value chain, getting the right lenders to find the right borrowers, that is matchmaking. And then sort of the entire lending value chain needs to be run very efficiently, which is from collections to cross-sell, etc. Right? All of these are very, very large problems for each of the segments, and the credit products across segments work very, very differently. And we've only talked about unsecured credit, but then there is an entire sort of gamut of secured products, such as loans against property, gold loans, etc., credit cards or commercial card backed by gold, etc. So these are very, very large problems, and the MSMEs essentially are right now not plugged in enough. They are data poor. They sort of do a bunch of their business in black, etc., which is unaccounted for. Some of them sort of are not stable on networks, so they will work with, say, sometimes distributors, wholesalers. So these are problems that need to be solved before credit can be meaningfully solved, because it's a data problem. And
so I think going over to Saurav. Saurav, first give us a view for this MSME sector, micro, small, medium enterprises. And give us a sense, you've worked a lot with the banks, you worked with the bank as well. So help us understand, how does a bank look at a borrower in each one of these segments, micro, small, medium, and...
Sure. So in the first few sessions, there were a few comments made that the access to capital is a problem. And I think, sir, you made that statement. And you also mentioned that it's not just the problem of the banks, but it's also the problem of the MSMEs, right? And in the session from SBI, we also heard about the submission of project report that is needed. Now, if you look at from the bank's perspective, right, obviously MSMEs always have the need for capital, but if you look at it from the bank's perspective or the NBFC's perspective, there are few costs associated with lending. So there is a cost of fund, right, which is essentially the banks are in the business of taking deposits and lending money. So if you go to an NBFC, their costs of deposits or their costs of funds are higher. The second cost is the cost of transaction, right, which is when you go to an MSME and you say that you need capital, they have to assess the MSME. They have to assess your current financials. They have to assess how would you use the capital in the future, right? And this is where a challenge comes when a large corporate goes, right? A large corporate has a bunch of systems. They have resources who can build those beautiful stories around if they get the capital, how would their revenue look like in the next 4 to 5 years, right? And which is where the MSMEs do not have that information, or they are not able to create that information, which we in our language used to call information asymmetry, right? The information availability is on the lower side. And I think that's what Rajat also mentioned. So that's one part of the cost. And because there is less information for the MSMEs, the cost of transaction goes up for the banks. And that's why you would see that your the lending rates that are applicable to you are on the higher side. The next cost would be the cost of monitoring, right? So once they've given a loan to you, they would want to understand how you're performing on an ongoing basis. It's not that they've given out a loan and they would forget about it. So the cost of monitoring also is higher because there is information asymmetry, because you're not, the MSMEs might not be able to provide the information on a regular basis, while the large corporates can easily provide that information on a regular basis. And the final one is the cost of default. It may be, I mean, you can say that the large corporates might take 1,000 crores of loans and still run away, but the MSMEs might have a need for a smaller capital. So the cost of default is lower, but the risk because of the information asymmetry still exists in the MSME segment. So essentially, if you look at it from the lender's perspective, there is a huge amount of cost associated with lending. Now, if you want, or the MSMEs want capital, higher capital at favorable rates, you need to create more and more information. So if there is more information available about you, there is more information available from your side, or it's available in the public domain, it's considered to be a better prospect for the lender. And that's where the difference is.
So also unbundle, as far as I know, the SBI presentation, they only mentioned SME.
Yes.
M was missing from it. So who handles M, the micro enterprise?
It's a very good question, Anup. And if you look at, I mean, we all are aware that M constitutes around 90 to 95% of the overall MSME segment. And the M is usually catered to by the NBFCs. Now, and if you see the cost of capital or the cost of fund for the NBFCs are higher. So if the M or the Kirana stores, as Rajat mentioned, right? One, they do not have enough information. Second, they usually approach the NBFCs where the cost of fund is higher. So overall, because of this, the risk is higher, the cost of funds are higher, and the rates are not favorable for the M's. And that's why they're catered to by the NBFCs.
Yeah, thanks, Saurav. So I think what we've done is we've taken a step back and tried to understand what are the challenges to getting credit in the MSME sector. But before credit is based on business. Yeah, banks want to fund a growing business, lenders want to fund a growing business which can return the capital, right? So now let's look at the business end of the MSME sector, which is their sales, their revenue, and other things. So I want each one of you to take a crack at this question. How can a digital network enable an MSME in any part of India make more sales? You can use a future-looking view on ONDC and other things that are happening in India today as a speculative answer to how we can increase our sales and reduce our cost of customer acquisition.
Absolutely. So, digital network or any kind of digitization, essentially, you could sort of look at 2 or 3 ways that digital really affects any MSME or actually any operation or any business. One is essentially looking at how can they increase efficiency of their current processes. So an example is if, there is some guy sort of purchasing, if it's a medical shop, and if he's purchasing, from the medical shop at a, semi-regular basis, can he really engage this person through, say, maybe Google ads or maybe sort of SMS campaigns, etc., maybe push through more products and sort of increase the average business that this person does. So that's, a digital sort of strategy of really improving the existing business. And this is very well known in the startup or digital sort of business space, that everybody has a marketing department and these are easy to use tools. Now, on the other side, a digital network can really enable and open new sources of revenue for people. So one piece is that MSME or even any shop owner really thinks of himself as part of a community. Maybe they will at most distribute certain flyers, etc. Right? They don't really take orders from their outside their catchment area. And what is happening in the world right now is that everybody is on some sort of a digital app, some sort of a digital interface, and everybody has needs that maybe need to be met fairly quickly. And that we realize through the rise of instant commerce, through the pandemic. Now, the thing is that, these interfaces already exist. If there were ways to sort of connect this MSME to sources of demand outside their catchment area and sort of tie them up with networks that could facilitate logistics, etc., they have a whole new large sort of business to build that is not really in their immediate vicinity. And there are examples right now for example, Bangalore, of course, has a lot of dark kitchens, right? These are kitchens which sort of serve food and only distribute or sell food on Swiggy, Zomato, etc. Now, why can't other folks do that, right? And the thing is, these networks really are very, very powerful, but you really need to learn how to run this business in the digital way. And I think, as digitization really becomes table stakes for everyone, these businesses also really need to figure out how to get more customers, serve more customers more digitally, get financed digitally, etc. And then sort of spend their time really innovating rather than sort of dealing with the vagaries of running a business day to day in their bread and butter tasks that they mostly do, right? Yeah, that's my take.
Thanks, Rajat. Saurabh, your take. So, 2 days back, there was an article in Economic Times where this TCS, the CEO of TCS, made a point that by 2025, there would be no business which can exist without enabling themselves digitally and realizing the power of data and AI, right? And I think ONDC, the networks like ONDC are an initiative in that same direction. One, from a digitization standpoint, they get access to loads of buyers, right? Earlier, let's say if there is a seller, they have to register themselves in a single app, and the buyer is also registered in a single app, right? And I get access to when I log into an app, I get access to products of a single application, right? And if I have to find an alternative, I have to go to somewhere else. Now with ONDC, there is a democratization of, I'll say, the e-commerce, right? Which is all the sellers can make available their products to all the buyers, and it's all happening through the ONDC network. And with that, obviously, you get access to multiple markets, and the other part is your data is getting created, right? So more information about you is getting created on an ongoing basis. Now with that, if you plug in systems which can help you, let's say, create better operations, better stories about yourself, I think it creates a good package for MSMEs to go to a bank and say, I have enough information now. You tell me what lacks, and why should I not be treated at par in the large corporates?
Awesome. So, Rajat, assume that MSME is trading on a digital network and creating transactions on a digital network, and there's counterparty information as well. Who's buying from them and the frequency of buying. So all their transactions that they're doing on digital is available with them. That raw information, can it be used to underwrite this this business and give them a line of credit, unsecured line of credit, for example? I mean, is it happening already?
Absolutely, this is already happening. Of course, in sort of networks that are very smaller compared to what an ONDC piece sort of imagines. And this is something that we do on a daily basis. So any data that really correlates with business health can be used to build credit models and sort of train them and standardize them such that lenders are able to understand and correlate them with risk. And all of this is sort of done through AI and machine learning. And as more data gets created, these models get better and better. And as this gets accepted widely, this becomes a standard for people to really build their business around, which is the lenders sort of really then seek out this data to build very, very, focused strategies on lending using just this data, right? Which is a net win-win for everyone ultimately.
So can you give us some anecdotal examples of what Finbox is doing in this area and what your plans are as we open up credit to the digital commerce world?
Absolutely. So some of the, basically all of this flow data is sort of lumped into a category called alternative data. And we work with a bunch of customers, for example, the Khata apps, etc., which sort of record ledgers of, what are payables, receivables, etc. We've built credit models using this data and then, of course, layered on with other data sources. And we've been able to really provide credit and disburse, tens of crores of rupees, which have all come back, by the way. So, all of this stuff is really not, something that is in the future. It exists now. And this is, these are term loans. Then there is similar stuff that is happening on B2B, buy now, pay later, which is purchase financing in pharma supply chains, in Kirana supply chains, etc. And this is also a very, very interesting area of innovation. And right now in the market, overall, I think about 200 to 250 crores worth of disbursement is happening using this sort of data in, various supply chains.
And how much time does it take for the decision and the disbursement overall?
It's instant. It's like a payments product. It's like you press a button. Actually, it's much better than a payments product. You press a button, there's velocity, credit risk checks, etc. You put in an OTP and that's it. And the settlement happens directly to the distributor.
And what do you project this to become in, let's say, in the micro and small business sector, which are part of a value chain?
So so this is, I think, today we were looking at some of these numbers conservatively. This is a $34 billion market in India by 2025. And our sense is this is more as, this is more sort of in tier 2, 3 cities and tier 1 cities. And, as we go to tier 4, 5, our sense is it is going to be about $100 billion year market in India. This only this B2B, BNPL type financing.
And all digital.
All digital, yeah.
So, Saurav, let's say there's an MSME today and there's all these opportunities building up in the digital commerce and open networks world. But we need to now create this information, right? We need to now create this and make sure there are processes to keep this information safe, curated, and ensure that we are able to use it to our advantage. So what can an MSME do to any business in that scale, right? Micro, small, going up to medium? What can they do to prepare, and what are you doing to help them prepare?
So the first thing I say, the MSME should get registered on ONDC kind of networks, because it helps us create more information. And
just stop you there. The ONDC rollout is only focusing on retail shops right now. So,
a lot of information needs to be created. For example, if brother the lady is talking about happening at a click of a button, it needs information about their business. So first thing is you need to be creating that information about yourself. Now, it might happen that for a lot of businesses, this might not be applicable, because if you're not doing e-commerce, if you're into, let's say, manufacturing and still doing e-commerce, but not that, but you're talking to your own customers directly. In that case, you need to create information about yourself, right? Which is, you need to create financials about yourself. MSMEs need to forecast their financials to showcase how would their business look like. And that is where systems like Govt come in, where we help you create such financials. We help you forecast your financials so that you can create a story on how you would use your capital and what your financials will look like in 4 to 5 years from now. And essentially, at the end of the day, banks are looking at growing businesses. Banks are looking at businesses which can generate cash flows so that you can repay the capital that you're taking. And which is where such stories are the ones that the banks and the agencies are looking for to give capital to the MSMEs.
Thanks, Saurabh. So, both Rajat and Saurabh, any last comments on the subject? Then we'll open up to questions.
So I think we were here to talk about open networks, and the point sort of, I just wanted to define what open means in at least what it means to me, right? Open means that one, you have, and I'll be a little technical, the way a young person sort of changes the mind, the universe is they build something, right? And this is what we are seeing from all of the techies that are in Bangalore. They sort of pick up their laptops and they build something. And to get access to building anything, say in fintech, has taken us 5 years, right? So now, given that we are sort of talking about open networks, it means great sort of access to APIs, to sandboxes, to documentation, without prejudice to who this person is, and what is his sort of standing, or how senior he is, or how much money he has, or which company is founded, right? So because we need really innovation at scale, and we need folks to really have no barrier to entry to really innovating for the MSMEs. And the reason is that is how the economics works as well. These MSMEs can't pay for a lot of very expensive enterprise grade software. And if there is no supply and competition among the young to really create this at scale, I think it might not work out for MSMEs. And that's why, for a country like India, it has to be democratized, and on the sides, of course, as you make stuff really cheap, there has to be a way to monetize it, and even if it is in a small way. I think there needs to be certain funds, etc., to support creation of these businesses, these software products for MSMEs on the side. So I believe, of course, with all this that is happening in the market, and ONDC type initiatives, I definitely do think the future is bright. And of course, I'm hoping that the younger generation is super aggressive and they can take advantage of this.
Thanks, Rajat. So one of the things that Rajat mentioned, which I want to elaborate on, is that for open innovation to happen, you need more and more talented people to build for the ecosystem. And this is an ecosystem that can't afford for that innovation to happen. They can't pay upfront. There's no capital to put in there. So which is where I think one of the policy directions, I think IOD maybe can put a paper up, and maybe the MSME department can put it up. There needs to be a fund that invests in these kind of ideas. And it could be a 20, 30, $40 million fund. And it could be something that invests in companies that are building specifically on open networks. There are certain rules of engagement in this fund. And I think this is of need, right? Otherwise, what happens is VC money goes into creating these companies, and their monetization strategy is usually to own the data or create a platform ecosystem. So that's something that I think I would say is sorely needed for some kind of risk capital to enter this space that creates an open ecosystem, in addition to what's happening with ONDC. Saurabh, your thoughts?
I would say, as MSMEs, we need to think from the lender's perspective. We know that the biggest challenge that MSMEs have is the access to capital. And I was talking to one of the heads of Chambers of Commerce in one of the states, and it was very difficult to actually explain to him that what is the lender's perspective. And his point continuously was that we are in need of capital. We go to banks, we go to NBFCs, but we are not really there, right? But I think it's important for MSMEs to understand what is the lender's perspective, and with that, you need to prepare yourself. Right? There are large corporates which are getting much bigger loan sizes. We've heard of people also running away, but that's a different story. But essentially, they are doing something different. They are understanding the lender's perspective. Right? And similarly, from your side also, if you understand the lender's perspective, it is going to be easier for getting access to capital.
Thanks, Saurabh. And just from an open networks closing, let's take some questions from the audience. I know it's been a long day and so much information and so many sessions. So if there are any questions, let's take them. And
what is the interest they charge actually from these are the private lenders basically, right? You all are private lenders. It is not like SBI, they have told that interest rate is somewhere around 6%, 6.5%, something they were talking. When it's coming Finbox, what you're talking about, when the people take a loan from USA, micro industry. So how much you charge and all?
So Finbox is not a lender. We are lending infrastructure. We are the technology that the lenders use to create credit programs. But yeah, so let me sort of give you a sense of how risk pricing works, right? So if say 100 people, sort of 100 people like us, right, approach a bank, say 50 people will get a loan and maybe 49 will return the loan, right? So you just sort of say 2% of delinquency, and say if it's a 100 rupee loan, you're talking about, just losing 100 rupees on the entire portfolio, right? When we are talking about MSMEs, especially guys who don't have a lot of information, the credit is priced, with worst case assumptions, because there's always some sort of, risk involved. And, that is the reason. So we've worked with SBI or, all of the large private sector banks. The approval rates are less than 1%. When 100 people apply, maybe 1% will, less than 1%, say on 200 people, 1% will get a loan of this 6.5%, or, actually even SBI doesn't give any Kirana guy a 6.5% loan, right? But, an NBFC will at least give 20 people that loan. And then of course, a lot of people compared to, this whole premium segment that we sort of consider ourselves to, the MSME guys are not like that, right? How many of you really lost jobs, during the pandemic? Did your shop shut down? Did you sort of cash flows dry up? Not really, right? And, look at what has happened in the MSME sector. So the risk, I would say, pricing risk well is very difficult, especially that the information is not right and you have to price it with worst case scenarios. And then of course, the entire downstream system of really collecting from MSMEs is totally broken. So you have to just write off these loans. So you can see a lot of, MSME lenders have gone down. There's a lot of problem in these books. And that is why the interest rates are where they are. And I would say, you have to compare our interest rates to countries like Vietnam, where APRs are like at 50%, 48%, etc. I would rather say, even though the system is sort of fairly broken, we are doing very well on interest rates.
So which is in the late
Yeah,
teens?
it's late teens typically, but yeah, it could be 18 to 24% of interest rate. Yeah.
Now, one more question. Now you said that, person who has a, his entire transaction, information available, his banking available. But as you said, the most of the small, very, micro level industry, they don't maintain the, all these books of account. What is the, initiation step taken by your companies, like to make them to educated for this, and so that you can tell them tomorrow you are eligible for this?
So there are certain initiatives, but let me sort of talk about the lending value chain, right? So the lending value chain is very, very long. There is, of course, the whole education piece. There is the lead generation. There is the loan, KYC, loan processing, credit, then credit underwriting, then matchmaking, then sort of funding it on the books. Then there is the entire collections life cycle. It's such a large value chain that none of the players sort of actually, really function in the entire value chain. And, as technology players, we are building the infrastructure that people can really use to build these businesses. So we are a B2B business. We are not in, we would love to educate some folks, but we are actually not in that business. But of course, a lot of lenders are doing that. And, there are other players in the market who do a lot of lead gen, education campaigns, etc., and then sort of bring loans to these folks. They are doing this, and I think it's a shared burden for the entire technology ecosystem to do that.
And the ecosystem is so data poor right now that the lenders are really lending blind in a lot of cases, right? So which kind of explains the rate of interest that is there. It needs to come down to single digits, hopefully, at some acceptable levels. But and as of now, everybody is like saying worst case scenarios and lending at whatever rates. Yeah.
An important point, I think it's a good question there, because if, let's say, you are running a business and you want a loan for your business, what would be your, how would that loan be given to you? I mean, what is your expectation? You want the lender to estimate the quality of your business, right? Now, if you don't have that information about your business, the lender doesn't have, can't assess your business. Right? Now, there are alternate ways of doing it. So the alternate ways are, most of the lenders today are looking at the quality of the owner. So they would look at the credit history of the owner, whether the owner is paying the utility bills, whether the owner has a collateral which can be his house, right? And that is the reason the lending rates are also high, because as an owner, I might not have collateral. Or I might not be willing to give collateral. I think there was a point made about women entrepreneurs by Dr. Buddha, right? Where he said that there are no women entrepreneurs because the men in the family might not allow the women to lend the home as collateral if they want to start a business. So essentially, if you are getting a loan for, or you're getting capital for your business, the lender should be assessing your business. They should not be assessing you instead, which is where I think there is a bit of policy also. And the reason is that we don't have information. The MSMEs do not have information about the business.
When I asked her electricity bill, which she is paying somewhere around 14,000 rupees per month. Okay, and her rental she is paying somewhere around 35,000 rupees per month. So I was just analyzing, that her expense is 50,000 rupees per month only for this. She should be eligible for at least for 5 lakh rupees loan if the lender can judge on it based on that.
But then that would become personal loan, right? And personal loan rates, at a high level. If she doesn't have information on the business, the lender might consider it as a personal loan.
Which when we get to a digital transaction layer, if all transactions have a digital footprint, including knowing who is buying, what is the propensity of buying, what is the frequency of buying, I know my rates, right? I know my cash flow rates, just looking at the transaction, right? And then the game changes completely. Once you have rich information coming in from the digital platforms, then the game changes completely. We are hoping that in the next 2-3 years, that game changer will happen. Then credit starts flowing in, and then the whole flywheel starts operating, right?
Still, somewhere down the line, we have seen practically the bankers going to the various, document requirement. In that case, no, whatever the been in principle approval is given on the portal, that much amount they will not give. They will reduce it. Even if some 20 lakhs sanction means, they will say, oh, you are eligible only under Mudra 10 lakhs. That's all. We'll give only this much. So these type of things have I seen. But
the loan in 59 minutes was a PR gimmick.
I think what I think,
Mr. It was a little ahead of its time. Thought-wise, it was ahead of its time. It needed, it was meant to create that awareness that loans can be given faster. It was also meant to be a kick up the backside for the banks in a very subtle way, right? The government was telling the banks, better pull up your socks, right? And then the banks obviously didn't have the infrastructure in place to do what that loan in 59 minutes was. And then you know what happened, right? So, but in principle, the thinking directionally, we are heading in that direction. We know that that is the need of the hour, but the data doesn't exist, the information doesn't exist to make that decision and make it fully, digital. No interaction, and click of a button, the loan proceeds should come to my my current account, right? That is possible. We're already seeing it happening. Where there is rich information, this is already happening.
If this kind of lending happens, or it could have happened, and it is happening today, as I mentioned, it is not a lending for, let's say, crores. I think still it is in status of lakhs. And this kind of small lending, as we call it, is more like survival. you have working capital requirements, they might give you such loans. But essentially, at the end of the day, if you see the back end of the 59 units loan, it is all accessing some data which is available in the topical, which could be your credit score, which could be your GST data, which could be some information that is in the ROC or MSME websites, etc. Based on that, the 59 million loan was happening. Again, you don't have information. The MSMEs don't have information about themselves in any of these domains. The 59 million loan can't happen.
If there are any other questions, it's Friday the 13th. It's Friday evening. So we could. So Brigadier Kapoor. So thanks for the session. We are, as we can see, we are super excited for what's happening in India. The use of the whole India stack, a great digital infrastructure that has already been created, and there are a lot of new use cases coming up. I mean, we are now trying to see how the industry can engage, how innovation can be made very, very specific to sectors within MSME as well. And I mentioned earlier that it needs local task forces. I mean, local task forces in each cluster needs to sit down, make a task force, think about digitization, discuss these topics, come up with an action plan, also make national value chains in different industries, have these discussion groups. And that is what will, I think, keep this conversation going. And Brigadier Kapoor and IOD, the work that you're doing, thank you so much. And thanks for the great day.
Thanks a lot, Anup, and Saurav and Rajat. Thank you. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for them. Thank you. Okay, we come to the last part of the session. That is the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I request, because the governing Mr. R.G. Rajan, who is the Governing Council member and Honorary Zonal Director, South for Institute of Director. He has also been the former CMD, RCF, NFL and PDIL. And he has been former chairman of FAI and Scope. Also, Mr. Rajan has 4 decades of experience in the wide range of industries, whereas he has headed the petrochemicals, LPG lines, LNG terminals, etc. The list is very long. So with this, now I request Mr. Rajan to kindly wrap up the things and briefly enumerate the recommendations